mean,
if you're to take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer me? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the funniest shit.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time. This is crazy.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think
brother.
I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given. Whereas we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tehuti shook our
his
heads the
mind.
same time. This is
Tehuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
And what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. Let's go to the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. Those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? You to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Peace, everyone. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. All right. There's the mic. Mic check, everyone. Let me check the room, make sure everybody can hear me and see me. Let's see what's going on here. Mic check, mic check. For some reason my comments are moved to the side. Strange. That is strange. What is going on here? Let's see. Mic check, mic check. My comments are squished to the side. How strange is that? Let me see something here. There they are. Okay, everybody can hear me. Mic check. Here we go. Mic check, mic check. We have everybody today. Welcome to another Friday. Another beautiful Friday. We are all here, ready to start the Tehuti Podclass. Before we start, we're going to give a shout out to everyone in the room. Shout out to everyone in the room. Let's see who's here. Of course, first is AJ Super Mogul, a great student of mine, great student of Tehuti. You are wonderful, loyal, and dedicated. Very studious and disciplined. Shout out to AJ Super Mogul. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to Jimmy B, who always posts the pod classes on Facebook. Shout out to Jimmy B. As soon as they're done, he goes ahead and posts them. Shout out to the moderators, who says, is Anki M. Ma'ad, who says, Hotep, welcome to tonight's class. Hotep, and welcome to tonight's class. And she has, looks like stars and wands. And we have the other wonderful moderator, Stanetsi Amun, who says, greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining the Tehuti Podclass. We have Debo, Asiatic Soldier, another dedicated brother who is hopefully dedicated and disciplined with his diet and his workout. I got to see some pictures, Debo. Let's see what you've developed in the last 4 months. Let's see. Shout out to you, my brother. Asiatic Soldier, shout out to you. Okay, everybody we've got a lot of people in the room. Jamio X, shout out to Jamio X, peace to you. We have the beautiful moderator who says, greetings everyone. Nani Aset Mur, shout out to you, Nani Aset Mur. All my moderators are here, I think. We have Kinetic Energy, also known as Comedic Meter G and Comedic Netter G. Shout out to this good brother here who I watch. My eyes are everywhere. I watch people in this podcast go to other rooms, and I'm in a lot of rooms. I'm all over the place, and I watch this good brother Comedic Energy. He was in a room with it was a Sun Editor show. I think it's Alim Bey, and someone was talking about spirituality, and the brother here said he only wants to learn if he wants to learn about spirituality, he learn it from Tehuti. I saw him in the chat typing that. I'm watching. I'm all over. I'm in every chat. I'm everywhere. Shout out to you, Comedic Energy. Shout out to you for giving shout outs to me and other rooms, especially Sonetta, where a lot of people don't mention me in public. Behind closed doors, they speak to me. Shout out to you. Shout out to Cash Peden Podclass fam. I wonder what the topics are tonight. Beautiful. Me too. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. If you're a new member here, if you're a new attendee here, you will also realize that not even I know what the topics are tonight. We have a very original class where, yes, I am the teacher, but I don't know what the topics are because the crowd sends the topics to me. I click on them, read the topics, and answer them. My students control the topics, not me. Shout out to Cash Peden and the Outlier. The Outlier. I like these names. They sound like there's a Schlacken, the Outlier, a lot of these interesting names. Shout out to you, the Outlier. Peace. He says peace. Peace to you, Heka Kepara. We cannot have a show without Heka Kepara. He is dedicated, loyal, always at the Podclass every Friday instead of hanging out at the club. We have Chief Caliph. Not familiar with Chief Caliph, but shout out to you who puts up fire. Shout out to you. We have also Robert Williams, who's always in the podcast. Robert Williams, are you the brother that sent me? I was trying to ask this last week. Are you the one that sent me that question on Jesus not being able to build your family without Jesus? I don't remember if that was you, but your brother, you wanted an answer for your brother. I'm trying to find out if that was you. Shout out to you, Robert Williams. Shout out to, it looks like Patient with the E backwards, the number 3. I like that, Patient. Shout out to you. Ed Wren, another dedicated brother, loyal dedicated brother. Boom, 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 who says, Tehuti the Slayer. I know a lot of you who just came to the podcast sees the intro with me and a few of my debates and sees my 11-0 title and debates. None of those debates were invited by me. They're all people that challenge me. I'm just a Saba, a teacher who has a personal gift of being able to access information and teach it in an elegant way, in a way that people can digest. Very thorough, and I want all my students to be the same. And then people see that and they challenge me to debates. I've never challenged anyone in my life. They challenge me to debates and they get, if you want to see the outcome, watch the debates. I am 11-0, and not because I've challenged anybody. Shout out to Ed Wren, who says Tehuti the Slayer. We have Tina D. Peace to the gods and the goddesses. Tina D. Peace to you. Shout out to the namer of the moderators, who I'm going to introduce soon. Shabba Ranks. He says, stranger type Shabba Ranks. Interesting. Random. Interesting. Shout out to 90 Asset Mur, who's putting out the Cash App and the PayPal. Shout out to you, 90 Asset Mur. We're going to break it down in a moment. And Jody, who's been here for every podcast ever since I met her on the Killer Priest and announced that she's been here every single one. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. A lot of people are here. Master K, of course. Master K, one of the most dedicated, loyal donators, supporters. Master K, who's always supporting the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to explain what that means in just a moment. Shout out to everybody. We got a whole bunch of people here that are in here. We got Justin Owens. Shout out to you, Justin Owens. We got the Base Nation, or the Boss Nation. Shout out to the Boss Nation. We got Leo Fire, Barbados in the building. Sullen Rock, another more dedicated brother who's always here. Instead of hitting the club, he is here. We got Rick Rolled Truth. I like that name. Rick Rolled Truth. We have one of the moderators, Hati Mahat, 11-0, still undefeated. That is what they call me. Yes, 11-0 undefeated. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to everybody. A lot of people here in the room. And then we have, Anthony Drain, who always sends, I know that I'm going to check my emails and check my notifications. There's going to be a $10.72 donation from Anthony Drain. He's constantly sends that every week. And he says, Tehuti, this is not the first time he came to the planet, but every time he comes, only a few can understand it. Oh, yeah. Oh, Karis One. That's a good brother. Yes. Oh, yeah. Anthony Jane Drain remixed Karis One's lyrics right there. Yes, this is not the first time I've come to the planet. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. Scott Reiger. Everything seems good. Yes, Scott Reiger. Awesome. Okay, a lot of people are here. We got the bag chaser. He's chasing the bag. He catches the bag. He chases it. He catches it. Shout out to the bag chaser, I believe. Is the bag chaser? I think I saw him in another chat room too. That's awesome. You guys are all over the place. Andromeda Miserabilis. Andromeda Miserabilis. Shout out to you. Interesting name. Andromeda Miserabilis. I've been seeing him all over the pod classes. He's been here dedicated. The Schlacken. The Slacken. I like that name. The Slacken. Shout out to you. Let's get started, everybody. A lot of people are here. A lot of people are here. Shout out to everybody who is here. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Hotep to you, Bag Chaser Hotep. All right, we're about to get started. And before we get started, we're going to start with the affirmation. The affirmation. We got XA. That's an interesting name. XA says class in session. XA. Interesting. Cash Peden says, I had a question, but I forgot. Okay, Cash Peden, I will check my Gmail, check my notifications, and see what it is. If you type it out, if not, you'll remember it sometime. No problem. All right, let us get started, everybody. Let me introduce what this class is about to those who just came in for the very first time. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to start with actually the affirmation first. Before we start anything, we're going to start with the affirmation. Then we're going to introduce myself and the animals you see with me. But here we go, the affirmation. Let us get started. We're going to go ahead and turn the music down a little bit. And we're going to start with the affirmation. Here we are. Boom. Anki and Ma'at un MS Nin Tet Aset and Mayat Min Hepapet and Mayat her and Hukiui her Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That is the daily affirmation I say with my goddesses and children and family and inner circle before we start our mornings, as we have our family meetings, as we have our classes. That is the affirmation that we say because we live in Ma'at. Now, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. What is the Tehuti Podclass? The Tehuti Podclass is a very interesting and unique class that I have developed. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat is Neith. That is Neith. She is a unicorn all the way from Zimbabwe. A unicorn all the way from Zimbabwe. If you look close, you can see the horn on her head. That is Neith. She represents photonic entanglements and the quantum string theory, as they call it today. Back in the original days, it was just Neith, photonic entanglement. Also with me is, boom, a very special young man. And his name is Third Eye. As you can see by all the third eyes on his back. Third Eye, all the way from Mandarin. Yes, all the way from Mandarin. He is Third Eye. Third Eye, go up to the screen, show them your awesome head and your awesome design. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. That is Third Eye. There he is. He's all the way from Mandarin. Very, 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 very unique and very, very rare. As a matter of fact, he's so rare. Someone wanted to buy him from me, and I declined. And because you can't find these freely for sale, all the way from Mandarin. And okay, yeah. So he is he's a Eupraepophis from Mandarin, and he is Third Eye, and he has all the third eyes, golden third eyes, on his back. That is Third Eye. So, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and explain what the Tehuti Podclass is all about. The Tehuti Podclass is all about questions, asking questions, getting answers, which we are about to get into. Now, in the Tehuti Podclass, we base everything on ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. That means that we do not have opinions here. We do not insult anybody's questions here. You all ask me, the teacher, a question, and I answer it. The class is also assisted by a beautiful set of people. They are called, boom, the moderators. The moderators, not the moderators, but the moderators. And the moderators are Anki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, as you can see them flash on the screen. Anki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. These are the moderators that you can see on the screen with Ma'at in the background coming forward. These are the moderators. They are the people that will help control the room. They are the people that you can get my email from, websites that have me featured on them, YouTube's debates. These are the people that will also help control the room. That means that they will warn disrespectful people. I know that all over the internet that we are used to getting into so-called conscious rooms, and in the conscious rooms, it's all drama, name-calling, insults, and that's what keeps the room fueling and all that drama. We do not have that here at the Tehuti Podclass. We have questions and answers. Questions and answers. I've been teaching for over 30 years, and I was having one-on-one questions and answers with everyone, with people, and then it got too hectic, too much. People were paying reciprocity, of course, paying me for my time and the way that I answer questions and taking them through schools and classes. But there became too many people to have too many classes throughout the day. So I announced, while one day I was on the Killer Priest podcast, Podcraft, I announced that I'd be having a Podclass where everybody can come into the room and ask questions. But you do not ask questions in the chat room. You ask questions through Cash App, boom, that's on the screen there. And you can send your donations to help support what it is that I'm doing through the Cash App and PayPal. Why? Because YouTube has removed my super chats. So in every YouTube channel, most YouTube channels, they have a donation section at the bottom of the screen where you can send in a super chat through your credit card. And then the super chat comes in, it pops up on the board, and then the person responds to it, and that's how you support the YouTuber. Well, that has been removed from me. I don't have super chat, so you can send your questions in through PayPal and Cash App. It is a form of reciprocity because it takes me years and years and months and days and years and more months and more days to collect the information that I have in my brain and on my hard drive in a presentation type manner. That means I don't talk from the top of my head. I answer presentation type manner as if I've prepared a class. And because people respect and appreciate that, people send in support and donations. Why? Because I know over the years we have supported Doritos, Nike, Fila, Sugar, Cheerios, Pop-Tarts, the clubs, weed, whatever it is that we've been doing for all these years, spending money on things that are just entertainment, Netflix, the movies. People may say in the chat room, the new people may say, well, hey, I'm coming in the class, and why do I have to send in money to ask a question or for support? And those same people have gone to the movies to watch the Avengers, Spider-Man, Thanos, Captain America. And how much did they spend to go see the movie? $15, $8 popcorn, $4 bag of chips, $4 candies. By the time they come out of the movie theaters, they go in with 5 friends, and they come out with an $85, $65 bill for an hour and a half of fantasy and Matrix. But they're all happy. They're full of the cholesterol and the popcorn and the glazed flavored popcorn, and they just seen Thanos punch a guy, and everybody's happy. They're all sugared up and drugged up, and they go home. Yay, I've spent $82 on Thanos and Spider-Man. Well, in ancient Kemet, to get the Per Amharu, it would take a half of a year of work because we respected and valued our knowledge. So today they respect and value their knowledge, and they charge you to go to college and university. Well, in the Tehuti Podclass, all I simply ask, if you respect the time that it takes for me to put this together, instead of paying me for a one-on-one, you simply send in your questions through the Cash app, and then it pops up on the screen like this, boom, such as, say, Raphael Gary, who sent in this question right here. Who built the Pyramid of Antarctica? It pops up on the screen. I put on the screen, boom. Here's another one from Silos Congas, who appreciates my knowledge. Peace to you, Silos Congas. I also saw you in a Lion's Den chat when somebody asked about Tehuti. You said, is that Tehuti the magician? You should have remembered that, no, it's Tehuti, the brother whose class you come to and support on each Friday. And there is an example of your support. And you don't know me as a magician, you know me as a teacher that you support. But I know how it is with a lot of people when it comes to the public eye. Tehuti is a name to kind of stay away from, or people forget who I am. But in private and in the podcast, everybody knows me and sends me questions. But in the public eye, it's a little different. We're trying to figure out why. I think I have an idea why, but remember me as you do in class, as you do in the public. I'm not known here as a magician, even though I am a magician outside of here, but I'm known here as a Saba master teacher, not the magician with the spider on his hat. So everybody recognize and give respect. But shout out to Silo Congas, who on that day sent $20 as a support, who says he appreciates my knowing. Shout out to you, Silo Congas, for that. Here's another example. Nito Campbell, who sent $27. People just send well, that's a huge one, but people send in different amounts of money. They ask questions. This is Curtis Curry, who asked a question about Rapa Nui. That's how it pops up on the PayPal. So it pops up, and the question actually shows up on the PayPal and the Cash App. Let me see what this one is. So this is Johan Belodieu sent me $10. He said, what are your thoughts on reincarnation? That was an awesome class. And past lives, that was wonderful. All you who remember that. So boom, I give the shout outs. When you send over $25 or so, we do the hand claps, the shout outs. Sometimes they even put your name in a box, depending on if it's sent at the end of a class, which you're going to see pop up on the screen, with a brother named AJ Mogul, who sent a huge amount of money. But I appreciate the support, because this is what I do for a living, ladies and gentlemen, especially during this COVID craziness, which is coming to an end, but still the effect and impact that it's had on myself and others' businesses is incredible. I'm a performing magician down in an area that they shut down for 2 years, that they do not allow performers there anymore. So that is gone. I'm also a fitness trainer at 2 particular gyms. They shut the gyms down. One gym got shut down. One gym got moved and got turned into a Foot Locker during COVID because they couldn't maintain membership. So there goes my my income right there, performing hypnosis and magic outside at a particular area, and also fitness training people at the gym. They shut the gym down. So boom, my lifestyle has really been based on teaching and doing classes with people. And I'm so honored and so appreciative that people respect my knowledge to the point that it can actually create a living, just like the ancient scribes in the past. It was one of the ways that I broke out of the matrix. I do not have a job. I've never paid taxes before. I don't know what a 9-to-5 is. I've lived strictly off the grid by creating ideas and manifesting those ideas, and by that, supporting my family. So my AI moderator says, support with Cash App, TT Amoon, and also the PayPal. I will shout you out. It will pop up on the screen. And that is how you support the Tehuti Podclass. I do not, and I repeat, I do not answer questions that are in the chat. I don't even see them. I only go to the chat when I'm looking for my moderators or when I'm shouting out people in the beginnings. And then at that time, I may see what the chat is saying, but I'm not browsing through the chat looking for questions, because those are people just looking for free answers, and the time it takes for me to do this is not free, ladies and gentlemen, especially when I have so many people supporting me, with respecting me and sending support, such as huge support like Kamit right here, $75.72 for sending me a question. So of course I'm not going to bypass my supporters sending the support for questions, sending me 32, 25, 10s, and then go to the chat room to see somebody just typing in, Tehuti, what about this then? What about this then? That is for other YouTube channels that are just giving opinions off the top of their head. I'm coming with information. Each of these classes could actually be a book. So let's get into it. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to everybody who came in the room. Oh, you guys remember this one? This was the question on Clyde Winters commenting that the glyphs in the Seti Temple are actually helicopters and submarines, and I did an explosive class on that. And Imani Manifesto sent $44 for that, and he got an explosion. That class was wonderful. Shout out to you all. You all motivate me to do this. Ahati Ma'at is the brother who is responsible for me knowing you all and you all knowing me. This brother right here, Ahati Ma'at, because I was a private teacher, private teacher, only teaching my family members, and this brother here, Ahati Ma'at, in person. It was just him and a few others, and that was it. And Ahati Ma'at went on to YouTube, and he said, there is so many teachers teaching some fake nonsense. You need to go on there and really straighten this out, because there's people just making up stuff, and they need to hear your truth. And then I went onto YouTube and I saw some of the people are actually the children of my students from 1992. The children of my students, some of them actually became, I won't say their names, but they're big, huge YouTubers with like 200,000 views. I won't say who they are, but big YouTubers in the conscious community with like, that you all know, with hundreds of thousands of views. They are the children of my students from 1998. And Ahati Ma'at said, you need to come out and tell everybody that you actually were the teacher of this, and you need to straighten this out. I came out, I saw the nonsense, and after about 5 months, I finally came out to the public, and this is the brother who is the reason why you all see me, because he wanted me to come out into the public, and here I am. Boom. For example, I was watching the good channel Saw Netter, good brother Saw Netter with his channel. Somebody was on there who I won't say his name, but somebody was on there saying, Sagittarius is Shu. Shu is Sagittarius, and Yeshua, that's Shu. And Shu is Christ, and that's the Christ consciousness in your head. And we had the Dendera, and this type of craziness without fact checking, this type of craziness, just like blurting stuff out from your brain, and just Shu is Sagittarius, and Aries is Amun Ra, and the two twins Gemini, that's Aset and Osiris. They're twins now. Those are twins. And nobody asks, sir, where can I find that in the papyrus? Where can I find that in the indigenous writings? That is the snake-style calmness that shuts everybody down, because I want everybody to slow down, don't fast talk, and just show me where Shu is Sagittarius. Show me that in the papyrus of Nebseni. Show me that in the papyrus of Kemwesi. Do the Kemetians believe that? No? You're just making it up? So we don't have that here. We have facts, and because of Ahati Ma'at, he saw that chaos, and he said, come on YouTube and speak the truth and knowledge. And here I am. We're about to get into it. Let's get into it. I see new people have walked into the room. Oh, Nanya Nahia Ninti. It's really, they were scared of science. Shout out to Nahia Ninti. Ahati Ma'at says, the true leader of the black people. Shout out to everybody. There's some new people that came in the room. Darius LXX2. That is 72. He must have put that because of the number 72. Shout out to Darius 72. Volta is here. I wanted a voltage control is here, but Volta is here. Begging off Kemet is uncivilized. Hissy babe. I'm not sure what that means, but shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Okay, so let's get started, everybody. You know, we're about to get started with the Tehuti Podclass. Yeah, let's get into it. Conscious Conqueror. There's another name that I love. Blessings to Tehuti, the champion undefeated. Shout out to you, Conscious Conqueror. Shout out to you. Okay. Let's look through the room and see who's here. Boom, 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 boom. I see everybody. Oh my goodness! Of course, we cannot even get the class started without Kemet, who I believe has only missed 2 pod classes since the show has ever begun. He holds the title. It's between him and Askari 21. They hold the title Kemet definitely holds the title as the biggest consistent donator of the Tehuti Podclass. He is the most consistent, largest donator ever of the Tehuti Podclass. At one time, he was the largest one-time donator. It's between him and Askari 21. These brothers are dedicated. Shout out. Justin Owens has some questions. I will check my PayPal and see if those questions are there. Shout out. Let's get into the answers, everybody. Who wants to get? Oh, wait a minute. Where is Scribe? Scribe's another one of the. He had to be here. Scribe is another one of the loyal, dedicated. He's always here. Him, Stephen E. Let me scroll up. Where's Scribe? There he is. Scribe, of course. Scribe is always here. Last week, Scribe, I believe it was last week, Scribe shut down the show with the hugest. Where is he? Where is the donation? Somewhere in here. Scribe, this young brother here, I did a personal class with him. He must have been very, very grateful for it. Plus, I answered one of his questions. And this man threw out $111.72 for the, because of the portal, the light portal and conscious ETs. Shout out to the Scribe. That's the biggest donation right there of that class. That was awesome. Shout out to you, brother. And Stephen E is in here somewhere. He also he's consistent. There he is, Stephen E. There he is, Stephen E. Peace Podclass. More wisdom wants more wisdom and even more wisdom. Let's do it. Let's do it. And shout out to everybody. More people are coming in the room. I'm going to start the class when there is 72 people in the room. I see 71 people in the room. We're going to start at 72. Welcome them in. Bring them in, family. Bring them in. We're going to start this class right now. Oh, RPM has stepped in the room. RPM. Hey, is this Kemet? I think that's okay. So shout out to DZN. That's the name Kemet emails me under. He must be in here. Maybe there's only 2 names. Shout out to him. Shout out to everybody. Yeet Titi. That name is so interesting. Yeet Titi. That's an interesting name. Yeet Titi. Shout out to Yeet Titi. Shout out to you. Let's get started, everybody. Let me grab my water. Okay. This is gonna be a nice one today. I already see the questions rolling in. Let's get started. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody is here. Yeet Titi. Yeet Titi. Yes, it appears I'm blocked under Kemet 101. So strange. Let me see something, everybody, because where's Black Alucard? That's right, Black Alucard, one of the biggest donators. Let me see something, Kemet. Every once in a while, I don't know if it's YouTube doing this, but I'm gonna check right now. My people in the room, Jody was blocked. Ed Ren was muted. It's very strange. Let me see something. I'm gonna see if there's any names in here that are accidentally blocked. I don't want anybody to be accidentally blocked. Let me just check that real quick before we get started, because I don't want anybody's name to be blocked. And oh, look at that. Hidden users. Volta's hidden. Asiatic Soldiers hidden. Why? Okay, Jeremiah Judah's hidden. That's fine with me. So I don't see anybody else blocked here. I don't see anybody else blocked. Blocked words, blocked links. I don't see anybody blocked. Only person I see as muted is Jeremiah Judah and Naked HD. Oh, because Jeremiah Judah causes chaos and Naked HD is trying to porno bomb my room. Other than that, Kimmy, I don't see your name under here as blocked. Okay, we're gonna save this. I'll check it one more time. Okay, save settings. Settings, let me check again. And see, I'm gonna go to permissions and community. Okay, I'm the owner, yes, community. We're the moderators here. And I do not see Kamit blocked. As a matter of fact, I see your name in the room. Interesting. Okay, so only Jeremiah Judah is muted in the room and Naked Truth. Anybody who finds themselves blocked or muted, contact the moderators. Oops, hold on a second. Contact the moderators or somebody that's in the room. Mention it to me, and I will take you off the mute or the block, unless you've done something to deserve it. Kamit never does anything to deserve it, so that was some type of error. I don't know why, but I actually see his name. I actually see his name in the room. That is strange. So okay, Kamit, well, good. I'm glad you were able to come in as DZM, and that's interesting that it says that you're blocked. I'm looking. No, I'm looking, and I actually see you in the room. Kamit 101, is this you? So Kamit 101 is in the room. YouTube somehow has him blocked, but I see this name in the chat room. But anyways, let's move on, everybody. As long as Kamit is here, we are all ready to go. Let's go. The numbers aren't going up. It's been 39, but new people are still in the room, are still coming in. I don't know. YouTube is BS. I have 75 people in the room. We have passed 72 people. We are about to get started. Let's get started. I'm gonna drink some water. Hold on a second. Oh, it's gonna be a good one today. Okay, third eye, you go there. Okay. That was about it was about 16 ounces of water and 2 gulps. All right, everybody, hit the like DZN Kamit is saying. Hit the like. Shannon is here. Shannon, there she is. Shannon is here, another loyal one. Let's go out. Jason says, shout out to you, fam. Shout out to you, Jason. Jason, Forever Man, shout out to you. Not too familiar with that name, but shout out to you, brother. Peace and love. And Voltage is somewhere here. Let's get started, everybody. It is gonna be a good one today. And those who just stepped in, again, ask your questions as far as how the room works to hold on. The people that are helping control the room, the moderators, Unki and Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Sineti Amun, Ahati Ma'at. These are the moderators that will help control the room. They will remove and will warn. They'll send you a warning if you are disrespectful. We have no disrespect in the room whatsoever. No. We don't allow that. If you want that, you know which rooms to go to. We don't do that here. Here we do only knowledge and information. Information is all we do. Shout out to the moderators who will help control that. Shout out to you. So let's get started, everybody. Okay. And for those who just came in the room, you can send your questions to PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App, TTM Moon. Please support with questions. That is how you support with the Cash App and the PayPal. You will get recognized. You will get put up on the screen. That is what my AI moderator is saying. And now we will get started with the Tehuti Podclass, snake style. Let's get started, everybody. Make sure you donate, ask questions. And now we're going to look at the first question in. It's about to get fun. Let's see what time it is. What time is it, everybody? It is, okay, we've done our hours. It's an hour, almost an hour in. And let me check and see if everybody sent in support and questions to the Tehuti Podclass. 8 o'clock, we're going to go 8, 9, 10, 11. Should we go to 12? Should we go to 12 o'clock? Let's go to 11:30, 12. Let's get right into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are at 74 people, and we're about to get started with the first question. Let me check and see what it is, everybody. The first question is, boom, 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 is, very nice. This is actually a question that was re-asked. It was asked, a question was sent in last week, and then it was re-asked from the great, the awesome. Let me get this ready. Hold on. The great, the awesome, the one and only. Let me get the hand clap ready. Let me get it ready. The great, the awesome young man, the loyal, wonderful. Hold on. Where is he? I'm going to get him on the screen here. The great, the loyal, the awesome. We're going to put him on the screen. And where is he? Where is he? Let's do a screen share. Watch this, everybody. He put this in. It was either last week or the week before. It was last week. The question actually got reorganized. So I want to do a screen share to show you what this loyal, dedicated man has done to support with his awesome question and support. Remember, everybody, the money you send is not for just the question. It doesn't cost. It's not a particular price. You're just supporting the cause. I don't care if it's $10 or $110 or $22. It is support. But of course, the more that you send, the more I know you appreciate. And of course, the more time I'm going to put into the answer. But here is, where is he? Right here. Where is he? Where is he? Boom. There he is. Can everybody see that? I hope everybody can see that. Of the top greatest supporters of the pod, of the top greatest supporters of the Tehuti Podclass, AJ Super Magul with the $72 sends in. Can you share with us about Tehuti from the papyrus? What did the Kemetic people say or know about Tehuti? Thank you, my brother. Let me go ahead and close that up right there. Boom. Thank you for that, my brother. And of course, for that, you get the hand clap, the scream, the round of applause. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast, everybody. That is an awesome question right there. He gets the super claps. He is awesome, fabulous. I'm going to see if this can actually go. That is wonderful and excellent. Let me see something here. AJ Super Magul, is he in the room? Is he in the room? AJ Super Magul is awesome. Shout out to you, my brother, for that support. You are wonderful and fabulous. Let me go to the room, see if he's in here. I know he was in here in the beginning. Let me go ahead and see if he's in here now. I got to get rid of that overlay. I got to get rid of this overlay so I can put the proper overlays in the room. Let me see if this works here. This you've got a lot of files. Wait a minute. I've deleted files. Hold on, everybody. I got to delete more. I'm not deleting on I'm not deleting Scribe. I'm not deleting Commute. I gotta delete some people on here, everybody. Let me delete this, delete that, and let me go ahead and see if I can put this up again. I'm just testing something right now before I answer this awesome question. Let me see if this is even the right question. As well, you got a lot of files. Each brand is limited to 100 images, videos. You delete. Hey, that is interesting. I have deleted, and it's telling me I can't put them on the screen. Okay, no problem. No problem. We are still going to go ahead and do that. Is AJ in the room? Let me pop in the room and see if he's in here. Voltage Controller is in here too. AJ Super Magoo is in the room. He says, how are you? I am wonderful. I am wonderful. I am wonderful. And Robert Williams puts, how much money will it take to look up all that information Tehuti brings forward? The context of the original papyrus is delivered. I think it's fair. Reciprocation. Thank you, my brother. I know people who've spent oh my goodness. I'm not going to say anything anymore about marijuana, but I know somebody personally who spends over $1,000 a month between him and his family on marijuana alone. That's just marijuana. It's not even the Gucci belts and the Versace hats and the new Nikes, and they got the children and the new Nikes, and what black people spend their money on is crazy. But thank you, my brother, for the support. Ava, boom, 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 boom. Shout out to you. Okay, let's get into this awesome question. Let's get into this awesome. The Conscious Congress says, with the background Tehuti has, I believe he's the one. The Ma'atz Neil. Yep. I have the original Matrix books. Oh, speaking of the Matrix books, for those who want to support, I'm sorry, let me plug in this. I'm sorry. For those who want to also support, there is donations, but there's also my book, Stepping Out of the Matrix. Thank you, Conscious Conqueror, for reminding me of that. This is my book, Secret of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix, and also my other PDF, Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can send in your inquiry into the moderators in the chat that will give you the email to send in how to get those books, and you will get, if you send the money for that, you will get sent the book before the podcast is over. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot to break down. We're going to get into it. So let's go. All right, everybody can see the screen. Press 1 if you can see me screen sharing, and if you can hear me clear. This is going to be a hectic breakdown. It's going to be good. Jack Queen Ma'at. Shout out to Jack. A little play on words. Jack Queen Ma'at. Shout out to Jack Queen Ma'at. Shout out to you. Jody can hear me. Shout out to you. It's 8:09. I'm going to break this answer down. And a Big Vapes is the one I believe I saw in, I think it was him or Bagtooth. One of them was in Sonetter. Much respect and shout out to all of you for being loyal, seeking the truth everywhere, and also giving me big ups and shout outs. Shout out to you. And of course, how can we even start the class? Where is he? How can we start the class without Black Alucard, known as Boss Fee? Shout out to you. Nathaniel Turner, shout out to you. This man right here, for all those who are new, he is one of the top three, if not top 2, biggest consistent donators of the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get started. This is how we handle questions at the Tehuti Podclass. Asking about, let me put it back on the board. Boom, 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 boom. The question is from one of the top donators, $72, representing 72 for the number of Sopti. It's the number of Tehuti, but it's the number of Sopti. If y'all want to know about that, you can ask me about Sopti, but 72 is the number of the Sopti. So, can you share with us information about Tehuti from the papyrus? Ladies and gentlemen, let me make this very clear. This is very, very important. See this part right here? From the papyrus, what did the Kemetic people say? This is what shuts everybody down, ladies and gentlemen. Please, when you go and ask people questions that are into Kemet, that say that they're Kemetic priests or teachers or into Nubian or Hotep or whatever it is they say, please add this part to your question to them. This is what makes it very hard. From the papyrus, what do the Kemetic people say? You will find that when people ask questions about Tehuti or Thoth, Trismegistus, or all this stuff, they do not answer questions from the papyrus. If Tehuti came from the papyrus, then the answers of Tehuti should at least be 80% of what the papyrus say. What did the Kemetic people say about Tehuti? Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be there's going to be a lot. Hold on a second. I got a little bit of sweat in my eye. Let's get into it. Boom! Here we go. We are already into it. Let's go, everybody. You already see the papyrus on the screen. You already see the images, the Kemetic images. We're going to get into it. Welcome to Podclass, the Tehuti Podclass, where we're going to break down my namesake, Tehuti. This is who I am named after, the return of Tehuti. All those who are named Tehuti are supposed to be the return of Tehuti. They are supposed to be, or else you shouldn't bear the name. Tehuti was very, very significant. We're about to find out. Let's get into it. So here we go. We see Tehuti right here. They call him Thoth. I'm going to give you the name of Tehuti and then what the Greeks say. So this is what happens when you look up Tehuti. Tehuti, Jehuti, to the Egyptians was the Egyptian god of wisdom, learning, inventor of writing, the patron of the scribes, also medicine. I have the academic journal from Australia, where the doctors of Australia are saying Tehuti is the patron of medicine. The doctors in Australia say that. Okay, anyway, let's get on to it. Sculpture of a statue depicted of him with the head of an ibis. That's a hapu. We're going to get into it. The Greeks say the ibis. I'm going to teach you it's the hapu. Okay, a long-legged wadding bird common to Kemet, Egypt. Ibis was sacred to Thoth or Tehuti. So too was the baboon. He was often depicted with the head of a baboon. So here is Tehuti, my namesake. There is Tehuti. Let's get to the top and see what it says here. Tehuti is the netter of mind. This is a very common comment when asked about Tehuti. The question is why, and can Kemetic sources typo be used to support it? Yes. Okay, so here is Tehuti. So Tehuti is the reason why the Yah of the Hebrews even exists. We'll get into that later, but there is Tehuti, the head of the Yah. Here is the Habu bird who's on his wooden standard. That is the Habu bird of Tehuti. We're going to get into why that is. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to break things down for you. All right, so let's get right into the Per Haru. So the Per Haru is the oldest known so-called spiritual book of the afterlife on the surface of this planet Earth, brought to you by the scribes, given to Ani, and several hundreds of people in Kemet had to have their Per Haru, which is the book of the afterlife. So let me go ahead and do this though. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do this. Boom. Let me see if we're gonna start from here. So much. So here we are. If you have your Per Haru by Wallace Budge, if you happen to have that one, it's on page 105. We give sources here. So we're gonna blow this up, and we're gonna find the Habu bird and why is Tehuti associated with this bird right here, the Habu bird. See it right there, everybody. The question will be answered from the papyrus itself. So, chapter of not dying. I'm going to let you know, everybody, that there's no word for dying. They put dying here in the English, but the word is actually mit or mut, which means mother. How interesting. Mit or mut, which means mother. Why is the word mut, mother, the word for dying? If you want to know, send in the question to the Tehuti Podclass and I will answer. But this is the chapter of not dying, a second time in the netherworld, similar to the book of Revelations that talks about the second death. Here's where they get it from. Saith Osar Ani is open the hiding place twice. Has fallen light within the darkness, has arranged me. The eye of Heru has nursed me. See, the word eye pertains to health. I, Heru, the eye of Heru has nursed me. So the eye, the ma'at eye, or the uwajit deals with nursing. Okay, so here is the word ku. Let's take a good look at this, everybody. This is Tehuti's bird, and what does it mean here? It means light. This is made up of the bird. That's the habu bird right there. We'll blow it way up so you can see it in the square. That's the habu bird for light. It is the oldest word on the planet Earth for spirit, or as they say, the soul, or the inner energy of man. The reason why Christians and Muslims and Messianic Jews say that your soul is a light energy, because the word ku means light and is the oldest word for spirit on the surface of this planet Earth. It's the reason why people even have a concept of a spirit is from the word ku, which I'm going to show you in archaeology. So ku is light. So Tehuti right off the bat represents light. What kind of light does Tehuti represent? We will go down and see. Boom, boom, boom. Here we are on page 238. You can go to page 238. Well, actually, we'll scroll. Yep. We'll scroll over here. Let's scroll over here. So here we are on page 113. Unions has carried away from me my soul, my intelligence. So when they say Tehuti is the god of mind, or when they say the first axiom of Tehuti, when they say the universe is all and all is mental, when they copy that into the Hermetica or into the Emerald Tablets or wherever they copy these things into, it is because Tehuti's name itself, the Habu bird itself, represents mental consciousness. So Tehuti, the reason why he's known as the god of mind or mental consciousness, his bird itself is the ku, which is intelligence, which is also light. See it over here, light, per Haru, page 105, and over here it is ku-e, intelligence. And of course, intelligence represents light because there's a small spark of light that pops up in the brain under a second before you have a thought in the SMA area of the brain, which sparks a light, and then you have a thought, and then the neurons go off and they produce a light. So this intelligence is associated with light, which is why they always show a light bulb over your head. In cartoons, they show a light bulb, or when you're in class, they say that you're brilliant. Brilliant comes from the word light or bright light, and when you do good in school, they give you the 5-pointed star, which is the dua, which represents light consciousness. That's why they give you that 5-pointed star. You're the intelligence in Makaru. What's Makaru? The true of voice. Your intelligence and your Makaru, your ability to speak consciously. Intelligence, that is the Tehuti bird. Okay, hold on. So here we go. Now we are over here. And then here we are on line 13. In its waters, that I may come forth to its town. I have power, Usur, over my mouth, being provided enchantments. So now the word for enchantments, which is magical sayings, enchantments, is also the word ku. Enchantments is also the translation for the original people that lived in the southern part of Africa called the Nagas, Nakasi, where you get the word Nagas, and all that first is from Nakas, which means the enchanters, the first taught by Tehuti. So, one second. Okay, so I have power over my mouth. So you have, the enchanters. All right, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. So we see right off the bat that this bird here represents enchantment. It represents light, consciousness, and we're going to find out why. Ask people why. Why does Tehuti have this bird? Why does this bird represent light? Why is it the word for ku? Not only is the word for ku, but it is also the word that created the concept of food for thought. Why? Because that symbol there that makes up that ku, that little circle there, that is the placenta, the first place where you got food before you could chew. Because food originally was consciousness, food for thought. existed before physical food existed. The placenta is what fed you when you were a baby before you were born. Okay, so there is the placenta there, and there's the coup. Light bird. Now let's get into it. Let's keep going. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can get your questions answered step by step. We're going to go into this archaeology. Actually, it is archaeology. It's the Archaeological Institute of America. And this article came out. And what does this article say? This article says bone and ivory pottery vessels and clay seal impressions bearing hieroglyphics unearthed in Abydos 3, which is Abti, 300 miles south of Cairo, has been dated between 3200 BC, making them of the oldest known examples of Egyptian writing. The Medneter, the tags each measuring 2 by 1.5 centimeters. So they found these are going back to 3400 BC. 3200 BC, the oldest Medneter that they say they have found. And what did they find? What was on it? What was on it? What was on it, everybody? Let's check it out. See these 3 little things right here? We're going to blow them up and get a look. So when we blow them up, what do we see? We see several animals here. The oldest Medneter, we see several animals here. And what do we see here at the bottom? What is this one right here? What do we see? We see a bird with a long beak. If everybody can see this right here. See that bird? I'm going to blow it up right here. There's the bird with the long beak. That is the Tehuti bird. We're going to actually get a closer, clearer depiction of the Tehuti bird. Also see the elephants right there. See the elephants right there. Right? Ask anybody if there's elephants in Kemet. Maybe we can get into that in another class. Are there elephants walking around in Egypt, or was this from a time when there was elephants? Let's get into it. Or does Kemet extend to an area that elephants exist? Because I don't see any elephants walking around in Cairo in the areas that they say is Egypt. We don't see elephants, but we see ivory, ancient Kemetic ivory with elephants on them. But we'll get into that. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the oldest imagery they found on the planet Earth, the oldest writing for spirit. There it is right there. There is the coup. See the circle right there, the circle with the Tehuti bird and the long beak. That is the word for coup, intelligent spirit. That is the oldest word for spirit on the planet Earth. And it even predates the Per-Em Haru, and it predates the pyramid text. Pyramid text going back 2400 to 2500 BC. This goes back 3400 BC. And of course, it goes back even further, because you cannot have a caveman popping up out of a cave, all of a sudden drawing and having consciousness of spirit. This culture had to have gone back thousands of years. And yes, it went back over 34,000 years before Narmer. All right, so here is the coup bird. There's the Tehuti, going back to the original archaeological tags found on the ivory bones. It goes back to Tehuti being of the oldest images and words ever found in Kemet. Is the Tehuti bird found right here. Let me blow this up to show you where they found it. Here it is in the Archaeology of America. And Tomb of Abti, going back, tomb chamber, going back to the time of Scorpion 1. Scorpion 2 is where you get your movie The Scorpion King from. Okay, so boom, let me shrink this down. We're breaking down Tehuti, everybody, step by step. Let's get into it. We're going to blow this up right here. Boom. So here is the Per-Em Haru on page 115. If you have your Per-Em Haru, right, you see right here, you are the consciousness. This was the axiom when they got that first, when they stole that first axiom and gave it to the hemiosexual Hermes Trismegistus and the so-called Thoth, the Atlantean, and all this fake nonsense. When they attributed it to Greeks and Atlanteans and all this foolishness, it was here in Kemet first. Nook Ku. I am intelligence. See that right there? You are intelligence. Consciousness existed before the physical body. You are not your physical body. You are the conscious Ku, the Tehuti bird that existed, that created things prior to the physical body. And what the ancient Kemetians acknowledged themselves as was the Ku. I am intelligence. I am the mind. The universe is all, and the all is mental. This is where it comes from. I am intelligence. Okay? You are mind first. That is taught by Tehuti. You are intelligence first. Because Nukku, see, I am consciousness. You are the manifestation of light consciousness. That's what you are. Okay, we'll blow that up again and show it. Boom, boom. Let's take a look. So, I am intelligence. It be known the chapter of this, he becometh as his intelligence. You go back, you kepara, you evolve back to what you were when you have your out of body. Because remember, the Per Em Haru was not any instructions of what you do while you're alive. It is about what happens to you during and out of body after the physical. You evolve back to what you originally were, which was the Ku, the light body, the only body that can be seen, and the other side stimulated by the DMT that is within you that flashes your deeds and all of your everything you've done right before your eyes, and then you go into that next realm with that flash of light and with that information and consciousness, and that's what the beings see and judge you by. You can send in a question about that if you want to know more. But light consciousness, you are the Ku. Okay, the Tehuti bird. This is why Tehuti was so important. Why is the Tehuti bird so important? Because if you go to the book Easy Lessons on page 65, look what you will find here. You will find how this bird, see the Tehuti right here? It says Ibis Tehuti. See that bird right there? Ibis Tehuti. But why? Why is the bird associated with knowledge and consciousness? Why? Let's find out. Because when you look at the word Kem, from which the word Kemet came from, you'll find that Kemet was named after Tehuti. The Tehuti bird is where you get the word Kemet from. Okay? So before I know this is not taught in your standard commercialized conscious community, but yes, the word Kemet comes from Tehuti. Tehuti is the reason why the word Kemet even has its name. Before there was a Kemet, before it was called Kemet. The oldest place you find Kemet is in the pyramid text. That's the oldest place you find Kem. You find Kem, and then you find dynasties afterwards. I believe the 11th dynasty afterwards. You find Kemet with the new symbol of a community or a city or town as a national. But you find the Kem as the people going back to the pyramid text. The pyramid text of 2400 BC, the Tehuti bird goes back past 3400 BC, 1,000 years before the pyramid text, thousands of years before Kemet got the name. There was the word Kem that existed and Ku that existed when they were describing this bird, because this bird was seen by the Nile Valley people to take its beak and dig for its prey, dig for food. The beak was so long and its legs were so tall that it could stand over the marshes and not be attacked by the snakes and by the animals, the small animals in the marshes, because its legs were so long. You'd have to go up high to get to its body, and its beak was so long that if it bit a snake and the snake tries to bite it back, all it's biting back is tough legs and a tough beak. It can't even get to its neck. It can't even get to its body. So the Kem, this was called the Kem bird because Kem meant to find, which was digging. Okay, digging to find. This is where Kemet gets its name from, to dig, to find. The origin, also blackness, and we'll find out how it ties into blackness. But here's the word Kem, that's the Tehuti bird, and that is to find. See that? Tehuti the god. See that? The Kem bird. Why? Because if you go to page 183 of the Per Em Haru, here we find Kem means found. See the Tehuti bird there digging? Its head is down because it's digging. That's the word chem. That's where you get the word kemet from. Okay? To find something deals with your thoughts. It deals with digging for the truth. Why they say let's get to the root of the matter, because the bird would stick its beak down in the Nile River, in the marshes, down past the plant, down to the roots, to dig for worms, snakes, frogs, and animals, grubs that lived in the roots of the plant, that lived in the bottom of the marshes. The Tehuti bird would peck for them. Okay? So thus, when it comes to intelligence, that is your consciousness to conceive something, the same word that you have for having a baby, conceived, conception, your consciousness to conceive something, right? So that's the word chem, also means to create. See that? The kemau has created on page 189 of your Per Haru. Kemau is the creator, that which creates something. The same word for digging. And you see the digging tool right here. See the ma'ah, the mer, the digging tool. That's kemau, to create something. Because of course you have to create. First, creation takes place in the mind. Why? Because just like the physical world that you live in, it first existed on the mental plane, in consciousness first, and then the physical world came into reality. So that's the same word for consciousness, ku, the Tehuti bird, and the digging is the same word for creation, digging. Okay? All right, let's get into it. Kem, thou didst find. See the bird with its head down now? Because it's finding something. Thou didst find. Kem nuk. Some of this is still in our conscious memory. What is a term unique to Black people brought in the 60s for? Do you understand me? What's a term? Let me go into the chat room and see the term. What's a term we used to use in the 60s and in the 70s, the early 70s, and even the mid 70s for you understand me? What was the word that we used? Let me go into the chat and see everybody in here. Let me just put this down and let me see everybody. What's the term we used to use for do you understand me back in the 70s? Let me go into the chat and see. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. You dig? You dig me? You dig it? Can you dig it? Yes, you can. Can you dig it? Yes, you can. Can you dig it? See? Shout out to We Plant. We Plant, you enjoy, right? That's his name, right? How do you plant something? You got to dig, right? So that's the digging. That's the bird. You dig me? See? That was the, you dig Jack, right? That was in Black people's consciousness, and it stayed in our consciousness. Some of these things come out, and it comes out through slang, and you see it today. But let's get back to the Tehuti Podclass. See? There it is. You dig me? So that's when you understand. So to understand or to relate to what somebody's saying, you dig them. You dig what I'm saying? That means you understand. If you ask a regular person, why would you use the word digging for understanding? They wouldn't even understand the source. The source goes all the way back 3400 BC for to understand. Consciousness is to dig, to get to the roots. You dig me? Do y'all dig me? So let's go back. Let's go. This is fun. I love it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. You see? Now, we get to Yah. Yah is the moon god. See? Yah. Yah is where the Hebrew Israelites get the word Yah from, because that's the Tehuti bird, the Yah, the beak. And look what it means, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. To break ground, to plow, to dig up the earth. The word Yah, the original word Yah was to break ground. Who they're calling Yah the creator, that was Tehuti, Yah, to break ground. See that? Let's get into it, everybody. Right? So what was the term we used? Tehuti was called Yah, the word for the second ruler in command, to Ra. Right? Does that sound familiar? Tehuti was called Yah, the word for the second ruler in command to Ra. Does that sound familiar, everybody? Ra was the sun god or the sun. And what's the second light that the Christians and Hebrew Israelites say? They say the greater light is the sun to rule the day, and the second light to rule the night. Where do they get that concept from? That the sun is a ruler and the moon is a ruler. They get it from Tehuti and Ra, because the greater light, Ra, was the sun that was Ra, And then the second in command was Tehuti. He was second in charge. And what was he? The moon god. Thus you have the sun and the moon, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. You dig me? There it is right there, 70s. You dig? There it is right there. So there's the term that we use, right? When people used to drive cars like this. You dig? Can you dig it? You see? All right. The root of the subject and digging for the truth, right? Even the History Channel show was inspired by the term. Look close and notice the background. What is the History Channel called? The History Channel where they look for archaeological finds. What is it called? Digging for the truth. See that? Digging for the truth. But you can dig for the truth in China. You can dig for the truth in Europe, can't you? You can dig for the truth in Britain and France, right? But why is it that the show Digging for the Truth has pyramids in the background? You see? That's the truth that they're digging for. They know the root of where this concept even comes from. The term concept of digging for the truth and searching and digging for knowledge comes from the Tehuti bird, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you all are responsible for inspiring the world, those of you who consider yourself of the Nile Valley. There it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is a breakdown. That is just one part of my breakdown of Tehuti. Let's get into more, because you know how we do here on the Tehuti Podclass. We don't just end it right there. No, we don't, ladies and gentlemen. No, we don't. We keep going. Let's go. Let's break it down. Tehuti keeps on going. All right. Boom. Oh, my goodness. We're still going, everybody. We are still going. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just on the first question, Tehuti. This is why people send in their donations as such to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you get these kind of answers broken down as thorough. If you all see any other teacher breaking it down like this, please send me the link so I can join the class. I would love to talk to them. I'm looking for my peers. I'm looking for others that are doing this. I can't seem to find them, but they got to be out there somewhere. There got to be other Kemetic teachers breaking it down like this. We need more of these kind of breakdowns, not just from the top of the head. Tehuti is, Tehuti is Sagittarius, and that's your mind, root, crown, chakra, and the chakra is, see, shakalaka. No, we don't do that nonsense here. We're breaking it down step by step. Archaeology, papyrus, whatever the culture is, we're going to them, what they say. So Tehuti is the netter. The netter is associated with judgment because he was called the Iprahui, the judge of the two combatants, Heru and Set. He has a sound mind and thus represents a sound mind, guilt-free of conscience, guilt-free conscience, removing ill weight from your heart, and the tek weight, represented by a bird's beak, used to weigh the scale. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We have Iprahui, who is the judge of the two combatants, the two family members that combated the Iprahui, right? Does that sound familiar? Iprahui. We'll get into that later. All right, so here is Tehuti again, you see, to find, to snare. And now we're going to get into the instructions of Amenem Opi, where they stole the book of Psalms and Proverbs from. Amenem Opi, let's get into it. Do well, and you will attain influence. Do not dip your reed against the transgressor. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. The beak is the finger. Why? Because that's the writer. That's the writer. That's how you cast punishment. That is how you judge, by whatever you write on the papyrus. Your writing tool is that which you cast judgment for. That's why you always see Tehuti with the writing tool up. That is the judgment. So if something was to happen to someone in Kemet and they were judged, it would be written, right? So the ibis is the finger of the scribe. Take not to disturb it. That means don't do ill will with it. Don't do something that's unfair. The ape, Tehuti, dwells in the temple of Khnum, while his eye travels around the two lands. If he sees one who cheats with his finger, that's right. You don't cheat with your pen. That is a false scribe. He takes away provisions by the flood. You see that? You're supposed to be just and fair with the finger, the pen of Tehuti, the thinker, the pen of Tehuti. What do men do? What do men do? What is the ancient Greek? What is the Greek statue of the thinker? The Tehuti beak placed on the chin. That's the thinker. That's the pen. That's the finger of the scribe. The dipping beak. The ibis, the hapu, the tekken, the thing that weighs when you go to the dentist's office and you have that little pointy thing that you move around. That is the tekken beak bird. So, do not allow your discussion. So, do not listen to the proposition of officials indoors, then repeat it to another outside. That means that when you, in the laws of Ma'at, if you have a meeting with your officials or your magistrates, you don't repeat the meeting to outsiders. You keep that which is in your home private, and you keep that which is outside. One of the major things that separates families and separates organizations is that people discuss their outside meetings of what they do. Never discuss what happens, your problems with your man, your woman, with your outsiders, and then you end up losing that friend, and then they end up telling the world every private business. What takes place in your home is private. What takes place in your personal business meetings is private. Do not repeat it outside. That's one of the laws of Ma'at. Do not allow your discussions to be brought outside. Let your heart be grieved. The heart of the man is the beak of God, the beak of the netter. That's the Tehuti beak. That's how important Tehuti is. Take care not to slight it. A man who stands on the side of an official should not have his name known in the streets. You understand? Don't have your name known in the streets. So here is all the references to Tehuti associated with the heart. For those who want to write it down, here is Tehuti associated with the heart. In the papyrus of Ani, all of these. O my heart, my being, do not rise up against me, whereas do not oppose me in the tribunal. Do not rebel against me before the guardian of the scales. You are my ka within my body, Kanum, who prospers in my limbs. Go to the good place, prepare a life for us. Do not make my name stink before them. The magistrates who put people in their places. If it's good for us, it is good for the judge. It pleases him who renders judgment. Do not invert lies before the netter, before the great netter, the Lord of the West. Lo, your upright brings vindications. Papyrus of Ani. Your heart is that which is judged, right? That is your emotional seat. That is your emotional memory. That's why when your friend, your lady, your man, or anybody tells you remember something, they don't say remember it by your brain. They always say, remember, I know it by heart. I know it by heart. Where does that phrase come from? It comes from Tehuti. It comes from the Nile Valley. That which you know, which you are judged by, is in the heart, which is weighed in the scale, because that is the area that conceals and holds your information. That is your heart. That's why you say, I know it by heart. All right, so there's a chapter of the heart. Here's all the chapters dedicated to the heart and dedicated to Tehuti. All these chapters right here, if you look, you see Tehuti as the judge with the heart on this side, and the Ma'at on the other side. Okay? It's about keeping them even. It's not about balance. It's about balancing the heart with the laws of Ma'at. Not just balance. Some people say, well, you got to have balance. You know what I'm saying? You got to have balance. So if you eat healthy one day, go ahead and eat a burger the next day. You know what I'm saying? If you do this, you got to do a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. That is not what the laws of Ma'at teach. Please stop the nonsense with trying to justify why you want to do wickedness, why you want to do isfet. You got to do a little bit of, you know what I'm saying? If you got a girl, you got to lie to her a little bit, tell the truth, lie. You know, you got to do this, a little bit of balance. You got to have balance in your life, man. Don't be too righteous. Got to have balance. Where did the Cometians ever say such a thing? Where did they ever say such a thing? Nowhere. The balance was balancing your heart, your deeds, with the feather that represented Ma'at. There was nothing negative or bad taught in Ma'at. So it's not about having a balanced life with good and bad balance. It's about having your heart, your deeds, balance with Ma'at. And Ma'at is only the good parts. There's nothing in Ma'at teaching you to do anything negative, eating bad, or anything like that. Okay, so here's the heart amulets. Okay, welcome to 2D Podclass, everybody. So the reason why it's associated with the heart and the number 72, which is Tehuti's number, which is the number in Kemet, Tehuti's number 7072, is because when you are in a relaxed state and a meditative state, for a certain group of individuals, the average heart rate is 72 beats per minute. Assuming the variable is normal distributed, the standard deviation is 3 beats per minute. If a subject selected at random finds the probability that the person has the following heart rate. What is that? 72 beats per minute. So the number 72, one of the reasons why I say it's Tehuti's number is because 72 is the number of the heart, beats per minute. Men and women's relaxed heart is 72. Tehuti's number, the number of the Eb. Eb, your heart, is the same word for pure in Kemet, because you're supposed to have a pure heart, not a little bit of good, a little bit of bad, a little bit of good, a little bit of bad, a little bit. That is your sickness trying to justify and using New Age Kemet to try to justify it. Okay, so here it is. Here is the rate, the heart rate right here. There's the heart rate scale. You can see right there. And there's the average. The 72, starting at 72 to 76. You see it right there. There's the heart rate scale. And there is Tehuti judging weighing by the heart. That number 7 is significant to Tehuti because in Kemet, the number 7 represented your relaxed state. One second, everybody, hold on. Represented the relaxed state. And guess what the word for relaxed was in Kemet? The word was safek. Safek, which was relaxed, right? And guess what the word safek also means? Here's safek. The word safek is the number 7 and 70. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 7 and 70 was the word for relax or resting. You're in a more rested state. 7. What day did God rest? In their stolen Bible, the 7th day, of course. Of course he rested on the 7th day. Of course he did, right? Of course he rested on the 7th day. 7 is the number of relaxation when you're in a restful, relaxed state. And it's also 70, right? And it's also the word for relax. See right there, ladies and gentlemen? The relaxed state. Rest. God rests on the 7th day. Stolen information. All right, so here we have in the Per Amharu, we have the separating of the sins. See the word for sins? The word for sins or negativity is ku. See the word ku right there? It's your consciousness, right? But not just any consciousness. The reason why it says sins because this little bird right here, that little bird makes something negative. It means too much of, something great, negatively great. So when you put that word beside the consciousness, now it becomes negative thoughts, and that is what you're judged by in the afterlife. What was that? The thoughts that you have, that you've retained and held within your heart. That is what you're judged by in the afterlife. See the word ku, intelligence. See the word ku, sins, intelligence. It's your consciousness, your intellect that you bring into that realm. Okay, so the Tehuti beak represents consciousness, which we will get into in the origin of the Tehuti story. So there it is right there, ladies and gentlemen. This is all from AJ Magul asking that question. There it is right there. But we're not done. We're not done. We're going to close out with some information. Woo! There's a lot to this, huh? This question here is about 40 minutes. Boom. So these are the stories of Tehuti as the people of the Nile wrote of him. Remember the brother asked the question, what did the people of the Nile write of him? These are not the fantasy fluff, new age renditions of what the conscious community or the esoteric community say about him, which is why when you ask them about Tehuti, they never will refer you to any Kemetic papyrus and start from there. When you ask somebody in the conscious community about Tehuti, they'd never take you to where the Cometians wrote about Tehuti. They just say, Thoth from Atlantis, the Atlanteans, and he came and did the Tehuti. Never, what do the Cometians say about Tehuti? Here is the story of Tehuti according to the Cometians themselves. You can find this in the Destruction of Mankind, in the Heavenly Cow on the Temple of Seti, and it's also in Walsh Budge book, Legends of the Gods. It's found in many books. Just look up the Destruction of Mankind, and you will see this story here. And the majesty of this God said, Call to me the God Tehuti. Tehuti. One brought the netter forthwith, and the majesty of this God said unto Tehuti, Let us depart to a distance from the heaven, from my place, because I would make light, and the God of light, Ku, that's the Tehuti word right there, in the Tuat, in the land of the caves. Thou shalt write down, so here's where Tehuti, the God Tehuti, the being Tehuti, gets associated with writing, because he shall write down the things which are in it. Thou shalt punish those who are in it. This is why Tehuti, this is why we do, this is why Tehuti is associated with writing down deeds, because when Ra was in his fight with the people that were trying to attack him because they saw that he was getting old, Tehuti was the one that wrote down their deeds. So that he was associated with writing down deeds of people. Ask conscious people, why is Tehuti associated with writing down deeds? It's because of this story right here. Those who are in it, that is to say, and here's the meta netter by the side. Okay, here it is by the side. Here, I'm going to move to the side. The workers who have worked iniquity or rebellion. So those who were rebelling against Ra, Tehuti was to write down their deeds. Through thee, I will keep away the servants from this heart of mine. Whom this heart of mine. See that? You see where Tehuti gets associated with the heart? In the stories of the netters. The heart of mine, keep away from the servants, the heart of mine. Thou shalt be in my place. So Tehuti at this time got named Aset. Tehuti's name at this time became Aset, or Osti. Thou shalt therefore be called O Tehuti, the Osti of Ra. Why? Because now he's second in command. He goes into the place of Ra. Ra is the first in command. Tehuti becomes the second in command. He becomes the seat, the second in command that's associated with the moon, a light, but the light only exists from the reflection of the sun, which is why you see the light in the sky at nighttime. That's the light, that's the lesser light. So Tehuti was called the moon god, associated with the second great light that you see in the sky. The first is Ra, the sun. The second is the moon. Thus Tehuti is the moon god. Moreover, I give you the power to send forth the Hab. That's where you get the word abyss, the Habu bird. Thereupon shall come into being the ibis. That is why Tehuti is associated with the ibis bird, the sending forth, the bird of Tehuti. Also the digger. Moreover, I give thee power to lift up thine hand before the company of the Netiru, who are greater than thou. What thou dost shall be fairer in the work of the god Chen. Therefore shall the divine bird Teken, the Teken, that's also the name of the bird with the beak. See the judgment, the beak that is in the middle of the scale, that's called the Teken. That is that bird that falls down and gives judgment, because Tehuti gave judgment in this situation, wrote down the deeds. Moreover, I give to thee the power of thy rays of light that shall come into being, the moon god. See? That's why Tehuti is called the moon god, Yah. Yah is the moon god because he was associated with the greatest light that was seen in Kemet at nighttime was the moon that guided you in the darkness. That's associated with wisdom, nocturnal. But in the nocturnal situation, you need a torch or a light or a moon to see your whereabouts. So thus that becomes the wisdom in the darkness. The wisdom in the darkness. Therefore you shall be called Yah. Moreover, I give to thee the power to drive back the Anan, the Ha-Nibu. That is the aggressive baboon driving back. You shall come into being the dog-headed ape. Anan, of Thoth, he shall act as the governor for me. Moreover, thou art in my place. The sight of those who see thee, who are present offerings. Whoever shall recite the words of this compassion over himself shall anoint, and it goes on. So there's Tehuti's story. That's one of his many stories. There's literally too many to go over, but that's one of his many stories. And there you have, here we are in the Eton College Collection Museum. And we see Tehuti as Yah with the baboon in front of him. And we see Tehuti, the African sacred bird, in the archives and the art library museum of Eton College Collection. There's the bird, and there's the baboon, and there's Tehuti, and one of the many Purim Harus with the baboon right there where the weighing is being done, and there's Tehuti as the judge, the papyrus of the Book of the Dead with Amos, Tehuti, and Horus, housed in the newest museum of Berlin. We go by museums here, ladies and gentlemen. We go by facts and information. Okay, now we're going to get into below. I will show. And this is what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you send in a question. This brother sent in a question, $72. You're getting an answer that's motivating me as such. Okay, so below I will show you the heist. Does this sound familiar? We will read the Kemetic story first on the left, then the biblical story. Here's where the Bible comes into place. There would be no Bible if it wasn't for Tehuti. Let's go ahead and read the Kemetic story. Here we go. This is the legend of the death of Heru, narrative of Aset. I am Aset. I have come forth from the dwelling or prison, whereas my brother Set placed me. Behold, the Neter Tehuti, the great Neter, the chief of Ma'at, both in the heaven and on earth, said to me, Come now, O Aset, thou goddess. Moreover, it is a good thing to hearken. Therefore, for there is life to one who shall be guided by the advice of another. Hide thou thyself with thy son and child, and there shall come unto him these things. His members shall grow twofold strength. Every kind shall spring up in him, and he shall be made to take his seat upon the throne of his father, and he shall avenge. See that? Does that sound familiar? Anybody? Let's go over to the good book of Luke, right? Here's the good book of Luke. Let's blow this up a little bit. In the good book of Luke, because there would be no New Testament in book of Luke if there was no Tehuti. So here is the angel coming to Joseph, which is actually one of Asar's names. Joseph is one of Asar's names. You guys can ask me about that, but that was one of Asar's names, is Joseph. Okay, so Joseph, he comes to Joseph and Mary. When the angel entered the home, he greeted her and said, You are favored within the Lord. She was startled by what the angel said and tried to figure out what this meeting meant. And the angel told her, Don't be afraid. You have found favor with God. You will become pregnant and give birth to a son, right? He will be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord will give him the throne of his ancestor David. Your son will be the king, right? So there is a woman in distress. She's going into hiding, named Aset. But Tehuti tells her, go hide in Kemet. Go hide another place in Kemet from Set, where you get Satan from. But your son, don't worry, don't be fearful, because your son is going to grow up to be a king. See that over here in the narrative of Aset, right? Don't be afraid, don't worry, because he shall sit upon the throne of his father. So he's going to be a king. So thus you have the angel Gabriel coming to Mary, which is one of Aset's names, and Joseph, which is one of Asar's names, and saying, don't worry, go hide yourself, because your son is going to become a king. You see that? Stolen stories, stolen concepts. Here is so then we go over here. All this is from Tehuti, everybody. Without Tehuti, there would be no New Testament. And when they were departed, behold, the angel and the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, Take your young child and his mother, flee into Egypt. See that? Flee into Egypt. Right? The same thing that Tehuti tells Aset right here. Go into hiding. Don't be afraid. Go into hiding. Where? Into another part in Egypt. The story takes place in Kemet. Go into hiding with your son. Hide. See that? Hide. Hide your son. Hide your son. Here, take your son and go and hide into Egypt. Go into Egypt. See the same concept stolen? Okay, now remember, we just read the story of Tehuti. So I will keep the servants away, but remember, Tehuti is in the place of Ra. So Tehuti is in the place of God. That's Tehuti. Tehuti, the messenger, Gabriel, that comes down and tells Yusuf and Mary, tells Joseph, Yusuf, Aset, and Mary, which is Aset, go hide. Remember, he's in the place, in the story, he's in the place of Ra. Look over here, everybody. Look over here, Luke 1. The angel said, I am Gabriel. I stand in God's presence. God sent me to tell you this. So he stands in God's presence. Gabriel, the same one that came down to Mary to tell her, go hide your son. Don't worry. Your son will be a great king. Tehuti comes down to Mary, who is Aset, and says, don't worry. Hearken thee. You will go and hide in Kemet, and your son will be a great king. I am in Ra put me in his place. That means wherever Tehuti is, he's the presence of Ra while Ra is not there. Here is Gabriel now saying, hey, I stand in God's presence. So wherever Gabriel is, he's representing God's presence. The same story, the same concept, Gabriel taken from Tehuti. Woo! This is a lot. I'm going to play. This is a lot. This is a lot, everybody. I know you aren't used to this, everybody. I know you are used to, but somewhere within this, I'm supposed to be cussing somebody out or insulting somebody. No, we deal with facts here at the Tehuti Podclass. Straight information. All right, now I'm going to show there was a movie about the law of attraction, and that movie was called The Secret. In that secret movie, they showed something interesting. Let's go ahead and play this. Could not be open. 1 second, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and play this here. Remember this movie, everybody?
A year ago, my life had collapsed around me. I'd worked myself into exhaustion.
We're going to go ahead and fast forward a little bit. Oh, look at this. Here we go. So, what's that? It shows them going into Kemet, getting some knowledge, some information. Right? They're going to get the secret. Where did they get the secret from? Oh, let's rewind that. Hold on a second. Where do they trace it back? They trace the Kemet. They show it really fast, everybody. So here we go. I'm going to see if I can pause it. Where are they? Are they getting this from China? They're getting the story of the secret, which is mind consciousness. Oh, what's that? The history of Egypt. We saw that. We paused that right there. You're going back and the Emerald Tablets, of course, the book that they attributed to Tehuti, the Emerald Tablets. See that? There's the Emerald Tablets with the so-called Book of Tehuti. So they're telling you in this secret movie that the power of the mind of the law of attraction, they got it from Tehuti. Let's keep going. Oh, who's that? What's this? Hold on a second. There's a little white guy, some Caucasian guy in the pyramid. I don't know how he got there, but here we go. That must represent the Greeks that that went there. But we have the Greek man in the temple, and his eyes are wide open because he has the emerald tablet. And look who's that in the background. Who is this in the background with the beak and the ankh on his hand with two pyramids? Doesn't that look like Tehuti, everybody? They're telling you in the secret movie, but see, in the secret movie, they never mention Tehuti. That is the racism that comes out. So they made millions and millions and millions of dollars off of this movie that was all about how you use mental consciousness, the coup, right? The coup, the mental consciousness, you use that to attract what you want. It's coming from the Emerald Tablets. They show it really fast. I have to pause it because it's moving so fast. And then the whole movie, the 2-hour movie, is all a bunch of Europeans talking about using mind consciousness and using this. They don't tell you, wait a minute, we got this from Tehuti. Tehuti was where we got this from. We're going to show you it fast in the movie, real fast. Clip. You got to pause it to see Tehuti, but in the whole movie, they never mentioned Tehuti, but they got it from Tehuti. See, the European man in the temple of Kemet with his eyes wide open. This represents Pythagoras and Herodotus when they went to Kemet and they got all of this wisdom with their eyes wide open. They were amazed because they couldn't get this from the Greeks. They didn't go to China. They didn't go anywhere else. They came to Kemet and they got it from the scribes who said that their wisdom and knowledge came from Tehuti, how to use your mind to attract what you want. Let's play. He's writing it down. He's making sure there's Tehuti in the background. He's making sure he's overwriting it. So what he's doing, he's taking a piece of paper, and you know when you try to do like a credit card scam or something, and you take a pencil and when you scrape it over the credit card, it shows the number. It's engraved. He's doing that. He's doing that. He's telling you that the Greeks and Europeans are stealing this from the temples of Kemet. We're going to make a carbon copy. He's not showing you that he's just writing it. He's scratching it out from the embroidered writing of the emerald tablets, and he's taking it really fast because he has to get out of there. He got to get out of there, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Does it look like he's writing? No, he's going like this. That's when you write over something that's engraved and it makes an imprint, showing you that they're admitting they stole it. That's how you copy something. And you got to do it really, really fast. And then here comes the Romans and Greeks with the fire. Why? Because Julius Caesar and the Romans accidentally burnt over 40,000 papyruses of the knowledge, most of which came from Tehuti and the scribes. Here, we got to get out of there. Look at him. Here we go. He's scraping it. There's the pharaohs in the background. Look at the pharaohs. Here comes the Romans. You better get out of there. You better get this information from Kemet out of there. There you go. Come on, Pythagoras. You got to get it out because they're going to kill you. You see that? All from Tehuti. Here comes the old. There's Moses. You see Moses, y'all? You see Moses? Moses wrapping it up in the papyrus. Look at all this they show in the beginning of the Secret movie. He's driving there he is. Look at Pythagoras. Look at Moses. Look at Eris. Look at Socrates. All the Greek philosophers look like this. You see? He's wrapping it up because he's showing you they got it from. Look at the bird in the back. Look at the bird behind him. See? The bird in the back, and look at the old wise European man knowing he's taking it from Kemet. Here comes the Romans. The Greeks, he got out of there quick. He got out of there really fast. And there is Pythagoras still standing there. And the Greeks, because remember, the Greeks represented Kemet. They represented taking the knowledge. The Romans were morally about destroying the Kemetic knowledge, stealing it. But the Greeks were trying to learn more from Kemet. So he gave it to his little son. Little guy ran out there. Aristotle ran out because remember, you have all the scribes, all the philosophers. Each one taught the next one. So Alexander the Great was taught by Aristotle, taught by Plato, taught by Socrates, back and back, all the way down to Thales, and he got the information out of there of Tehuti, emerald tablets. He's gone. Here, there it is. Where did they get their information from? From the pyramids. They show you nighttime. Why? Because they have to show you the moon, because the moon represents Tehuti, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing it. I don't know if this has ever been broken down before, but the moon, see? You see the sun fading in the background. That's Ra fading. And now you see the moon, because the moon is the knowledge. The moon is the light in the darkness, because they show you they got it from Tehuti, the moon god. You see that? There it is. He's getting away with it. There it is, the emerald tablets. He's gone. He has to bury it now. He's burying the knowledge. And boom, the secret was buried. Boom. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is my answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You see where they took the information from. You see where the Kemetians taught. We went all the way back to 3400 BC, all the way back to Tehuti, breaking it down. You see where they got the Mary story from, the Joseph. All of it is coming from Tehuti. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that AJ Mogul got the answer. That is a breakdown. Took about 45 minutes, but that is how I break down things, ladies and gentlemen. I don't come from the top of my head from opinions. I don't come from insults. I just come from researchable information. You saw it in the secret movie. They showed you the whole thing came from Tehuti. But after that clip, they never mentioned Tehuti again. Thoth is never is it mentioned again. It's just onto Pythagoras once taught, and the Plato and Socrates taught us the power of the mind. And what happened to Tehuti, the origin of it? You see, they show you where they got it from. That is where they got it all from, ladies and gentlemen. It is Tehuti. That is a breakdown. AJ Magul, I don't know if you fell asleep, but let me check the room and see what everybody thought of the answer. And let me check the feedback and see what is going on. AJ Magul says, I can dig it. I can dig it. I can dig it. This is wonderful, wonderful. Hold on, everybody. One moment. Okay, good. One moment. Boom, 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 boom. All right, just checking the moderators. He can dig it. Okay, beautiful. AJ Magul says, thank you, Saba. Appreciate the light. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You are in a place where you can get information on top of information, facts, researchable knowledge, all of this, no insults, no disrespect. You just get information. If you come in the room and you have a disagreement with the information, send your disagreement to the Cash App. I will not read it in the room, but send your disagreement. You can come onto the screen, but it's all about support. This isn't the room of chaos. You're going to come and support my time. If not, then you can just watch. Observe. We have 97 people in the room. There should be about 97 likes. Let's see what everybody thought of the answer. Let's take a look, everybody. Jacqueline Ma'at says, wonderful breakdown. Thank you, Jacqueline Ma'at. Wonderful breakdown. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. One of the moderators told me there's a Jew. There's a Jew who came to the 10 Commandments, creating the laws of Ma'at. Wonderful. That's great. Send your question in. So send in if you want to come to the screen, come up, you support. You send the support, and you will have your time on the screen. But I have to answer everybody's questions one by one. You can send a question, you can send support, and also if you want to have I just gave a 45-minute breakdown, but that man sent $72. If you send in $15 or whatever you send in, you can have your time actually to come on the screen, have a discussion. I will break it down on the screen. This is a supportive chat, supporting my time and my effort. If you have a disagreement, I applaud it. I want it. I love it because disagreements lead to more information coming out. So come support the Tehuti Podclass. We will respect you. You can come to the screen. You can send in a question. I will break it down. We will talk. You will not be muted. You will not be X'd out. None of that stuff. It's just all calmness over here. My PayPal is Rocky SV. It shows up as Aquiel Arnardo. Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amoon. Let me check the comments before I take a break and see if anybody appreciated the knowledge that I broke down. Let me look and see. We have please, Judah, don't come on here and what? Okay. We got here we go. Thank you, Saba. I appreciate the light. So brilliant. We got Saneti Amoon with the hats. We got Jacqueline Ma'at saying wonderful breakdown. We got we got who else saw the answer? Big thanks. Saba ranks. Oh, that's what it is. Saba ranks instead of Shaba ranks. Okay, that's funny. Big Black Biscuit. I never heard of you, but shout out to you. We got technical college is not a scam. Okay. We got AJ says I am awake. And we got mind-blowing answers again and again. QA is quoting Nani Asep Mur. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Woo! Okay, so I take it that you all appreciate that answer and that class right there. We're going on. 102 in the chat. Let's go on. Let's go in. Let's go on. And let me respond to this. So Judah 841 says, call in. Let me so in 2022, we have surpassed the technology of what it was like on Do the Right Thing. Remember Do the Right Thing? Everybody now call in and tell us what you think of this song. Remember those days? That was back in the 90s. Now it's even better. Now you can actually come to the screen and show your face. You actually don't have to go do 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 do. You actually don't have to dial in and there's no AOL anymore. Now you can actually come to the screen and we can see the face of the people talking. Not behind the screen, not behind the phone, and you can actually come to the screen. You send in your PayPal, your Cash App, your support. I look and see it, and boom, you pop up on the screen. And we go and we talk. That's how we do it. It is 2002. We have passed the call-in era. That was Radio Raheem and call in, everybody, to WBLS. Those days are gone. Now you can show your face because we're all on a computer. So it's just a click of a button. Every computer should have a camera attached, and boom, we see you. There's no hiding. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into it. We're about to go on. It is awesome. It is wonderful. We love everybody. Those who agree, those who disagree. It's all about the information. We don't do any calling. What number would anybody even call? I have to give out my phone number. We have StreamYard now. Isn't it so awesome now that we have StreamYard? I don't have to say my number is 323-587. You just click a button on the link and you pop up on the screen. This is what we saw in the movies in the 80s. Remember that? When we wish that our phones had screens? It is here. It is here. We've reached the technology. We are here. Wonderful. We have passed the call-in era. WBLS. Call in. I don't like Public Enemy. No, we're past that. We are here now. Get to see you now. There's no trolls behind the screen. We get to see you. Awesome. Let's go into the next question, everybody. It is wonderful. It is awesome. But right now, I actually take a couple-minute break. I can take a couple-minute break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow Ahati Ma'at. Where are the big donators? I want to see you come to the screen. Big donators, while I take a break, you can come to the screen. Let me check my email to see if... wow, you guys are woo-wee-wee. You guys are definitely supporting, I think. Yep. I see several people. There should be more, though. Let me refresh. That was from earlier. Actually, some people sent before the class even began. Okay. Where is everybody? Where's my regulars? Hold on. Damn, it's starving. Okay. All right. Where are the regulars here? Okay. Boom. All right. I don't see the brother that wants to come up and do the call-in. Okay. So he will stay in the chat. All right. So let's do this, everybody. I'm going to take a little break, and I'm going to get Ahati Ma'at to come to the screen for just a moment to hold it down. Any other regular can come to the screen and hold it down while I take a little break here. I'm going to take a couple-minute break, and then we got the next question that came in. The next question that came in is from, let me take a look to just give you guys a little teaser as the next one that came in. We got a bunch of them that came in today. This is awesome, everybody. Awesome. The next one that came in is from, is Black Sun in the room? Is Black Sun in the room? I like to answer the question when the people are in the room. Is Black Sun in the room? Black Sun, if you're here, I see you have the next question that came in. Are you in the room, Black Sun? If not, I can go to the next question and go on and go back when you are here. I got a great answer for you. I love this question you sent in. Black Sun, are you here? Okay, Ahati Ma'at, jump in the room. There is the link. Ahati Ma'at, jump in the room. And I will take a little break, and we're going to go to 12 o'clock today. There's a lot of questions that came in. Black Sun is here. Black Sun is here. I didn't even see his name until just now. Shout out to Black Sun. He asked a great question. You are next, my brother. You are next for my breakdown, because I see your question here. Black Sun is asking. What I like is sometimes when I'm teaching, I'll say, If you all want to know more about that, send in the question. Black Sun heard me say something in the class, and then boom, I checked my questions, and he asked a question about what I just said in the class, and he asked about his name, the Black Sun. So you know you're next. I know you're smiling, you're ready. Where are the regulars? I want some regulars to jump on the screen here while I take a little break. Jump on the screen, keep it moving, because you know the next one is gonna be, woo! The next one's gonna be great. It's about the black. He asked about the Black Sun. The Black Sun. Corn is here. I see Corn. Corn is here. Shout out to Corn. Corn says Bosnian Pyramid. I'll see if that's in my questions. If I see the Bosnian Pyramid in the questions, then yes, I will get to it. And everything that I see that's sent in. So everybody who's new here, here's how you send in your questions. Cash App TT Amun. Cash App TT Amun, or you can send in your PayPal. And the AI moderator says support with Cash App questions, and then I see them. They come into my email, whether through PayPal or through Cash App, and then I answer them. So, Corn, if you send in something on Bosnian Pyramid, it will show up, and I will get to it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you help support and I answer questions, breaking it down. I love the class. Yes. Okay, let's go. We got Ahati Ma'at in the room. There he is.
Abba.
All right. Boom. He is here. All right, Ahati Ma'at, go ahead. Introduce yourself to those. Oh, Dashe's here. Shout out Dashe. Shout out to you. And Ahati Ma'at is going to hold all of you down for just a moment. We got Jesus screaming out, Ahati. You got fans here, Ahati.
Jesus.
Ahati. All right. So you got fans here. Peace, Ahati. Corn says salute. Ahati.
Peace.
They love you, man. All right, you go ahead. And any other regulars, if you want to jump on the screen.
Yeah, I want to see the scribe come on. Where's the scribe at?
I don't even see him in the room. Any regulars who donates on a regular, you want to jump on the screen, jump in. Okay, Ahati Ma'at, I'm going to take, wait a minute, let me see something here. I'm going to take a break for a couple of moments, and then we're going to get into, this man asked a question about a black sun. The sun black. I said something about the sun is black. The sun is black, but I said, if you want to know about that, go ahead and ask. And he went and asked. So here we go. Any regular, go ahead and they love you, Ahati. Look at that.
Hey, somebody jump on with me. It gets boring all alone. Somebody jump on.
Thanks.
Male, female, male. Hebrew Israelite, Muslim.
I don't know if any females jump on. I don't know. I'm trying to see the goddesses jump on. I don't know if any females.
Oh, that would be, yeah, I know there's got to be one goddess out there that wants to jump on.
Somebody, I don't know.
Has to be one.
I don't know, but okay, I'm going to take a little break. Go ahead and hold it up. Okay. Everybody send out the room. Invite people in, your brother, your cousin, those who agree, those who disagree. Invite them in the room. We're going to have a great breakdown. Wait till y'all see this question this man asked. Go ahead. I'm going to take a break, Ahati.
Enjoy your meal, Saba. Enjoy your meal.
I will. Amun Ma'at Ra. I love that name. He's also a dedicated one. Go ahead, Ahati. Take him away. I will be back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back.
Okay. Peace to everybody. I hope everybody is doing okay. Let's see who is in the chat. We have Master K calling me an aha. My name, aha, if you just take the aha part and leave the T to the side, actually means a warrior. The ahas in Kemet were known as warriors, and warriors also were scribes. So yes, Master K, I am the warrior. Thank you, brother. We have the Conscious Conqueror who's dropping paragraphs in the chat room. I love that. I'm a writer myself, or a scribe, so I actually like reading longer dialogue in the chat. Hold on, the chat's going up. We got, let me just try to get everybody here so I can see. Okay, so we have Jesus has returned. Peace to Jesus. My brother Nat Turner follows me on other platforms. Peace to Nat Turner. Nat Turner was a warrior. Nat Turner went in and did what had to be done, regardless if it took his own life, which it actually did. I have a lot of respect for brothers that are willing to risk their lives for the truth. We have KH8RN to salute to you. We have Cash Peden, peace, Cash Peden. Vinny Black Lodge, peace. Ava, peace. We have Voltage, your beats are off the hook. There's a couple beat producers that are my favorites, of course, DJ Premier. There's another one called Stu Bangers. Stu Bangers is another one. And then there's Voltage Controller, which you did for Tehuti was great, and you should be praised for that. So the chat room, those of you that don't know who Voltage Controller is, I don't know if you can actually find his material in the Voltage. Put up, I'm sure it's all right with Tehuti if you put up your link to your YouTube. Wherever you put that beat with you and Tehuti, just throw it in the chat so people can find you. What is this? TT Hati goes in on this channel. Yes, I am not afraid to expose the J's. That is one of my favorite things to do, because as my name says, my name is Ma'at. Ma'at means truth. Ma'at is also what created the word evident or evidence, because evident or evidence means to see. The Maha is to see. So I'm all for the people seeing what is the truth, regardless if it's going to hurt me or not. This is what I've been trained to do by the great Saba, and this is how I live my life today. So yes, one of my favorite parts is to expose the J's, because they are running everything.
Ahati.
Yes.
One moment, everybody. If you want to have a little bit of fun tonight, I do have a lot of questions to answer. But if you want to have a little bit of fun, if you want to see the Tehuti snake style, if you see a brother in the room, let's say for example the Judah 184 brother, any one of you, you can send in a donation for him to come in. If you all want to see me and anyone interact, you can send in the donation for them, and I will bring them up to the front for about a good little 10 minutes and interact with them and let you all see how the snake style works, how somebody can be educated.
Great idea.
Without any form of disrespect. So if you see him in the room asking questions, disagreeing, don't kick him out of the room, don't mute him, don't disrespect him. Just say, hey, listen, we'll send in a donation for you. I want to see Tehuti, and that will be a class for all of you to learn how do you talk to someone who actually you may have a friend who's an Hebrew Israelite, a friend who's a Christian, a friend who's a Muslim. How do you convey to them to get them over? How do you talk to them without disrespecting them, without yelling and arguing? How do you talk to them calmly and bring them over? And I promise, if any of you give us support for that, you can bring in anybody into the room, into the screen, the Judah 184, anybody, and you will see me slowly talk to the person, and you will learn how to convert somebody or how to educate someone without ad hominem. I'm going to continue my break, but anybody can
Hey, Saba, real quick, Saba. Your TT said that Judah went to bed. So once we told Judah to go on live with you, he left the room.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Boom. Send in your donation for that. You can bring in your brother, your mom, your son, your daughter, your friends, anybody from a Hebrew room, anybody from somewhere, and you will see a small little interaction, and that will help you. And somebody said, great idea. I think Cash Peden. Somebody said, excellent idea. Yes, excellent idea. Let's get it on. I'll be back, everybody. Take a short break. I'll be back. Peace.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the comments here. We have Sineti Moon, peace to you, sister, my dear sister. We have Jody, peace to Jody. KHA8RN says, I watched a doc by Damon T. Berry. He spoke about and showed the cool points on the sun through inferred radar and said it could be used as a wormhole if we could travel there. I think that's for Tehuti. I don't know if that's for me. I never heard of Damon T. Berry, but that sounds very interesting. So I may even just go research that when this is over. Darius McNair, whatever happened to the debate between... Okay, that's great, Darius. That's a great question because that debate was over before it started. I don't know if you remember on the Killer Priest show, Tehuti actually showed cartoons that, well, first of all, we know that with the Hebrew religion that God, you're not supposed to make graven images of God. You're not supposed to make images of the Most High. And Mighty Hebrew created this cartoon, and Saba called him on it, and he just started laughing over it too. I think it's just, you know what it is. I think it's just people crave attention, and they're willing to even look foolish. And I'm not calling Mighty Hebrew foolish. That's one thing that I just want to make clear. When I'm talking about somebody, unless I can confront them, I'm gonna put a caveat in that I'm not specifically targeting them. So I'm speaking in general. In general, when you see people just do foolish stuff, or they challenge people that you know that the person they're challenging is a lot more skilled than they are, and it can beat them up easily. Like, I would never challenge Mike Tyson. I would never challenge Floyd Mayweather. I would never challenge Hiron Gracie because they have way better skills than me at fighting. You see what I mean? So if I'm going to challenge them, the only way I challenge them is if it's on Instagram or Facebook or some notoriety or money or whatever. So I believe that's what, now this is my opinion. I'm not saying that this is 100% true. It's my opinion that it was just to get notoriety. And it actually worked because if you notice, I actually saw that he changed his name. He's not going by Mighty Hebrew anymore. He's going by another name. And he was just on, I believe, on Killer Priest. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe I saw him on Killer Priest like a couple episodes back. So, and he's on Saw Netter too more. So it actually helped him to challenge Tehuti. But there was never a debate that was going to happen because they don't have any evidence to back up their ideology. You need scribes. You need artisans. My biggest argument is who's the Hebrew artisan? Who's the Hebrew Israelite artisan? Just name one. You can't do it. So, voltage is master's instrument. Okay, Ceaseless One says an Aztec warrior jaguar, knight wielding my mic like volcanic glass, the sharpest naturally last name ever last. I surpass individuals who can't grasp the knowledge. Aye. Was that a rhyme? That's interesting. I'm sure Tehuti would let people up here if they freestyle too. I love the freestyle. But I'm sure people would come up here and he would allow a freestyle session, a little freestyle session. If you ask him. I'm sure, I think that was a freestyle or written, I don't know what that was, but it sounded like a rhyme. What do we got here? Tehuti showed some of his. Jesus says he freestyles for Ma'at. Yeah, so Shannon makes a good point. Again, it's like people that have come into this room and they'll just spout off something and say something real quick, and then I say, okay, just come on camera. Here's the thing, like, when I met Tehuti, I was doing what's called pop-up debates on the street. So I would debate Hebrew Israelites on the street. I'd debate Jehovah's Witnesses. Like, when I first started learning, I love debating people. Not so much now, because I learned the reason why. It's a lot of energy you expound debating. But in the beginning, I was fired up to debate people, and I was doing it in the streets to the point where the Hebrew Israelites in downtown LA threatened to kill me twice. It was like a 15-on-1, and one of them told me they had a gun, and if I didn't get off Broadway Avenue, they were going to shoot me. And I just laughed because I was, that's a whole other story. So I just laughed. I didn't actually leave. But, yeah, so I don't understand either why you're just coming on your computer screen. You know, you're just coming on a computer screen. You're not even meeting Tehuti in person. So that doesn't. I can't really wrap my head around that because I don't live that way. Like if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. If I'm going to come at you some way, I'm going to make sure that I'm qualified to come at you. But again, when somebody's qualified, they don't have to prove anything. Like Tehuti said that he doesn't debate. They come to him and debate him. So, but yeah, Hati, what sites have you saw in your time? Can you specify your question a little bit? Because I look at a lot of sites just in one day. So I don't just. What do you mean what sites? I don't understand that. Thank you, Voltage Controller. I appreciate it, brother. That's another thing. Like I don't care. I care that you subscribed, but tell me in the chat if this makes sense. I care that you subscribe to me, but what I really care about is if one person hears me and understands me. So if there was only one person in the world that subscribed to me, but that one person understood me and wanted to learn from me, I would take them over 1 million subscribers. So to me, quality is more than quantity. Plus, I know how YouTube works, and it's a whole nother story. I really don't have freedom here to talk about stuff like this, but yeah, my BitChute videos are on point. I always recommend people go to my BitChute if you want to learn about me and learn about who's controlling you. It's that simple. Yeah, because we're not going to be able to do too much of that here on this mainstream platform.
Okay.
But I just want to say one last thing. Tehuti takes a lot of time doing his research, as you can see. And you're not going to hear this. I don't believe you would hear this anywhere on the planet. I don't think you would hear what he's saying because he's living it. That's the big difference. The information that he's giving to people, he's actually living it. He lives it day to day. I've seen him. I'm a witness. Okay, I know he says it, but I'm one witness that you can see right now. And I spent many years with him, and he doesn't deviate. I keep saying this, but he's consistent. He doesn't deviate to the point where I'm like, man, this guy's strict. You know what I mean? So he spends a lot of time in his research, and the least we can do is support him. So if you're going to come in here and you're going to challenge him, be a person with dignity and integrity and come on live. If you're not, I'm just going to block you. Okay? I don't have patience. I don't know what the sisters are going to do, but I'm going to block you right off the bat. I'll give you a chance, but then I'm going to block you. Okay? All right, that's it.
All right. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Thank you, brother Ahati. We're about to get into the next question. Peace, my brother. Nice to have you on as always.
Okay, have a good night, brother.
Yes, sir. The crowd loves you and is appreciative of you. All right. Peace, brother Ahati. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We have another question that came in. For those who just stepped into the room, the way we work at the Tehuti Podclass, you ask questions, seek ma'at, but the way that you ask questions is you send in questions to Cash App TT Amun, because that is my super chat. I do not have super chat availability, so I give people the opportunity to send the super chat through the Cash App or through the PayPal. That is how you support. Once you do that and send the question in or send in your support, it pops up on the screen, such as boom, like Nathaniel sent $10. How to utilize the pain of loneliness. He sent in that question. It pops up if you send a If you send a PayPal, it pops up like that. Of course, there's the big hitters like Owen Hythe send $143. You know, Nito Campbell always sends 18 to 27 for support, and it pops up on the screen. And when it pops up on the screen, I go ahead. Anthony Drain always sends that 1072, and then I go ahead and read the question, and then boom, I answer it. For example, and for those who want to know how to navigate through the room, we have the awesome, fabulous assistants who you'll see in the room with wrenches in their hand, and they were named this by a good brother named Stranger. So most YouTube channels have what's called moderators. We have what is called moderators. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. We have what's called moderators, and the moderators, as you can see in the room, are Anki Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Seneti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. Ahati Ma'at with the sword and the dagger and the axe. Him and Seneti Amun are ready to boot people that disrespect. They are not playing around. They will. Seneti will give you a warning. Ahati will come with the battle axe, and they will mute people, block people, because we're not about disrespect here. We're just about, if you have a disagreement, it's a disagreement with the information. The information was here before any of us existed, so we should not be emotionally attached to information that existed before we existed, and it will exist after we die. So either it's truth or it's not. So we should just dialogue in our little short 50 to 90 years that we have on this planet. We just have that short little speck of time on the planet to dialogue and research, and then our time is gone. Why would you want to spend it angry and I'm going to get you, Tehuti. I don't like your beard. Your mother is horrible. I don't like your shoes and all this weird stuff, instead of just saying, hey, Tehuti, well, you said such and such, and I have this, and then we have a dialogue. It's all about respect. I respect everybody. I've never disrespected anyone in my debates. These are the moderators that will moderate the room. Let us get into the next question. Everybody who has come into the room, Ariel Trill Production says, just like it's supposed to be. Facts. That is right. Black Sun, are you in the room? Because, oh look, Ava put a Black Sun. Black Sun, are you in the room? Black Sun, are you in the room? Because you are the next question. It's like the Price is Right. You are the next question in the Tehuti Podclass. From Black Sun, are you in the room? And I'm gonna check my donations and see how everybody's doing. Temporary authorize. Oh. Okay. Where are my regulars? Did they send in through? Where's my regulars at? Let me scroll through. Where's the black other cars and the commits and the? Where's everybody here? Let me see. Okay. I see Vinny Black Lodge. Oh, and Hythe. Wow. Okay, everybody. Let's go. Let's get into the next question here. Thank you, everybody, for your support. We're about to get into the next support that was sent. A question that was sent by. Ooh. Hold on. Not yet. Sent by Black Sun. Let me go ahead and put this in the room, everybody. Let me go ahead and get to the room. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. We got another 2 hours. Wait, we have another 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. So let's squeeze in what we can squeeze in. Let's get it on. Everybody can hear me? Mic check if you can hear me. Press a mic check. Let me know if you can hear me well. I got to do a little kung fu move here. Can everybody hear me well? Do a mic check if you can hear me well. Put this behind my back. I got to get secure for this one. Here we go. Let's go. Oh, Maurice is here too. Ed Ren is here. Oh, okay, that's much better. Okay, let's get. Oh, got a spider on the hat. Let's get into it, everybody. It's about to be nice. Let's get nice. Let me fix this here. Boom, everybody can see me well. Everybody can see the screen well. Visuals are nice. Everybody can hear me. Let's get it on, everybody. Black Sun, are you here? Did you fall asleep? Black Sun, is Black Sun here? Black Sun, somebody call Black Sun. This question's for him. Black Sun, are you here, Black Sun? Are you here? I want to do this with you in the room. I love answering questions when the person that asked it is in the room so they can really absorb the answer. Black Sun, Conscious Conqueror says, I'm excited for this one. Black Sun, where are you? Where are you, young brother? Where are you? Where's Black Sun? Black Sun. And then Jesus said, the Black Sun breakdown will be the best one yet. Trust me. Is Black Sun even here, though? Voltage is here. Voltage controller. Shout out to Voltage. Black Sun go to sleep. Uh-oh. Black Sun said, wide awake. He's wide awake. His eyes are open. He is ready for the Black Sun. What did I mean? I actually meant something else when I said it, but I'm gonna get even deeper than what I said. I'm gonna get deeper than what I said. We're gonna get into it. Let's go. Let's go. You see the spider on the hat? Is that your leg? Hold on, everybody. One moment. Hold on. Is your leg stuck? Oh my gosh. Come on. Hold on, everybody. Let me fix my little girl here. Hold on. Go back over here. Don't break your legs. There you go. Good. Okay. Keep Neith good. Okay, there you are, Neith. Neith was her legs were getting twisted on the hat. Okay, no, don't go down here, Neith. Not sure. No. Go back up over there. Okay, good. All right, let's get into it, everybody. We're about to get into it. Woke. Black Sun. Here's the question from Black Sun. I'm going to go do a screen share. One more second. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Neith, I need you to don't stick your legs. Your legs are stuck. There you go. Okay, awesome. You are good, Neith. Okay. We got to make sure Neith is okay. All right. Black Sun, are you here? Let's go. We're going to go into the screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Screen share for Black Sun sent the question. Okay, here we go. And here's Black Sun's question. Black Sun, we're going to blow this up. Black Sun said, so shout out to Black Sun for the $10 donation. He said, elaborate on Black Sun that you mentioned from Komet. Black Sun, asked by Black Sun. All right. The question from Black Sun about Black Sun. Let's get into it, Black Sun, because I don't know why you named yourself Black Sun, but now you're going to have even more information on your name. Let's get into it. We're going to X this out and let's go. Black Sun, let's get into this. Oh my goodness. Look at the screen already. What is that on the screen, everybody? What do we got on the screen already? Let's go, everybody. Let's get into it. Let's go. Boom. Okay. Everybody's like, what is this on the screen? All right. So first we're going to get into how our eyes see things and what actually creates colors and colors that we can't see. So we think a leaf is green only because a leaf absorbs all light on the visible light spectrum. That's red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. The visual light spectrum is perceived between the eyelids. One of the songs I have, but I'll save those bars for later. All right, so the visible light spectrum of 500 to 550 nanometers. The reflected light gives us the green color reflection. So when you have what appears to be a green leaf, what's actually happening on the other side on the wavelength spectrum is lights are coming in, hitting the leaf is absorbing it, and then the one color that it doesn't absorb passes through, and then that hits your eyeball, and then your eyeball reflects it and creates the illusion, because remember, we live in a holographic universe, we live in a holographic world where your eyesight is creating this this reality that we think is reality. What's actually happening is only the green is getting through the leaf. So when the green gets through the leaf, your eyes see it and you say, oh, that's a green leaf. A bee sees it and sees something completely different. A praying mantis sees it and sees something completely different. Their eyes are not limited to just the visual light spectrum, but because you see the light that gets through the leaf, you say, oh, the leaf is green. Just a little information foundation so we can understand how actually colors work, because we're going to get into why the sun is associated with black, when to us it actually doesn't look black. We're going to talk about a black concept that we actually don't even see. All right, let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You know how we do things here, ladies and gentlemen. Information, factual information. On the other hand, when an object absorbs all wavelengths of visible light, let me check the time here. We started at 9:47, I think. Somebody type in that time. See how long this takes, because this is gonna be a good one. 9:47. Somebody just type in that time. That's when I believe I started with this. All right. On the other hand, when an object absorbs all wavelengths of visible light on the VLS, then the object appears black. Thus, in science, this is called a black body. All right. So there's something in science that's called a black body. All right. So it's when something absorbs all the colors, and then one color comes through. That color that comes through, that's the color we think it is. And then when it absorbs all the colors, we see it as the color black. It's called a black body. There really is no such thing as a perfect black body, because some colors do get through minute. That's why you see black. Sometimes it has a little sheen on it, a little bluish black. They see dark-skinned people are black. They see it has a blue-black sheen on it, or it's black iridescent, or some type of color coming through, because there's no such thing really as a perfect black body, even though I know some of you brothers have seen what you think is a perfect black body, but in science, there's no such thing as a perfect black body. Let us continue. All right, so here is the black body. So the black body, let's say, for an example, a black body would be, let's say, charcoal or obsidian. Obsidian is a good example. It's black. When you look at it, you see a little sheen. There is some minute colors coming off, but it is absorbing most of the colors in the visual light spectrum. So when you see it, as opposed to it looking like this, the green comes through, you see green. The plant is not really green. That's just what can come through it, and it looks green to you. This one, nothing comes through, and therefore it creates what's called a black body. There's different types of black bodies in science that we're going to get to, but this is called a black body, which is the most common aspect of a black body. This black body is the black body that is just basically anything that we see that's the color black. That's when we see something and we see the color black. That's a black body. We're going to get into the spectra realm, where there's black bodies that you look at them and you don't see the color black, but it's still considered in science a black body. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you can ask questions about anything from the Bible to the Purim Haru to scientific black bodies, the color of the sun, U.S. Pentagon conferences on UFOs, mind control, MLK Ultra, I think it was one of Jody's favorite topics, MK Ultra, anything you can ask. If I can get to it, boom, I'm going to break it down. All right, now we're going to get into another kind of black body. That's the most common black body. That's just a physical black body that we see, black objects. But now there's examples in a wavelength spectra. The wavelength spectra creates another concept of a black body. This black body deals with the absorption and release of heat and energy. Not necessarily the colors, the color that you see is black, but it's a similar concept, but it deals with heat, extremely high heat, like the heat that comes out of your oven, or the heat that's about to come out of another object that we're about to talk about. So at lower temperatures, the maximum lays within the infrared range and thus is visible to our eyes. So this is a black box, because they do black body experiments with a box This is the black box, so this is the wavelength spectra. And then the cooler the temperatures, let me go ahead and blow this up a little bit here so we can see it on the frame. Okay. So now we're getting into these really hot things such as kelvins. Now, kelvins is dealing with a type of radiation heat that's hotter than anything that you more likely come across. This deals with extremely hot temperatures, kelvins. So this is beyond saying, oh, that's 90 degrees. No, this is dealing with kelvins now. So when you get to 500 kelvins in this wave spectra, the object may be black to your eyes. Remember, all of this is an illusion. All of this is what your eyes are creating. One of the reasons why two people can look at things. I remember me and my goddesses had a conversation once, and one of my goddesses saw something that she saw as one color, and the other goddesses said, no, that's another color. And it's because some of our eyes work in a different range, and it may pick up on another color coming through more than the other color, because remember, colors are made up of other colors. So you may see yellow inside of a green. You may see a pinkish inside of a red. So anyways, let's get into the Kelvin colors. Let's go. So here we have the box that's black, a 500 Kelvin. Now we go into, as the temperature increases, it shifts into the visible range. So the visible range, of course, is what we can see. Usually we can't see things that are black, and that type of black, especially at nighttime. If something is black at night and we look at it in the dark, it's kind of hard to see. But anyways, here it goes into the kelvins increase, and it shifts into the visible range. For example, at 1,000 Kelvin, you see like a red glow. Now it becomes more visible to you. It's a red glow that comes at about 1,000 Kelvin in this light range spectrum bend that we see here. I have high intensity red colors, low intensity yellow colors, and here it starts off with a orangish red, depending on how your eyesight is. That's how you see it. But now we start to see that colors start to come in these Kelvin heat ranges, and we're going to go up into higher Kelvins. Okay, boom. Now let's expand this, and now we're at 3,000 Kelvin. It's getting hotter and hotter. It's getting hot in here, right? It's getting hotter and hotter. So we're up to 3,000 Kelvin. Now at 3,000 Kelvin, we have ultraviolet radiation, UV rays. That's what burns people's skins, right? Paler skin people more than darker skin people. Radiation, that's at 1,000 Kelvin. So when you have something going above, 3,000 Kelvin, when you have something going above 1,000 Kelvin up into the 3,000 Kelvin range, now the thing appears whitish, yellowish white, and it also produces UV rays, not coming from the sun, but just at 3,000 Kelvin. One of the reasons why you notice welders have to wear glasses and they have to wear gloves, they have to wear arm protection, because once you start heating something up at past around 3,000 Kelvin, ultraviolet radiation comes out, and you can actually get sunburn from welding. You can get sunburn. You don't have to go out into the actual sun. You can get sunburn from doing certain types of welding if it starts to go up and above 3,000 Kelvin. That produces ultraviolet UV radiation that doesn't just come from the sun, but it also can come from tools and heat that is being produced. So here it is on the chart here, right around 3,000 Kelvin. At 3,000 Kelvin, now you have UV radiation. UV radiation at 3,000 Kelvin. Now what happens to your eyes is all receptors are excited simultaneously, and a yellowish hue appears, white to our eyes, even white. So that's why when you look at this box here, to some people this box may look yellow, to some people this box may look white. Yellow and white can change from yellow to white depending on the Kelvin, but they're very close in color. Yellowish white, yellowish hue appears, white to our eyes. That's at 3,000 Kelvin. All right, let's continue now. It's going to get really white. Now we're going to go to thick 6,000 Kelvin. All right, so around 6,000, so around 5,000, up past 5,000 5,700, 5,500, up closer to 6,000 Kelvin. Now all colors are present with almost the same intensity. It's too much for your eyes to register, and then you start to see around that high 5,000 to 6,000 Kelvin range. Almost all visible wavelengths are present, and the radiated spectrum, and then it appears white. Okay, it appears white. This is actually the true color of the sun. This is actually the true color of the sun. So the sun in actuality, true as in true to us, not true to every creature. That's why nothing has a color. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing in existence has a color. I'm going to say that one more time. Nothing in existence has a color. Your visual light spectrum to what your eyes can absorb makes that color to you. A hummingbird can see that and argue with you and tell you that's not what color it is. A bee can come and argue with the hummingbird. A fly can come and argue with the bee. A praying mantis can argue with the fly because nothing has a color. The color is the light that either comes through to your light spectrum that you can see as a person, but a bee has a different light spectrum, a dog has a different light spectrum, a cat has a different light spectrum, and everything is seeing in different colors. That's just the regular sight. But then you have heat colors that overwhelm the eye, and then they appear white. So the sun in actuality is white. It's actually white. That's actually the color of the sun to us. To us. I have to say to us. Okay. So now you have 6,000 Kelvin. Visible wavelengths are present, and the radiant spectrum that produces this white light color. So sometimes the sun looks like this. Sometimes it looks like this. Sometimes you have ions. You have pollution, and the sun actually can look red to our eyes. That's actually the only time you can look at the sun is in the evening time. Some of that red that you see, when it's really red, it's pollution causing that. The sun in actuality is not changing color. That proves to you that we're in an illusionary world where you can look at the sun and say, the sun is yellow. That sun looks white at 12 o'clock. Wait a minute, the sun is red. Hey, I'm having a nice evening with my lady friend, and we're getting romantic, and we're looking at the sun descend, and it looks orange. Well, no, when I was having my romantic night, it looked like it was red. The sun is actually not going around changing colors. It's one ball of light around 93 million miles away. Whether you're in the aphelion or the perihelion, it can be anywhere from 91 million miles away to 94 to 93 million miles away, aphelion or the perihelion. Different topic. Anyways, so now 6,000 Kelvin, here you go, boom. And now, well, in science, they found something that absorbs all incident electromagnetic radiation, regardless of frequency or angle of incidence. The name is a black body. The same thing that the charcoal was called is given because it absorbs all colors of light. A black body also emits a special type of radiation. So this type of black body is not the same as the black body as a regular physical object. The black body has to have a black body curve. That's a whole nother. You can look up videos and things on that. It has to have a black body curve where it has to accept a certain amount of energy and emit a certain amount of energy in curves, as opposed to keep on going up and up and up and up and up. And that's why, for example, rocks that receive black body radiation, they don't keep getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. They do have an equilibrium. Whole nother class though, but let's just deal with going to a scientific class. I know the Hebrew Israelites and people go, I came here to talk about the Bible. Yes, we talk about that too, but let's get into what the science that surrounds us, and as the Cometians saw it, and as we see it today. Because right now, today, we're just catching up to ancient technological. We're using technological science to catch up with ancient science. So it emits a special type of radiation. Guess what it's called? It's called a black body. It works off the same spectral radiant principles. Well, they found something that absorbs. They found a physical object that is extremely close to a perfect black body of light bending radiation. And guess what this object is, y'all? Guess what they found that's called a black body? This right here. Look at that. This is the sun here. Look, it looks white, doesn't it? Outside kind of looks reddish, orangish, but this white ball of light is in actuality technically a black body. Like a charcoal that's black to our eyes is called a black body. This is actually a different type of black body. This technically in science is black, as in black body. Black body, it is the closest thing to a perfect black body radiator. So, guess what they call the sun? Black body radiation. Now, there's two best examples of a black body radiation, BBR, are the sun and your hot stove. You can actually do the experiment with your hot stove, both of which emit red light due to their temperature. When heated, the molecules comprising perfect black body vibrate and emit light of the same wavelength as their vibration. The sun, with the effective temperature of approximately 5,500 to 5,778 Kelvin, is an approximate black body with an emission spectrum peaked at the central and yellow-green part of the visible spectrum. So the sun in actuality is a perfect, closest thing to an approximate perfect black body, because remember, there is no perfect black body, but the closest physical object that is called and considered black or a black body in actuality is the sun. That's emitting the same Kelvin. It's about 5,700 Kelvin, and to produce the black body vibrates around, as far as light bend, which you have to get into another class, around 6,000 Kelvin. Woo! All right, everybody. So now, so the sun technically is the closest thing naturally that nature is producing that is in actuality a black body, but it produces the type of black body that your eyesight can't see as black. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, in the scientific world, the sun is black, not black as in the same black body as the color of charcoal, but a black body scientifically. The sun, technically and scientifically, it's considered black. It's not considered a yellow body or any other kind of body. It is considered black because it has the ability to absorb and emit. It's emitting and absorbing all the light. So in actuality is a perfect body. It's perfect. All the light combined. So for example, all the light combined together to make completion in actuality in Kemet was also black. That's why they called it Kemet. Kemet, we're going to get into it anyway. Okay, so here I will show you the eye and its correlation to the black dot, the sun, as seen in the name Ramess. This is the metanetter for sun. This created the concept of monotheism and the term whole and wellness. If anyone wants to ask about that, how the symbol of the sun created monotheism and wellness, wholesome, whole foods, we can set question in. That gets deep. So the black dot actually created the concept of well, whole, and completion. Here is the black dot, which represented the sun in Kemet. I'm going to go ahead and blow this up. So even though the sun is depicted in Kemet, sometimes drawn as red or yellow, it's also drawn as a black dot with a circle around it. You have the Eye of Ra and the Atun of Ra. This was the word for sun. And interestingly enough, the metanetter word for fire, flame, in Kemet is actually sun. S-U-N, that's where they get the word sun from. Interesting, right? So here we go. Now we look at Ramess's name. I'm going to blow this up here. Oh, shrink it down, I mean. Go down, and here's Ramess's name. This is actually what created monotheism. The concept of monotheism actually came from this symbol right here. It did not come from Ankhenaten. It came from this symbol right here. The symbol that's in Ramess's name created monotheism and actually influenced most of your Greek philosophers to create the mono. Whole different topic. You can ask about it. Here's Ramesses 2, Ramesses 3, Ramesses 4, and there is the black dot in their name. Boom. Okay, now. Okay, here we go. Interestingly, some scientific astronomy charts have the sun with a black core. That's interesting. Even though they know the core is not actually black per se, but it is the source of the energy of the black body effect. In other words, a symbol for all existing colors into one, which can form black. to our eyes and times. Black in Kemet represents completeness. Look at the top corner of the scientific diagram and tell me if this looks familiar. Now I'm going to go into a scientific diagram that I snatched for the sun that they use to teach people the different layers of the sun. And I want you to look at this diagram really close. Get a good look. Here's the diagram right here. All right, you have the convection zone, the radiative zone, the core. Look how the core is dark. You have the photosphere. The photosphere, by the way, is an area of the sun that has opaque spots, or will be considered dark spots to our eyes. You have the chromosphere. Okay, so here's the sun, but look at the core. They draw the core here as black. Now, they know in our eyesight, although nobody can ever see the core, you die before you. They have no tool to go in to see what the core looks like, but they have the symbolic black core here. This core here is what the source is of all the light that's around it, that's producing what's called the black body, that's absorbing all light radiation and then emitting it, very similar to the perfect example of a black body curvature in science. So the sun is black, as in the sun is a black body, and in some of the scientific diagrams, they show the sun with a black core. But look at the corner, y'all. What is this? What is this in the corner of their diagram? Do you see this? What is this thing right here? This isn't supposed to be here. Why? Let me go to the chat room to see. Let me see if everybody can see this. Hold on. Let me see if everybody can see it. What is that in the corner, everybody? Can you all see that? What is that in the corner of this diagram right here? Does that look familiar to anybody? What is that? Well, in their diagram of the sun, they have this symbol right here. But wait a minute, that symbol with the black dot is Aten Re in Kemet. It's Rames's name, and it's the Ra. It's the word for Ra, Rames. It's the Rames in Kemet. The black dot, which created the mono, which created monotheism. The mono is in the black dot. The mono, which is in the black dot. And this is the sun with the black dot in the center, and then inside. Whoa. All right, the crazies are out shooting fireworks for the European celebrations of slavery. I guess this is still July 4th extension. But anyway, so we have the black sun here, okay? But it's really symbolic because, yes, black is not even a color. Black is not a color. It's the absorption, and it's a completion of all colors. So black in Kemet. Here we are in Kemet. We're going to go to we deal with archaeology here. We deal with what the Kemetians say themselves. So we're in here, the story of the shipwrecked sailor. There's an awesome story of a shipwrecked sailor coming across a reptilian-type creature. You can all look this up. A large reptilian-type Naga snake-like creature, which was much larger than him, but it gave him wisdom. We'll get into that story another time. But this is the shipwrecked sailor story right over here. Here is an image of it, and the meta-netter here. And it is a Middle Kingdom story. The papyrus is labeled Leningrad 1115. It's a great story between a man and a large reptilian-type creature. We'll get into that later. But here he said, the reptilian-type creature says to this man, he said to me, do not fear, commoner. Do not blanch your face. Blanch is in whiten, because whites in Kemet represented fear and death. So do not whiten your face, since you have reached me. Behold, it is the netter who caused you to live. He brought you to this island of Ka. There is nothing that is not within it. It's filled with all good things. Behold, you shall do month upon month until you're 4 months from home on this land, on this island. A ship will come from home with the sailors into whom you know. You will go home with them, and you will die in your city happy. So this is a conversation that this man is having with this type of interesting being, who is definitely not described as a human in the story. But we see that in the shipwrecked sailor, that Kem, as in Kemet, is also blackness, and it means to complete. It means to complete. In the shipwrecked sailor story, in the meta-netter. So of course, I'm not just going to say that. I'm going to show you, because in the Tehuti Podclass, we go ahead and show facts, information. So what I did, I went and grabbed the medunetter of the shipwrecked sailor in the transliteration with the medunetter there. And we have, see, Mektar or Jorat Abid, you will spend month upon month, or Abid upon month upon month, until you have completed your 4 months. Look at the word for complete, and the word for complete is black. It is kemet. So the word kemet is also the word for completion, because when you take everything and put it into one, it creates the color black. Same thing with the black body of the sun. Same thing with black charcoal. It is completion. So the black body is the closest thing to the black body that absorbs all radiation and light is the sun, and it is a perfect, complete, right star to us. And it was a symbol of completion to us. We actually use the sun in Kemet to diagram completion, and that is why in Kemet you had the word Ra with different names before Ra. So you had Ra, right? You had Ra, but then you had Atin Ra. Atin Ra was the sun at its Atin point, at its peak point. But then you had the completion, Tem Ra, Atun Ra, Tem Ra, and Amen Ra. Tem is completion. Kem is completion. Completion is when the sun is not visible to our eyes. It's still there, but it's not visible to our eyes. And then everything is black. And then Tehuti rules. And then the moon comes out. That's Tehuti's rule in the darkness. But the completion, when the sun has made its cycle to our eyes, like it appears to move to the end of the other world, then it is Kem, then it is Temu, Tem Ra, and it is Amen Ra. It represents the end of something when it is black. When things are complete, it is dark. The hidden sun, it is now black. So it reaches the end, and that's why when you get to the end of your supplication or prayer, you say Amen, because it represented the end of the sun reaching its cycle. Boom! I believe now, to end off, just to give a little teaser to end off, this is the black sun in Kemet. For further breakdown on what exactly it is, feel free to send a question, and you know it will get deep. So in Kemet, this is one of the examples of the black sun. This image right here to us, we see this when we see an eclipse. In Kemet, they have the black sun. Right here, see this circle, this ball, this black sun, and they have the pure black man with a false door. So, like I said, for further information, if you want to know about that black sun or that what that is, that's a different than the sun I was talking about up there. But that black sun, then y'all can send in your questions. Thank you very much, my good brother. Let me go ahead and take this off. Woo, that was let me get back to the screen here. Stop screen. Thank you very much, my brother, for that question. It all connects. It is all there. But yes, the actual color of the sun to your eyes, the sun is actually white. The actual description of the sun and its ability to absorb is considered the black sun, or it is the black body radiation, the same black body that they call a black piece of charcoal, but it's a type of black that your eyes can't see because your eyes are overwhelmed and disturbed by the amount of Kelvin that the sun is putting out. 5,578 Kelvin, almost 6,000 black body radiation. So because it's overwhelming to the eyes see a white sun, but it's actually black body radiation. Boom! Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you all can send in your questions. And this is the reason why they don't want me on other channels, y'all, but we all got to be like this. This is how you answer questions. This is how you get to information. Let me check the chat room to see if everybody heard the answer clear and if everybody appreciated, agreed, or disagreed with the answer. All right, let's get into it and see what everybody is saying about that. Okay, let me go and see what everybody thought of the answer or what everybody got. Raya Raya. I like that. I like that name. Raya. I like that name there. So the Ra and the Ya. I like that. It's gonna make some Hebrew Israelites mad, but I like it. Raya. And actually, this way is spelling Ra. This Ra right here. And the Bible made that the word for evil. Go figure, right? The Bible made the word Ra evil. Well, let's check it out. Let's see. Kinetic Energy. Shout out to you, Kinetic Energy, one of the greatest supporters here. Shipwreck Sailor and Sinbad. Okay, let's see. Sanetia Moon says, thank everyone for supporting Tehuti. Ava's putting up the symbol. Amun Ma'at's Ra puts up fire, fire, fire. Black is all colors. Yes, yes, yes. Black is all colors. The whole, that's right. The whole, the chem. The whole, the circle, the same word for medicine in Kemet. But that's another class. Okay. Great info. Jody says, great info, great info. I heard that at the same time we are in the same neighborhood. Tehuti, I emailed you. Oh, you heard you're close, Voltage. Okay, Voltage is close. All right, you emailed me. I checked the email. All right, Black is completion with some fireballs. Amin Ma'at Ra puts unseen presence. Tehuti dropping bombs. Stars are portals. Interesting. Powerful. Okay, good. You guys appreciated the answer. What does Black Sun have to say about that? Did Black Sun get to hear the answer? I hope Black Sun made it through. Someone asked a funny Wednesday night question. Who started Fee? Did we Ling go consider? I'm not sure what that says. Shout out to you, Vinny Blacklaw. Shout out to you. Daniel Setmer says mind-blowing answers again and again. Okay, so deeper than going deeper than glaciers. Okay, so you got wonderful. Maybe that answer knocked out Black Sun. Maybe Black Sun got knocked out with the information. I don't see him in the room. I'm not sure if Black Sun got the full answer, or maybe it blew him away. I'm not sure. Black Sun, I hope you're okay out there. I need my name. Decided next Black Sun was powerful. I decoded. I need my name. Decided next Black Sun was powerful. All right, beautiful. Black Sun commented. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we got SOG 814 presses a 1. SOG can hear me. There it is. Black Sun is there. I meant sub. That's not okay. Wonderful. Glad you got the answer. Wonderful, everybody. Let's check the next question out in the Tehuti pod class. What is being asked here? Everybody got that answer. They liked it. We're gonna go another hour and 15 minutes. Ooh, we're getting there. Okay. I see. It's clear. I meant sub, not sun. And Hybrid Cipher says, that was amazing. Love and blessings as always. That was amazing. Ra-ya put lit. Okay. All right, let's go, everybody. People are just pressing 1 now. Maybe some people's computers are lagging. But okay, SOG press a 1 from when I said press 1 a while ago. And C says press 1. Wonderful. You all can hear me. Great. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You can send in your questions. And the way you send in your questions, the way you seek ma'at, is you ask questions, of course. And you show support, reciprocity to TT Amun Cash App. Thank you very much for those who are supporting. You see the way I answer questions. If you believe that the time and effort I put into these type of breakdowns is worth support, then go ahead and send in your support. You can send in support, or you can send in a question, or just send in support. Whichever one, Cash App TT Amun or PayPal Rocky SV. Let's get into it, everybody. We have more questions sent in. Who is Nikki here? I want the people to be here when I answer the question. Is Nikki here? Nikki asked about matriarchies. Is Nikki in the room? Nicole. Sorry, Nicole. Nikki. Is Nicole in the room? Is Nicole in the room? Nicole, are you in the room? Freddie Cali says, peace. Peace to you. Oh, let me just go back. Oh, okay. Whew. Yeah. Just had thing in my back. Okay. I had it. I moved it. Okay, Nikki, are you here in the room? Nikki, are you here in the room? Complete black answer. Complete black answer. I can. This Rigo. Rigo is another one of the. Rigo supports even when the podcast shuts down. Rigo's awesome. Peace, Rigo. He's awesome. All right, everybody. Let me grab some more agua water. We're gonna get. Is Nicole in the room? Is there a Nicole in the room? Okay, we'll get back to Nicole. She asked about the matriarchs. Another. Ooh, that was about to be a mind blower right there. I love breaking down the so-called concept of matriarchy. Okay, who is next? Who is this sent in a question? Octavius Sly. Let me go ahead and put him in. I got Octavius Sly. What is he asking about? Let me see. Podclass. Paste. Octavius Sly, are you in the room? Are you in the room? I'm gonna go ahead and answer because I know Octavius sometimes is listening and can't actually come into the room. But Octavius Sly, are you in the room? If not, I'm still gonna go ahead and answer. Oh, we got Jody. Jody sent in a question. This one's gonna actually be very quick. But she sent in a nice video question. Octavius Sly, are you in the room? Octavius Sly. Okay, let me go ahead and try something here. Okay, we're gonna delete that. Video clips. Octavius Sly. Okay, overlay. Whoa, it says, whoa, you have a lot of files. Each brand is limited to 100 images, videos. Please delete some. I did delete some. Okay, my StreamYard is acting up. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on a screen share. Let me check again and see if Octavius is in the room. No. Octavius or Nicole. Are any of you in the room? Octavius or Nicole? Big Blunt says, Louisville, Kentucky in the building. Peace. Peace to you. Is Octavius Sly in the room? Are you here? Are you here? Is Nicole in the room? Let me go ahead and put up their questions just to show you that when you send in a question, even if I have to get to it the next week, the next podcast, I answer everybody's question. If I can't answer it, I'll tell you right off the bat. It's not something I can answer, but I address and acknowledge each one that was sent. I never leave anybody hanging, especially you all are sending in your funds and finances to help support me and make sure that I put nobody aside. So let me go ahead and put this in the room. Here's the question here. Shout out to Octavius Sly. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. It's not letting me put it in. Oh, you know what? Okay, I'll just have to screen share. Okay, let me go ahead and screen share. It's not letting me put it in the overlay way. So we'll go ahead and do a screen share. Is Octavius in the room? Am I sharing the screen? Press 1 if you can see the screen sharing. You should see it going like a mirror, 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 mirror. Is it sharing? Press 1. Is it sharing? Press 1. North Carolina XA. This is the one that quoted Nanny. Something XA. Everybody can see me screen sharing? Press 1 if you can see me screen sharing. All right. Okay, Maurice is here. Shout out to Maurice. Kinetic Energy. Great supporter. Master K. Great supporter. Ceaseless. All of you are great. All of you are consistent in here. Let's go ahead. And let me go ahead and show the question. Here it is right here. Boom, boom. Payments from Octavius Sly with the $10. Where now? I'm gonna try to fill in the blanks here. I'm gonna put an is in here, see if it makes more sense. Where is Flower of Life in Merunetter? I love these questions. You guys are asking questions, and you're asking where it is in the Merunetter. I am creating a new mental breed of people. I love what's happening here because I see. I'll say to do something in the room, and I'll see all of you doing it on other channels. I see all of you going on to Sonnetter or on the other channels and questioning the people there, asking them where is it found in the papyrus, where is it found in the source, and I love it. Asking the Kemetic people if the Merunetter are just principles, who created the solar system? Where did creation come from? Who created man? A principle? What's creating things? What's happening? Is it evolution? Is it? So I love it. And now one of the last questions I was asked about Tehuti. What did the Kemetians say? I answered that. And now, where's the Flower of Life in the Merunetter? That is an awesome, tough question. If you were to actually ask, let me go ahead and put myself back on the screen. Let's get into it, everybody. If you were actually to ask somebody that question, who says they teach Kemet or Ma'at, where is it found in the Merunetter? Where do the Kemetians talk about a flower of life? Where is it found? You'll notice that before today, you may not see anybody. I have a funny feeling, though, that after today, certain questions are going to be found now in the Merunetter, because I've heard the Tree of Life and Flower of Life broken down by almost everybody, and every single person that I've heard break it down never shows it in where the Kemetians mentioned it. They never show the Kemetians mentioning a flower of life or a tree of life. They just go, oh, the tree of life, and then they just start talking. The tree of life is the tree of life is the tree of life, the tree of life. Where is it found that the ancestors spoke about a tree of life? Where? That's what makes it tough. But it's not tough here at the Tehuti Podclass. Why? Why is it not tough here? Because of our awesome motto that we have here at the Tehuti Podclass. And what is our motto? Our motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So when you ask somebody about the tree of life, listen close to see if they give you an opinion. An opinion always starts off with talking first, not showing first. That's how you get the opinions, and anybody can have an opinion. Let's get into the sources. Where is this tree of life, everybody? Anybody ever heard of the tree of life in Kemet? Anybody ever heard of it? You've all heard of the tree of life, but I bet you have not heard of it in Kemet mentioned. But we're going to reveal it right here. Here we go. Everybody ready? Let's get into it. Boom. Thank you for the beautiful question. That was coming from I want to say the name right. We're going to put it back on the screen. Octavius Sly. Where is the flower of life in Merunetter? Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I saw a book once. I think it was by, is it Rana for a Moon? I saw some book. I don't know if it's Ashar Kwesi or Rana for a Moon, but it said flower of life on the cover, and it showed the Kabbalah. It showed a Kabbalah. It showed a Jewish Kabbalah, and it said flower of life, tree of life, and it had Kemetic deities in the Jewish Kabbalah. I was like, oh man, this is crazy. But we're going to stop all that madness and get into the truth and the facts and the knowledge. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Let's get into it, everybody. Boom, here we are. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into it. You know how we do it over here. Straight information, facts. We're going to shrink this down and get into it, everybody. Let's go. Actually, I've broken this down before, but we're going to get into it again, and I'm going to add some, I always have to add some new jewels. So, okay, here we go. All right, the fountain of youth. A brother had asked me once, I think it was Danny Salinas, or one of the Danny's asking about the fountain of youth, where that concept comes from, of course. Kemet, you can go look up my past pod classes where I have one titled The Fountain of Youth. But the fountain of youth was a woman who was also the tree of life. Let me go and blow this up. She was also the tree of life. Here in the Per Emharu, we see Het Heru, Seket, giving the deceased water flowing down as a fountain so that they may be nourished and born again upon her thighs, symbolic of the immovable stars and the set of stars that look like a pot that you put water in as it dips. Let's get into the first image of the tree of life, and then we're going to get into where it's mentioned. So here in the in a Per Emharu, we have Het Heru inside of a tree, shown as the green color, and she's pouring out the nectar, the fluid that's keeping the Ba alive. That's the Ba right there. She, in actuality, is the tree of life in Kemet. Let's get into what the Per Emharu actually says. So let me blow this up a little bit. Okay, the chapter of being Kepera, of being born upon the leg of his mother, the thigh of his mother, being reborn. Birth is always associated with the woman. We're actually going to get into this part of it here because this is the tree of life down here. So here we go. There we go. There is Het Heru, always shown in the tombs and in the Per Emharu as a woman coming out of a tree, giving everlasting life. Of course, what did the Bible do? The Bible turned into a serpent coming out of the tree. And that became the tree of life and the tree of good and evil. Originally, that was a woman. And the way that you drew the image of a woman in Kemet was a serpent. It was a cobra, an uwajid, a cobra drawn, and that was the woman coming out of the tree, giving you everlasting life. The European turned it into, the Genesis book turned it into a serpent coming out of the tree, and that became something bad. But this is the original tree of life, right over here. Here's another image of it, of Het Heru, giving food, always coming out of a tree. Okay. Now we have here the, this is a little blurry. I have to do this over in PDF. This is a little blurry, so I can't read this, but you have the word Araret, born from the thigh of the mother, the thigh of the woman. The word there for thighs also is Kepeshu, which is where the pyramids, Akuz, are pointing to, which is the Ursa Major star constellation, which is also called the thigh. And that's what we have here in the pyramid text and in the Per Emharu, in the papyrus of Ani. If Imseti Hepi Duamuatep Kepsanuf, it is these that are behind the constellation of the thigh in the northern sky. So it is called the thigh. They drew it as a thigh, which looks like a pot, which became the Big Dipper. representing water, representing birth, and female creation, because life can only come from the female. This was the tree of life. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. Okay, so the canal represents the flow of water that comes from a woman from the middle that blesses or blessings. Blessings originally was the word bloodshed that we went over in one of the Tehuti Podclasses, but I want to get back into the tree part. Okay, so here we have Mary, which was the word for love. It was also the name of Aset. It was also many people's names. What you see in the word Mary is the word for tree. So tree is a word for Mary, and it also means to love. Love, which also means to create. Love, lascivious or love, Mary, is bringing two energies together to create a third, to create everlasting life. Because as long as two energies come together to create a third, and that third meets another energy to create another third, and that one keeps going on to create more, and that is everlasting life, which is one of the reasons why the woman, the female in Kemet, was considered the great tree, the great mother. Okay, so now let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Okay, she was called the tree of life, or the blessing of life. Blessing was the blood, because the ancient women in Kemet, Aset and Het Heru, one of their symbols was called a Tet Aset. Tet Aset, which was the original menstruation tampon. The original tampon in Kemet was called a Tet Aset, and it meant the blood of Isis. Tet is another word that means to echo, as in echoing life, to create a second of something, which is exactly what deoxyribonucleic acid and ribonucleic acid does, creating copies, creating new life, and that is what comes out of the woman. So the woman was associated with Tet Aset, or the blood of Aset. The way you said blood, it was bloodstein, which created the word blessing. That's why when you look up the word blessing was actually bloodstein. It's actually the word blood. The word blood and blessing is the same thing. And it was the word barak in Kemet, the word barakatha, which was the word for blessing, and it was a symbol of the canal, because the woman was associated with the tree of life and also the canal, which is where life comes from, which is why a woman, when she's about to have her baby, which is supposed to be done in the sitting down position, her water breaks and the baby comes down the canal. So in Kemet, the tree and the water was always associated with the woman, and that is why the word for Mary, which means love, to bring two things together, to make something, is where the concept came from, the term making love. If you ask anybody, where does love come from? Can love be made? They'll say no. But why is having sex called making love? It's actually arit nefari, which is a Mennonite word for making love, and it is recreating something that is beautiful. Love making, again, was bringing two things together to create something else. It is the orgone energy, that is the energy that is creation itself, manifested in a human being. Okay, now we're going to get into the tree of life source and where it's actually mentioned, and we're going to get nice and graphic and nice here. Here we go. Let's go. Let's get into where the tree of life is actually mentioned by name for the first time. So when asked about the tree of life, you will rarely get any form of ancient reference. Here is the oldest origin of the term tree of life in the Saqqara Aku, that the European calls a pyramid. It goes back to 2400 BC. So here is the tree of life in the Medu Neter, or in the pyramid text. This is the pyramid text. This right here is the oldest spiritual writing on the planet Earth. This is where everybody gets, this is the origin of life after death, spirit existing or energy existing outside of the body after the body dies. It all comes from the inside of this building. You can see the Uwajits, or the cobras, or the female symbols, also called the Sekhmets. The Sekhmet symbols, you can see the Uwajits there. And there is the pyramid text, and inside of the pyramid text is where you first find brought to the planet Earth the concept of a tree of life associated with spirituality. This is why they will never show you this. They will never. What people do, is they take a concept from Kemet, build a whole religion and a whole theosophy around it, and then leave out Kemet, leave out where it came from so that they can get the credit from it. But no, as a 2D podcast, we don't do that. We're going to show you the origin of where it comes from. So anybody from now on, if you ever hear them mention the tree of life, they need to take it back to the Saqqara pyramid, because anything outside of this is made up. Is somebody taking the concept and making it up from their own perspective. This is the tree of life in the pyramid text mentioned, and it dealt with Unas, and it says Unas opened his way like fowlers, exchanged greeting at the doors of the cause. Unas went to the great island in the midst of the marshes, right? Because in the midst of the marshes, that's where your lotus plant is, in which the Neteru caused the swallows to alight. You all remember the video I showed you of the swallows and how there was hundreds of thousands of them flying and moving together in a unified consciousness. None of them were bumping into each other. They considered to be imperishable, and that was the symbol of the imperishable stars. But it was originally swallows. Well, we did that class already. The swallows are the imperishable stars. They give Unas, here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen, the tree of life, whereby they live. So anybody talking to you all about the tree of life, they need to explain the pyramid text. They need to explain Het Heru in the tree, because this is who brought it to the planet Earth. There's no concept on the planet Earth of any type of spiritual symbolism of a tree of life before this. All of your Bibles, your Qurans, your metaphysics, your esoterics, your all of this stuff takes from this and then creates your own concepts and leaves this out, just like they took Tehuti to make the secret movie and then left Tehuti out of the whole movie. So here is the tree of life mentioned. The oldest source of it, because we deal with sources, is in the pyramid text going back 2400 BC in Saqqara, Kemet. Here is the tree of life by name, what it's called in the Per Amharu. We're going to go to the Per Amharu, the Book of the Dead, page 171, and we're going to read it here. Like a hawk, I cackle like a goose. I alight upon the way, near the funeral mountain of the festival of the Great One. What is evil, doubtly, not have I eaten. What is foul, not have I swallowed. What abomination my ka, not has entered it into my body. I live then according to what know the gods, or what the gods know. The glorious, there's the word glorious there, ku. I live and obtain power from their bread. I obtain power. I eat and breathe, and here it is right here. The foliage, because this is the writing by the pictures. So they have images of Het Heru coming out of a plant, coming out of a flower, or coming out of a tree. A tree and a flower is the same thing, by the way. They're both plants. Coming out of a tree or a flower. And here it is, Het Heru. So here is the name of the tree of life in the Per Amharu, in the Medu Neter. You probably never have heard of this before, but here is the name. Het Heru. It's called the tree of Het Heru, my lady. The tree of Hathor. That is the tree that she's coming out of. See the cobras? The same cobras that you saw right outside the step pyramid? This is the symbol for the woman. Het Heru. The woman's symbol was the serpent. So Het Heru is the name, brother, who asked the question, of the tree of life, or the tree of Het Heru. And here is the picture that goes with it. Here are the images that go with it. Right over here, Het Heru coming out of the tree, giving life from the tree of life. And here it is right here, carved in the walls. And now it's just a tree with arms. And you see the two Bas at the bottom drinking, bowing at the bottom of the tree, and the man and the woman drinking. The tree offering the food, because this is the tree of life, the source of life. In the Per Amharu again, in plate 33, we're going to blow that up and show it again. And we have over here, shall be said this chapter over the tet, with the jed, and the tet is the same word, the jed of gold laid upon the body of the sycamore tree. There's the tree, the nahet, see the tree right there, of wood, washed in water, of the unkem. See that? Let me blow this up. The unkem, that's the tree of life again, the flowers of life. There's the M, just like you saw in the last word, the M, het heru. Here's the unkem, literally translated as the flowers of life or the tree of life. Here you can see the lotus plants right here, coming out of the water, coming to the top. The water would be right here. The lotus roots, the plants are underneath the water, and this part sticking up above it. The lotus plant representing life, and that is the Ankh-Am, the Ankh-Im. See the Ankh, A-N-K, and there's the Am. That is the meta reference in the word for tree of life and flowers of life. This is what you get at the Tehuti Podclass. You get sources here. It represents life, and the Tet Aset represents blood. The lifeblood that is passed on from the woman to the man. I'll say that again. The lifeblood that is passed on from the woman to the man. This is why when they do studies and they try to trace back the MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, they do it through mitochondria, and they do it through the woman's bloodline through mitochondria. That is how they trace back ancient lineage, through mitochondria. The woman, because the woman is the tree of life, the woman is the lifeblood. And just as the as above, so below principle, you find that life is magnified and echoed through a sequence called the Fibonacci sequence, also the golden mean ratio, which I've broken down in many classes. If anybody wants to ask about that, you can send in that question. But the golden mean ratio of the Fibonacci sequence, the 1, what is it? The 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. A Fibonacci sequence, which creates a golden mean ratio that can be seen throughout creation, is also seen in our blood. Let's get a good look at it, everybody. Let's get a good look at how our blood looks. And you can see healthy blood vessels bifurcate into a perfect tree of life fractal. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. There it is on the X-ray over here. There it is. We're going to blow this up right here. And it forms a perfect fractal. Doesn't that look like a tree? Do you see that? There it is. There's your perfect fractals right there. We can get into the fractal beetle or the Mandelbrot bug that fractals out and continuously echoes the last fractal, which echoes the last fractal. That could be a whole nother class. But here it is seen within your Tet Aset. Ladies and gentlemen, your blood of Aset are the blood that is inside of you, right? That is passed on to you, coming from your mother and father, but you come out of your mother, and you can find that your healthy blood vessels look just like a tree. When you look at most trees, here's a tree right here. The trees actually come out in the Fibonacci sequence. And what I mean by that is that if you look at the way certain trees are formed, the branches actually come from the bottom of the stem of the tree in a Fibonacci sequence. That means you have one branch here, you have another branch that's a 1-1, and then you'll have another branch which splits off into 2. That's the 2, and then you'll have a branch over here which matches a branch over here and a branch here. That forms a 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's expanding in a Fibonacci sequence golden mean ratio. And this is one of the reasons why trees don't topple over. Trees grow perfectly from the roots, and they branch off into these huge trees, but they stay perfectly. Some living, I don't know if I should even say this, some trees living over 80,000 years, y'all. 80,000 years. Yes, 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 I said it. Some trees are living and been on this planet, the same trees there, 80,000 years. Trees are the symbol of life. They are the oldest living organism thing on the planet, living over 50,000 years. Not 500 years, not 1,000 years, but the tree on this planet, there are specific trees that are living over 80,000 years. So the tree itself represents everlasting life because there are trees that are 80,000 years old and they haven't died yet. And they can be here another 80,000 years. There's no sign of that particular tree dying. That is a tree of life. Trees represent life itself. Not only do they give us our fruits, not only do they give us our oxygen, but they actually live longer than everything. Everything. No whale, no turtle. You can ask one of my sons. We did this in a little class, and he surprised his mom with it. He said, "Mom, how old is the oldest living thing?" We broke it down. A tree, 80,000 years. Boom. Find me an elephant or a turtle that lives longer than a tree. 80,000 years. That is the tree of life. Now, this is awesome. I love it. So we're going to get into now how the tree of life, which represented the woman in Kemet and giving everlasting life, got into the Bible. Again, I got to always break it down, everybody. We got to break it down. We got to break it down. Does this look innocent, everybody? Does this look innocent, everybody? Because remember, the golden mean ratio and the Fibonacci sequence also ties into the Vesica Pisces. Look at this image, everybody. Are we looking? Why do they show Mary like this? Why do they show Mary like this? Let me go into the room and join you. Let me go and see if everybody's keeping up here. Everybody can see this Mary here. See Mary? Does this look innocent? Make note, Mary is always associated with a vagina. Again, Mary is always associated with a vagina. Look at this image right here. Let me go into the room with all of you and see if you guys can really see this image. Why do they show Mary? Mary's shown in the Vatican churches and all throughout churches holding her dress open like this. What does this symbolize? Does it go back to the flower of life? Let me go back in the room and see if everybody's listening. Press 1 if you all are listening and getting this information. Press 1 if you all are listening and digesting this information. We're going to go to 12 o'clock tonight. This is better than the club. This is better than hanging out. This is it right here. Press 1. I see some ones. Ed Ren, RPM. Press 1. Raya. Wonderful. What is this image right here, everybody? It's Mary, right? We all grew up with this. We all saw this. There's not anybody in this chat room who has not seen this. Why is Mary posed like this, looking down with her dress open like this? The part of her dress right where her vagina is, right where her legs are. She's not opening the top part. She's not opening where her arms are. She's not opening where her chest is. She's opening where you would be invited in to reproduce. Here is another image, and you always see these images of Jesus coming out of this symbol right here. And usually it's red. It's a red image and Jesus coming out. And it's a red image looking like a flower. But it also looks like something else. Okay, looks good, looks good. Let's see what this image is. What's going on? Why is Mary there with her dress open? Could it represent the flower of life or the tree of life, the woman? Okay, so the Vesica Pisces, that the Son of God comes out of. Remember, the woman's vagina is where the Son of God comes out of, right? What is another term for a woman losing her virginity? What is another term, y'all? What is another term of a woman breaking her virginity? Let me go into the chat and see if you all are paying attention. What is another term for a woman losing her virginity? Let me get into the chat and see. Oh, there it is. Desmond got it right off the bat. Deflowered. That is exactly right. See that? Popping her cherry. See that? Deflowered. Ahatima got it right too. Deflowered. Kinetic energy. Popping her Israel said bust down. No. Popping her cherry. Deflowered. Deflowering. Okay? You got it? Wonderful. Deflowered. Desmond was the first to get it. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, ding, ding. That is right. Right? The almond shape. You see it? That is the woman's vagina. When the penis enters, she is deflowered because the woman was always the symbol of the tree of life, the Vesica Pisces. Look at this image closely of Mary with her dress open. And now I'm going to reveal where this image actually comes from. Let's look at this image again. Here's another image of Mary with her dress open. How does that look? Is that an image of Mary with her dress open? Is that the same image there, everybody? Is that the same thing as this? Is that not this? Does this image here look familiar to anybody in the room? Has anybody ever seen this before? Anyone ever seen this before? Let me go in the room and see if anybody's ever seen this one. The last image right here. This is Mary with her hands open. Same thing. The light coming out. The Vesica Pisces that you see over here. The dress open. You see that, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you're going to get this broken down. Broken down. Your tree of life. It's the flower that is right. There it is. The flower. Is that not a woman's vagina? What does that look like? Is that Mary with her hands open up, or is that, you see? And that is why you'll see Mary with her dress opened up. Opened up right at the waist. Look at the hands right where the vagina is, and she's looking down. Looking down. See that? That is and they call Mary the Virgin, always associated with sex. Mary's always associated with sex. Mary the Virgin, Mary the Virgin, Mary the Virgin. Virgin is the same as vagina. Okay, because the Son of God comes out of this. But who was the Son of God prior to? Oh, I didn't even show this. Sorry, hold on. Let me go ahead and show this. There is the flower, the lotus, that was one of the tree of lives. And what does it symbolize here? We go back over to Kemet, and we see one of the great matriarchs, as they call. We see Sekhmet. When you look closely at Sekhmet, you'll see the Kemetians put flowers over her breasts. Those are the lotuses right there. When you saw the word Am Het Heru, and you saw the lotuses coming up, in Kemet, the lotuses are put over the breasts of Sekhmet, but they're put way low. Look closely. Look how low they're put. Way low. It's not that Sekhmet had sagging breasts. It's that when you look closely at the female anatomy, where the milk ducts are, they're way below where the chest begins. See the upper chest? Let's get a good look, y'all. Let's get a good look, everybody. Look, here's the upper chest, and there's the milk ducts. The anatomy of the milk duct. Doesn't that look exactly like a flower? Where the fluids would come out of to feed the baby, just like the fluids coming out of the tree of life of Het Heru. Guess what Het Heru means? Het Heru is the house of Heru, the child that they stole and made Jesus, who's always shown on Osset's lap, drinking from her breast, or being held up to the breast. The bosom, the tree of life, the flower of life. So the flower of life was the woman's breast in Kemet, and it was also the woman's vagina, which was also called the Shadet, which was also the real word for the mummy, the Shadet. The mummy, why the Shadet? Because the Shadet, the mummy, was the white cloth wrapped around the dead body to keep it preserved and safe, so that it can be reborn out of the white egg, like a woman lays, or an animal or a reptile lays an egg, and then the baby comes out of the chicken egg or the duck egg or the egg of the bird, preserved and kept safe in the woman's egg, and then is birthed out. We don't have eggs anymore. Now the egg is kept in the woman's body, and the baby is now birthed out. The egg originally was white. That's why most eggs are white. And so the mummy is made from a cloth called the seneb, which starts off green, the color of Heru when she was the tree of life in the tree, wrapped around the mummy, and then over time it turns white, symbolic of the egg, and there you're reborn into the afterlife. That mummy was called Shadet, and that's the exact same word in Medunetter for a woman's vagina. The word for mummy is the same word as the woman's vagina. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So, when the penis goes into the vagina, then it produces life. It goes into the flower, and it produces life just as Ra shines into the lotus flower, and it expands. So what do they do in this day and time? What do? They make every president worship this in the Washington Monument. You have to look at Osiris's penis coming out of the Vesica Pisces in order for you to become a president. Here it is, everybody. Boom. There it is. The Washington Monument's one of the many, because there's different so-called obelisks, but the Washington Monument, look what it's on top of. The Vesica Pisces, right there in front of you. Right there in Washington, D.C., there is the penis coming out of the hole that's inside of the Vesica Pisces. 2 circles. Do you all see that? Do you all see that? This is how they form America right here. Boom, the penis coming out of the Vesica Pisces to produce the Son of God. Just as the penis entered into the woman, produced the Son of God, Heru, symbolically, Heru now produced as the Son of God, and each pharaoh now becomes the Son of God. And thus, for you to become in the seat of rulership in America, you have to face the penis that comes out of the Vesica Pisces, and you become a son of God, a president. One of the reasons why Abraham Lincoln is sitting on that humongous seat, so that he can represent who? Why is Abraham Lincoln sitting on that seat? Because he's imitating the Son of God. How do you say Son of God in Kemet? Son, S-U-N, Ra. The child of Messes, Ra Messes, the Son of God and the Son of God. The S-U-N son and the S-O-N sa, S-U-N son, Ramesses. Ramesses, who is the Son of God. That's literally what his name means. The Son of God, the Son of Ra, the Son of a Son, as in Jesus Christ being the Son of God, the light of this world, right? That is Rames. So then you become a president. You see? And here is Rames right here. Rames right here in the Ramesses tomb. And what is he coming out of, everybody? What is he being birthed out of? Let me expand it. Look at that. Rames coming out of the tree, the woman's vagina. See that? There is Rames. And there he is. Tehuti on this side. Sekhmet right over here. Ptah here. And here is Rames coming out of the tree of life, as every man does come out of the tree of life, because every man comes out of this, the woman's vagina, the tree of life, the Mary. Boom, there it is. And for you to become a Ramesses in America, why do I say Ramesses in America? Because of the silly Hebrew Israelite story that Moses freed his people out of Egypt, and who was the Pharaoh that the Egyptians were supposed to be, that Moses was supposed to be talking to in that silly movie, Let My People Go. Remember that? Every time you put on that movie, the Pharaoh in the movie that represents that which enslaved the people was always Ramesses, even though there's no story in the Bible even where it mentions Moses talking to Ramesses, nor in the Bible, but yet in the movie, it's Ramesses. It's Ramesses. So the concept of rulership to the European who's imitating that is who he calls himself the greatest of all pharaohs. When did the Kemetians ever say Ramesses was the greatest of all pharaohs? Kemetians never said Ramesses the greatest of all pharaohs, but he was the greatest of all pharaohs because he was the great fighting warrior and all the other reasons that Americans say he was the greatest of all pharaohs. Not the Kemetians, the Americans, people are saying that. Unless to become a president, Abraham Lincoln sits on the seat of Ramesses. That's why Abraham Lincoln looks so small in that big chair. I was going to break down in the matriarchs breakdown. I don't see Nicole here. I'll break it down maybe next time. All right, boom. So there it is. God, the Son of God, Ramesses coming out of the tree of life for everlasting life in the afterlife, and comes out of the tree of life in the physical world, which is the woman's vagina, the Vesica Pisces. Boom. Thank you for your question, my good brother, which you just wanted to know, where is the tree of life in the Metanetter? I gave you that and much, much more. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you ask questions and you get thorough answers, support, and that motivates the thorough answers. If you all see answers like this on any other YouTube channel, please refer me so I can go sit in the audience so I can learn too. I want to see who else is breaking down information like this. I really need to see, so maybe I can relax and bring them over and we can share the pod class. But it seems like everywhere I go, people are just breaking down stuff from the top of their head. Let my students be those who break things down with facts. Do not open your mouth to have the references, whether it's history, science, break it down with information that you can back up that existed before you were born, and thus you will become a Saba, just as I am a Saba. I'm not a Kemetic priest. I'm not a Kemetic priest. Everybody calls me a Kemetic priest. I'm not a Kemetic priest. I am a Saba. Saba just means the door opening, like the vagina opens up and life comes through. I open the door. That's all I do. See what it says right there? Breaking. Tehuti, let me move this out of the way. Breaker of the matrix. I'm like the key master. I open the door. You go through. You make your own discoveries. Once you go through, I just give you all the information. Now you have the keys. Go run your life based on the keys of truth and information. If you want to build something together with me, contact me directly and we can build something. But I am here just to open. I'm the door opener. I open the door. And Saba is also student, because the student walks through the door. We're both doorways. That's what we are. Until my time is up, I'm just going to keep on opening doors, because as many doors that are locked, you ask questions. What does it say? Ask and you shall receive. Oh, knock and the door shall be open. There it is. There's your Saba. You all knock and I'm going to open up the doors. That's it. I'm going to open the door. I'm just a door, okay? All right, let's get into it. Let me see if everybody got the answer. I don't even know if the brother who asked it is even here. But let us get into it. All of you send your questions in. Boom. Let me see who heard the answer. I don't even know if the brother was here that heard the answer, but okay. Did anybody hear the answer? Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Okay, well, the brother's not here, but I'm sure all of you heard, saw that breakdown. All right, Nania Setmer says, wow, amazing, award-winning answers. Donate accordingly. Thank you, Nania Setmer. I see them here talking about the lingo in Philly. I hope you guys are paying attention to the class and getting the information. That's right. The pharaoh was not named. That is exactly right. The pharaoh was not named. Okay, let me see if anybody else was a brother here that asked the question. Who? Okay. All right. Eric, that's it, said support. Great stuff. No, somebody else said support. Jesus said support, and Eric said great stuff. Okay, wonderful. I'm glad you guys got all the answers. Okay, here's somebody who says Saba can help you reprogram your mind. That is it. See it in the background? The Matrix, I'm just reprogramming. That's it. I'm like, I more want to be compared to Morpheus from the Matrix. I'm here to just break you all out of it without the chaos and the insults and the screaming. Just the information. Let's get it on, everybody. All right, let me scroll through and see. Okay, woo, 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 woo. Crazy dopeness, Saba ranks. That's funny. Okay, let's see who else. Annette is putting up bombs. Okay, good. Great breakdown. Okay, good. You guys heard the breakdown. Let's move on and get to the next. It is 11:45 where I am, and I feel hype. I feel good. I feel good. I feel good. Let's see who else supported. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Next one is oh, Jody sent one in. This one's actually going to be really fast because this one's going to be really quick. I see the question here. Great breakdown. Thank you. Is Jody still in the room? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put where is it? It's in the email. In the email. Okay. Jody? Couldn't preview the video. Wait a minute. Jody sent a video question in. Let me go ahead and play it. It's going to play in a couple of seconds. So show in folder. It is called. I'm going to call this. Jody question. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this. Okay. 1 second, everybody. I'm the one-man engineer. One-man engineer. I hope this can play. Okay, shit. Oh, nope, wrong button. Share. Video file. It's in downloads. Jody question. Here we go, everybody. Jody's question.
Hey, everyone. Good evening, Tehuti. Good evening, my moderators. Good evening, Podclass. I was wondering, Tehuti, if you would go over something from the Georgia Guidestones. Now, most of us are aware of the history behind it already, but what I was wondering if you would do is go over the hieroglyphs that are on the top, because we know that there are 4 ancient languages on the top of the Guidestones, which were inscribed in cuneiform, classic Greek, Sanskrit, and of course the Egyptian hieroglyphs. So I was wondering if you would go over the hieroglyphs with us and let us know what they say, because I'm curious if they say the same thing as the English. Also, I'm wondering about the accuracy, because with the Sanskrit, it's known that there were some errors made. The architects talked about that in a video before. So if you could go over that with us, I'd greatly appreciate it. Peace, everyone. Have a great one.
Okay, let me go ahead and all right. So let me go in the room and see if everybody's here. Okay, Kev the Poet has arrived. Kev the Poet has arrived. Peace, Kev the Poet. Okay, so I'm sure everybody's familiar. Most people are familiar with the Georgia Guidestones. It became something very, very popular. It became very popular because of a certain line that was on it, and that line was to bring down the population to 500,000. I believe the name was Richard C. Christian, who they can't seem to find any information of, paid a considerable amount of money to imitate the Stonehenge and have the 10 Georgia Guidestone commandments on it. And so the question, without getting into the whole breakdown, this is actually very quick. So the question was for me to break down the Medu Netter in the Georgia Guidestones. Unfortunately, there's a bit of confusion. There's a bit of confusion in the languages. Everybody can go look at the Georgia Guidestones. The actual languages, there's nothing actually for me to break down, because the actual languages, there's no actual Medu Netter. They actually keep changing the languages that are in the Georgia Guidestone because of the terms of what things mean. So the word hieroglyph, just means sacred writing. So when you look up the Georgia Guidestones, they will say, well, the languages on there are, so there's languages on each stone on different sides, and then there's English, the one that's popular that we read. And the languages that are on the Guidestones are English, Spanish, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, traditional Chinese, Greek, and then they have Swahili. And I think Swahili is what everybody's confusing for Medu Netter. So when you look at the Georgia Guidestones, I have not actually found any pure Medu Netter, and I've looked at these for me to break down. And then sometimes when you look at the list of languages, sometimes it will say hieroglyphics, and then sometimes it will say Swahili. Now, what's interesting is, let me see if I can, let me see something here. Boom, 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 like X that out. Oh, then I got some interesting news also. Let me see if I can blow this up here. One second here. Oh, here it is right here. I'm gonna go ahead and show this. So this is one of the things that's shown when you look up the Georgia Guide. So I'm actually gonna see if I can expand this here. Let's see if I can do a screen share. Shrink this down a little bit. And I'm gonna do a screen share. Where's the screen? Boom. Screen share over here. And whenever you go to look up, so you see a lot of the Greek. I'm gonna move this out of the way. You see a lot of the Greek shown, and the different languages, such as is this one? Let me see. That's the English. No, that's the whole English breakdown. And I'll show you a close-up of this. This is one side. I have pictures of different sides of it. And you will see there, it will show what they call ancient Greek, which I actually found is not ancient Greek at all. It'll show Russian. It'll show different languages. But then it'll show this image right here, where supposedly this is supposed to be hieroglyphics, classical Greek on this side, Hebrew over here, Russian, Spanish, and Swahili. I have searched and searched and searched and looked to see if there's any actual image of a clear image of the Medu Netter that I could look at and translate and read to break down. In actuality, I have never seen one. What I would like you to do, Jody, for me, and anybody, if you have an image of the supposed Medu Netter that where the Georgia Guidestone 10 Commandments are, or the sections are written in what I call Medu Netter, send an image of that to me. Send an image of that to my email. The moderators will give me my email. I cannot find it. And then when you look up the list, some of the lists say hieroglyphics, and some of it doesn't even have any of it on there. Let me go ahead and close this up here. So there hasn't been any Medu Netter for me to read, Jody, that I've ever seen to find out how correct or accurate it is. A class on the Georgia Guidestones is a whole nother class, but actually asking me to read the hieroglyphics and to see if there's any error if how precise it is. I've not seen an image of the hieroglyphics Merunetter that I can see on the hieroglyphics on the guidestones. And but the Georgia Guidestones themselves has been deemed evil by some Christians, evil by some people. They like almost everything that's on the Georgia Guidestones, except for this one part that says, and I teach that it's a troll. It's one part that says, and we bring the population down to 500,000 people. It was requested in 1979 and then put together in the early 80s, in 1980 or so. By that time, the information of government conspiracies, books in the 80s like the Matrix book, other information was out to talk about depopulation of the earth. And so it's very easy for somebody to come out, put this out, not say who it is, just to stir up controversy. We're not even going to get into that. That's a different class. But the question that was asked of me was just to read the Merunetter. I don't see any Merunetter, but interestingly enough, some people found the Georgia Guidestones so evil that when I went back to go and read it, I actually found that little update for everybody that the let me go ahead and put it on the screen share. The Georgia Guidestones that we once knew that was there to even go and translate and read has now been blown up. It was been graffitied, it's been altered, it's been attacked many times, and now it's at the point where it's actually been blown up. Let me go ahead and show you something, just a little, even though I wasn't asked about this, but I'm just going to go ahead and give a little update that even when you go to try to read some of what's on it now, whatever was on it before, a lot of it has been blown to smithereens. And I'm going to go ahead and give a little update and show that. Let me go ahead and go here and show that. Then I'm going to take another little break, and then I'm going to come back for some more questions. So here we go, everybody. Take a good look.
The unique Georgia attraction that stood for nearly 4 decades is destroyed, and now the GBI needs your help to find who did it. The GBI released video showing the moment an explosion tore into the Georgia Guidestones in Elbert County. You can see that car leaving the scene. That was just moments after the blast. Authorities say it happened Wednesday morning about 4. Crews spent Wednesday tearing down what remained of that mysterious structure, the monument often called America's Stonehenge. The stones were inscribed with 10 guiding principles, each etched in stone using languages from around the world. The meaning behind those monoliths had been unclear since the structure was built in 1980.
All right, so boom. There's your Georgia Guidestone. So even when you press 1 if you saw that and heard that. If you saw what I just played and heard that, press A1. Press A1. Remove that from studio. Remove this from studio. Press A1 if you saw that and heard that. Okay, good. So even if you were to go now to see what was originally on the Georgia Guidestones, you'd have to go by old pictures because half of it, sections of it have been blown to smithereens. They saw a car drive away. People are very happy that this has happened because they say that the Georgia Guidestones are evil, and you know, it's somebody in 1980 who had a lot of money, who paid the granite company to create that, and it caused a large stir. And they said it was written in different languages. The languages, depending on where you go to research, unless you go there yourself and see them, the actual name of the languages change. And then where parts of those languages were written are now blown up. So you can't even go and see what was there other than old pictures. So I don't have any hieroglyphics to actually read. But thank you for that question, Jody. If you do find an old picture, because you can't go there now, but if you find an old picture of what remained when the Georgia Guidestones were undisturbed and unexploded, of hieroglyphics clear, you can send it to me, and next podcast I will break it down. Boom. Thank you for the question. CG says, yay. Thank you for the question. Let's move on. But thank you for the support, Jody. Appreciate that support. I didn't actually show the support. I just played the video. The support is in the Gmail. But thank you for that support, Jody. No, I don't want to leave the site. Thank you for the support, and let's move on. I'll see if I find her support. Okay, here it is right here. Jody. Oh, she sent 444. 444. 444. Boom. Let me go ahead and do that and put that on the screen. 444. I'll go ahead and show that. And if you, oh, what's going on with the screen here? Hold on, everybody. Something's going on with the screen. Let me X that out. Do a screen share. Screen share. And there is Jody with the 444. Thank you for the support and the quick question. I don't have anything to translate, but go ahead and send what you can into me, and I will definitely take a look at it. Okay, boom. Let's get on to the next one. We have quite a few. Quite a few here. Let me see what are they in order. We have who's this? Okay. Matthew McDowell sent in two supports, broken up into two. Okay. Matthew McDowell sent two supports. I'm gonna go ahead and show that. Boom. Matthew McDowell. He sent. Okay, I'm going to do a screen share. Not stop cam. Share screen. Okay, share screen. Matthew McDowell sent in a $3 support just for support, but he actually sent in more. I see it up on the top there. I see his name, so he didn't just send in 3. He sent in 3 for support, and then some more also up at the top. Thank you for both supports. I'll get to your next one as I scroll up. I see your name up there with the second support, so thank you for both supports. And one I believe had a question, but we'll get there when we get there. Thank you, Matthew McDowell. Let's go ahead to the next. Ooh, and then I got to take a that's not right. I got to take a little break here. We got oh, Matthew McDowell. Matthew McDowell sent 5. Go ahead and show. Okay, so altogether $8 from Matthew McDowell. And let me go ahead and show that. And then I got to take a break, and I'm going to be back. Let's go ahead and show this. There's so much going on my screen right here. Okay, boom. Go ahead and do a screen share. Shout out to Matthew McDowell for the question here. I got to take a little break. And is Matthew McDowell in the room? Matthew McDowell sends another 5 on top of the 3. Why did Egyptian like cats? Why so fond of? Okay. Thank you, Matthew McDowell, for the question and both supports. Appreciate that. Let me X that out. Stop screen. Share. Okay. Thank you, Matthew McDowell. I'm going to Ahati Ma'at, let me invite you or someone else back up to the thing. I got to take a quick break, and I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes, but I want to get you up here, Ahati, and then I'm going to come back and quickly answer that question of the cats. I got to take a little break and refresh. I'm breaking down a little bit, so here we go. Who's in the room that is a good supporter that can come up to the screen? It's always Ahati Ma'at. Who else is in here? That is the screen share, StreamYard right there. Okay, and is Owen Hythe here? I see something from Owen Hythe. Is Owen Hythe in the room? He is Ascar21. Are you in the room, Owen Hythe? Okay, Owen Hythe, Owen Hythe. I see you up there too. All right. Someone, Ahati, you come up to the screen again. I got to take a little break and refresh and come back. I'm gonna go till about 12:15 today, but I want to I need to take a for a minute. Okay. So let me see who in here. Who in here? We got Leo Fire. Who's a common supporter? Where's Scribe? Where's all the people? Where's Kamit? Where's everybody in here? Where's Rigo? Rigo, you want to jump up to the screen? Press the link, jump up. I gotta take a little break. I know people are shy. Oh, there is Silos Congo. Silos Congo. I had to give you a shout out, but then also I had to give you a little concern because I saw. I don't know if you forgot about me, Silos, but I showed your support that you were one of the supporters. But then I saw you on the lines then where somebody asked you about me and you're like, Tehuti, who's that? Tehuti, is that the magician with the spider on his hat? And but I was like, hey, Congo, don't you remember me? I'm the one whose class you come to almost every week and give support. I don't know how many other Tehutis you know, but you know me as the teacher here. So next time somebody asks you to say, yeah, Tehuti, the teacher on the Podclass, shout me out, give me some props. Don't forget about me, my brother. I'm not the magician with the spider on his hat. I'm a teacher that comes on that you enjoy, but shout out to you and your support that you gave. And I saw your thing on the lines then about Jabari. That was that's gonna stir up some little bit of trouble. But you know, if you're ready for the trouble, defend what you believe is the truth. Shout out to Silos Congos. All right, we got Ahati Ma'at in the room. I'm gonna take a little break. And I will be back. Shout out to you and Silos Congos. If you want to jump up on the screen for a quick moment, you can click the screen too. I'm going to take a break. I'm inviting those two on the screen while I take a break who are constant supporters. And then, come to the screen and talk a little bit. I got to take a little break. Silos Green said, Silos Green. I'm thinking of Silos Green. Silos said, I know you, my brother, no disrespect. No problem, no problem. Jump up on the screen. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to step off. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I see the numbers going down. Tell the people I'm just taking a break. As soon as I say I'm taking a break, the numbers just drop. But come on back, people. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. Peace.
Okay. Peace, everybody. Back again. What's the comments say here? Desmond, brother, yes. Desmond says, first of all, Hotep, Desmond, peace to you. Peace to Voltage for going over to my BitChute, going over to the other side. Desmond says he's going to bash the Ashkenazis and the Khazarians. Okay, so just like Tehuti teaches about the origin, you hear a lot of people use the Khazarians, what do they call them, the Khazarian Mafia, The guy that created this popularity with the Khazarians, his name was Arthur Kessler. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe. And a lot of Hebrew Israelites use him to prove that there's a black culture of Jews that is separate from the real Jews. And so this guy wrote a book called The 13th Tribe. You can find a PDF on it. Arthur Kessler was a Jew himself. So, no, It's like when I talk to people and they say, well, there's black Jews. I say, okay, so show me the ancient Jews' writings again. Where's the ancient Hebrew artisan or the scribe, right? So just saying Khazarian is just another name. It's Europe. It's the same. It's the same Jews. There is no difference. Same with the Zionists and the Orthodox. They're still Jews. It's the mindset. Remember, it's the mindset. So I'm not coming to bash anybody. I'm not coming to bash anybody. I always want to reflect on that. I want to see what the content that's coming out of your mind. I want to hear you first before I make a judgment on you. Because my judgment, maybe that's different than yours, a lot of times is flawed if I just run with my own judgment and not assess the whole bigger picture of things. Because we can only perceive things through our own story that our mind is telling us on a day-to-day basis. So if I kept telling myself, well, I can't lift, I don't know, 200 pounds on the bench press, I'm never going to be able to lift 200 pounds. I mean, it's just that simple. Yes, I have to work up gradually to get to 200 pounds, but one day I will lift 200 pounds because I keep telling myself one day you will lift 200 pounds. That's just how simple I can make this. So the religion is just another name for a belief system. What is the person believe in? There's blacks that believe that the Jews are the greatest people on earth. And then there's blacks like me that know the truth. And I'm called the anti-Semite. So it's like there's a lot. And here's the thing too. And I know a lot of blacks don't want to hear this, but here's the deal. We're living in 2022 right now. One of the keys to breaking out of the matrix, and I always go back to this, but it's true, is World War II. That is one key. Just like Kemet is another key. Actually, Kemet is the original key. But the next key is dealing with World War II because World War II is a turning point. World War II is where there's Tamahus that came together and created their own type of society based on their origin, whether you like it or not. Okay? So they based their origin on the Romans, where me and Tehuti base our origin on Kemet. You understand? And we see what the Jews did to those Tamahus. They decimated them. They destroyed them. So this put red flags in my mind, like, wow, if they do this to their own people, imagine what they would do to us, how they'll trick us even more. Yes, so the Federal Reserve Act, the Bilderbergs, all this goes back to Rothschild. All of it goes back to the East Indian Company. The East India Company is still going it's still going strong. Henry Kissinger, he's still in the White House controlling Biden in the presidency. All this is going strong. So this runs simultaneously with what we're now calling spirituality. And Tehuti pointed out in a past podcast that spirituality is just energy. That's all it is. So these two, the physical in the photonic realm or the energetic realm, run parallel to each other. It's a mirror. The comedians talk about this. It's in the Per M. Haru, the Papyrus of Ani, written by R.O. or Robert Faulkner. Raymond Faulkner. So you can't just live on one side of the realm. You got to stay parallel. Okay, so the politics is based off of the spiritual realm. So the people that are running the world right now, a lot of them know exactly what Jody was talking about with the Georgia Guidestones. They know about what Tehuti's talking about with the energetic realm or the photonic realm or what the comedians call Lightland. They know this, and what they did was they took that, flipped it, and they create people like Aleister Crowley or Madame Blavatsky or Jacob Schiff. It's called Jewish chaos magic. That's exactly what's running everything right now. It's the magic that's been perverted out of Kemet, flipped on its side, and it's created what we now term as the Matrix, because the first Matrix started with Ma'at. Okay? So this is why I speak as I do and I create a channel as I did and I come off as an anti-Semite to a lot of people is because, like I explained last time I was up on here, I'm only concerned with the truth. I'm only concerned with Ma'at, and I'm only concerned with protecting that. And since I protect that, therefore I am a protector of Tehuti. Hence he named my name Ahanti Ma'at Dat Amin Amun, which basically means the warrior, the protector of Ma'at, which is the protection of Amun, which happens to be Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. That's it. That's all I'm concerned with. So it's sad, because I have yet to meet in person. I'm not saying online, but in person. I've yet to meet a brother or sister in person that wants to build with me on, well, besides Tehuti, that wants to build with me on topics like that, topics that most of us don't want to reflect on because it's too taboo. See, I have no problem of going on any platform and saying, no, it's the Jews. Yes, the Jews. Yeah, it's the Jews. Yes, it's always the Jews. Yes, it's the Jews. And then when they ask, well, what's your evidence? I have tons, just like Tehuti, because the best taught me. So I'll pull up all my sources, my slides, and we can go from there. Because I don't care if it was green men. I don't care if it was blacks. Here's another key. Blacks aren't destroying other cultures. Blacks aren't taking other nations to war. Blacks aren't bankrupting nations. Blacks aren't mind controlling, brainwashing people. A lot of the original MK Ultra guys, Sidney Gottlieb, are Jews. And this is why this platform shuts down this talk. It banned me from streaming because that's the truth. That's the truth.
Wow.
NASA, again, all this stuff, just anything that has a big financial backing is backed by the long noses and small hats. Now, again, I like Ill Bill. He's a rapper. He's Jewish. I like Norman Finkelstein. He wrote the Holocaust Industry, which is debunking the Holocaust. He's Jewish. I don't care if you look like Silos. I don't care if you look like the Atakata man. I just want the truth. That's
Well,
all
how
I
do
want.
I look like? Do I look Jewish?
Okay.
Oh,
Nah.
I just wanted to say, man, hey, thank you very much, Tehuti, for what you do. Very powerful. I learned a lot, and yes, I do when I can. I do support, and I do listen. I've been catching your podcast, and it's very interesting. I learned a lot. And I just wanted to say very briefly, so you can get back to your show, to your class, is that the question was asked to me, did I know you? Because many know that I've been a student of the Ansar Allah Multiversity in 1979, from the old Ansar. So I was asked if I knew you, and I was like, back then I did not know. I did not know if you were there in '79. I knew most of the brothers that were. So I was like, I don't think he went back into that school, Ansar. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I didn't know you back then. But I did hear that you at one time, I think in Canada, or that you at one time was part of a triad and dealing with that school of thought. I'm saying the Whopper School of Thought, and I honor that. And I said, yes, there, through those schools of thoughts, there are many, many talents that came through there. You know what I'm saying? So
No.
that's interesting. That's all I know. But then I mentioned, the brother with the hat. I just think a magician. I also practice a little magic myself. I said, I know who you're talking about, because JJ asked me the question. I don't know why he asked me the question,
Yeah.
but I was
Yeah.
like, yes, that's very
Yeah.
powerful, brother. I mean, so yes, I am getting a lot of heat with the whole Jabari thing, but we don't want to go into that. I am getting a lot of heat. I've been called all types of names. I don't think I'm gonna be a moderator on Sonnet anymore because very bad. You know what I'm saying? But it is like I said, I deal with truth, and I don't disrespect no one's master teacher because master teachers have students, right? And they have followers. So are you not expecting somebody to push back on you? You don't make that mistake. If you're a priest and and you a person of honor and integrity, don't do that mistake. Don't make that mistake. I wouldn't go to the Pope and say all different, to a rabbi of a big synagogue, knowing that he's got followers and not expect no little followers to come back at me. That's not the way it works, right?
Okay.
But anyway, I leave it at that.
Okay, yes, brother. Yes. You thank you for popping up. There was what actually happened was just to briefly what I saw because I actually watched it was you all were talking and somebody typed in the chat to Kanzu typed in Tehuti destroyed you, and then that went on the front of the screen, and then you saw the name and you said Tehuti. Let's see, who's Tehuti? That's the magician with the hat. And that conversation ended. That was all that you said about that. And then afterwards, JJ came on and he says, "Hey, do you know Tehuti from those days, from the Ansar days?" And that's when you went into no Tehuti that he wasn't back in those days. He was in the triad. Yeah, it was two different things. But I was just addressing when somebody put up on the screen, they just put Tehuti destroyed the Kanzu brother, and then when you saw that, your response was Tehuti. Who's that? Is that the magician with the hat? And then that ended. That was the end of that conversation.
Yeah.
But no harm or nothing. I was just saying, when they ask about Tehuti, just say the brother in the Podclass that I go to.
Okay, I will do that.
Do that. And
but let me tell you something. I did see the one with the Jabari. You killed it. You killed it. You know what I'm saying?
The debate.
And I go on record to say that. Yeah, the one you did with Jabari, the discussion you was having, and you was getting a little frustrated about it.
Oh yeah. That was a great one. I really enjoyed that, and that allowed me to come on Sunnetter as my very first debate to debate the so-called top guy Jabari, and then Sunnetter called me afterwards and told me that every one of the top guys said that I won the debate. He requested for me to have a part 2. He requested he acknowledged that he said everybody said that I won, and then but it's interesting on Sonnet if you go there, Jabari's undefeated. So but anyway, I'm gonna okay, thank you, my bro. Thank you,
You're
CeeLo.
welcome.
Thank you for popping up. Thank you, Ahati, for popping up while I took my break. I'm gonna go ahead and get into this next question. Sit back and enjoy. And shout out to both of you and everybody who comes to the Podclass. And I hope that whatever it is whatever is going on with you and Jabari, whatever that is, whatever you're trying to thing. I know the other person there, he doesn't carry, to me, correct energy. He doesn't. So I wouldn't get caught up if you have something individual with Jabari, but the other guy there on that Lions Den, that other guy, he's looking for recognition and chaos. And I don't think you two are on this same frequency with that. Just watch out for that.
Yes, and thank you very much for that advice. And I do acknowledge that. You're right.
Yeah. Okay, my brother. I'm gonna go ahead and get this on. I got a couple questions to answer.
Okay.
And but peace and love. Thank you, Hati. Thank you, CeeLo, for coming up. Peace and love to both of you. Let's get it on. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. I had to take a little break there. Numbers dropped on the 77. Come on back, people. I just had to take a break. Come on back, people. I need some more. Come on back, everyone. Okay, here we go. Keep Tootie's name out of your mouth. What's going on? Oh, man. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to CeeLo. Shout out to Sonetta. Shout out to Jabari. Shout out to everybody. Whether you agree, disagree, it keeps the wheel going, and it keeps conversations keeps interest, keeps interest. Shout out to everybody who plays their role in this conscious journey that everyone is on. Now let me play my role and break it down. Here we go. So the question was asked by the brother about cats. Why did the Kemetians like cats? Shout out to that brother. I don't know if you're in the room, brother man. If you asked that question, whoever is in the room. Shout out to Muchi who says Hotep. And keep his name out of your mouth. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Let's go. Let's get into it. You know me. I'm just about the information. Okay. So, questions asked about cats. Let me get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. Let's go. How are we going to break this down now? Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see any of these, a lot of these questions. We're just going to, they're sent, and going to get into it. Let's go. Okay, so first off, you will find that that the Kemetians did have much respect for cats, for what they symbolize. The beautiful thing about Kemet and about Nile Valley, and really about all cultures, is that all cultures studied animals. They studied the attributes and attitudes of animals, and they used those attributes to parallel themselves with their character, because it was nature that was all around us. So what is it about the cat? What is it about the cat? Let's go ahead and let me do a screen share and let's get into it. Welcome to the Podclass, where you can send in your questions and I will answer them with thorough archaeological evidence, information, research, language, whatever it is we have to go to, I will do it. And if I can't answer, I will say, hey, I can't answer. So first off, let's get into it here. You're gonna find that in Kemet, whoops, the priests, let me expand this. So here is a beautiful image, and you're going to see that these men have all one thing in common. So this is a detail of the stele of, oops, sorry, let me pull this computer up more. Okay. Nebnekatu and the family, his son, Amenhotep, a priest of Harshapes, is clothed in leopard skin and accompanied by his mother, Shuritre, while he pours libation over his father, Patimaya, grandmother, Iutui, New Kingdom from Sedment El Gebel, Egyptian Museum of Cairo. So you'll find that when you look at the Kemetic priests, the Nile Valley priests, they are usually dressed in a leopard skin, some type of cat skin print. Why was this significant? As a matter of fact, when you look at, let me blow this up here. When you look at the skin, if we go to page 859 of the Meta Dictionary, look at the skin, the teches, right? Skin of a beast hide compared to the Hebrew tekeshu, Assyrian tekeshu. We're gonna find something very interesting. We look at the skin. So the word for skin that they would wear is the same word thesu over here, thesu, and it's the word for captain. Let me go ahead and expand this so we can see here. I'm going to move the screen. There we are, nice and close. I'm going to screen a little bit. So we see the word, we see captain, commandment, chief, officer, general, master. So the same word for the skin of the beast, the thehes, the skin of the hide that would be worn, is the same word for master, commander. But why? Why is that? We see the priest would wear the hide of the leopard skin. Okay, we're gonna go here, managers. So we're gonna go to down here. We're gonna see to lift up, to raise oneself, ascend to a hill, lift up, lift away, bear up, to support, to be high of price, lift up, offer to a netter, to the gods, set aside high. What is this word here that means all of these things? To raise up, we see that it is the same word, thesi, the same word thesi. So why? Why is the word for the hide that would be worn the same word for a commander and the same word for lifting up high? Well, what is a commander? Or a general, a chief? All these words are someone with high standard, high status. Okay. So they would wear a leopard skin, and for some reason, the name of the skin is the same word that means to lift up, to raise, of high status. Here is how the Cometians would study the animal. It is because of the action of the cat. Now, this is one of many breakdowns because there's actually several reasons why the cat was looked at and loved and liked by Cometians, but this is the one that held the highest of the standards as far as a position that you could be in as a Kemetic man, as a priest, or as a high-ranking official. The actual cat on your body represented that you are higher than others. Why is that? Well, that goes back to, let me see if we can go here. Oh, then we have thesi, see, the beak of a bird, okay? Thesi, the beak of the bird. The beak of the bird, Tehuti, is the lawgiver. So we have the bird, and we also have speech law, thesu, which is lawmakers, arrangers. But why? Why is this word thesu being associated with lawmakers, law arrangers, high chiefs and command? And it is because of the cat, the caracal cat, a certain cat that actually looks like a leopard. So when you look at the Cometians, you'll see that they have a skin on that looks like a leopard. Some of it was leopard, because the leopard and the caracal cat have something in close common attribute with each other. The caracal cat even more than the leopard. What does the caracal cat have to do with raising high? Okay, wonderful. So once again, we have the priests that would wear the leopard skin that represent the caracal cat. This represented high, to be high. Why? We'll take a look. Let's take a look here, and I'm going to show you the caracal cat. Here it is right here. Okay, boom. So we have the caracal cat. We'll notice that one of its greatest features is its high jump ability. Here, we'll take another look.
Caracals are built for a vertical launch. must come down. And come down in the right way. We know that cats always land on their feet. But how? This mystery kept scientists arguing for over a century. It needs to turn around, but to do that, it has to push against something else. But there's nothing there. This caracal is about to do something that would seem impossible. All cats have a remarkable design, a flexible spine, which allows them to rotate their front and back ends in different directions at the same time. As it falls back to Earth, the caracal creates a clockwise rotation in the front half of its body, but the back spins in the opposite direction. By spinning in two different directions at the same time, the caracal is effectively pushing against itself. But it does even more. Like a spinning ice skater, it pulls its front legs close, which makes the front half of its body spin faster. This creates a twist in its spine, allowing it to swing the back legs round and prepare for landing.
Okay. So we see as the Cometians observe the cat, the caracal cat, the leopard, they all have these high jumping abilities. If you actually look at the cat that represents Ra, you'll see it's a combination of different cats. There's the F1 Savannah cat. There is the Bengal cat, there's a leopard, and there's a caracal. Because you'll notice the cat that is shown in the Kemetic writing actually has large pointed ears, like the caracal cat has this prince of the Bengal and the leopard, and the high jumping ability that the Kemetians would see. The word for cat in Kemet, the word for leopard was actually jumper. It was the medunetter of two back legs, and it was just a back leg which caused it to give it the ability to jump. So it jumped high. So the Kemetic priest would wear the leopard skin, and it would represent that they were high, of high standards. That's how simple it was. They would watch the cat, see how it jumps. So when they represented, it would represent them. And it also represented a high mind, because if you look at the word for mind in Kemet, we look at the Per Em Haru right over here. I'm going to go ahead and blow this up. Oh, it's a little too big. I'm going to blow this up, and then I'm going to let me shrink this down a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. See the cat? You see that? It looks like it has pointy ears, long ears, almost like a rabbit. See that? And it's cutting the apep. It's cutting the apep. And it's the cat of Ra. It's Ra cutting the apep, and it has these large ears. So sometimes you'll see the print of the cat is one color, kind of two color print, and then sometimes it looks like a leopard, like sometimes it looks like this. Okay, and there's the pointy ears again, and here is Ra again cutting the let me expand this a little bit. Okay, so we see Ra, I'm gonna shrink it down, cutting the serpent, cutting the snake. And so the cat was seen as an animal that not only could jump high, but it was also a snake killer. A cat is a very efficient snake killer. A cat and a mongoose have to be one of the most efficient snake killers on the planet. It's very hard for a snake to actually kill a cat. This is one of the reasons why you hardly see a snake eating a cat. Cats have the ability to twist their body in a 180 degrees, which make certain constrictor snakes very difficult for them to squeeze the cat. So it was known as an animal that could elude, get away from the snake, kill the snake. They have the ability to bite the snake on the neck, and they shake they can kill snakes very, very easily. So Ra was known as the cat killer. It was known as a smart animal that could kill a snake that could jump high. And guess what the name of the cat was? The name of the cat was the same name for your mind. Guess what the name was? The name of the cat in Kemet was Meow. Meow was the name of Ra in the cat form. As the snake killer, his name was Meow. Now, to this day, we will swear up and down that a cat makes a sound meow. Nobody on this planet Earth has ever once heard a cat ever say meow in their entire life. You've been hypnotized to believe through the ancient cultures that cats actually make the sound meow because for thousands and thousands of years, meow was the name of Ra, the cat god. Cats have no ability to make the sound meow because cats can't close their lips to make a sound. In order to say meow, you have to put your two lips together to say the M word, M sound. Meow. No cat has ever done that in front of you. You've never seen cats with lips that put their lips together to make an M sound. So cats make a sound, but we interpret it in our mind as if we're hearing the word meow. We're not hearing meow. We just have the subconscious cultural transfer that Ra was the cat god called meow because meow was also the same word for brain and intellect and thinking. And so for thousands of years, the sound meow was associated with the cat to the point where we actually believe that cats are making a letter M sound when they're not. So here is Ra, the cat god, and here is meow. There it is right there on page 274 of the Ancient Egyptian Dictionary, the lion god, cat god, and it is meow, meow, meow. That is the cat god's name, and it is brilliant, splendid, light, radiant, which also represented the mind. So cats were associated with high intelligent animals called the meow, and that's why the word meow was a word that meant to think, to ponder, to bear in mind, representing the mind, the ability to think. The meow, which was Ra, because Ra represented the sun, and sun represented light, which was brilliance and bright, and that was always associated with the way the neurons work, and light and intelligence. And he was also called Meow, the light god, and the cat god. And for thousands of years, we associated Meow with the cat god, and that's why to this day, we believe that cats make the sound meow when they don't. Thank you for asking that question, and that is the history of why Kemetians, that is one of the histories of why Kemetians associated themselves so much with cats, and why cats are considered high intelligence, and why even to this day, 6,000 years later, we believe that cats say meow, and they don't. You've never seen a cat open its mouth to say ow or say meow. It makes a sound like it makes some type of sound. Listen to your cat again. And now that I've said that, when you listen to your cat again, it's not going to sound like meow anymore. It's going to sound like it's going to sound like some little weird sound, but you're never, after this podcast, ever going to hear meow ever again, because I just broke that out of your mind. That's the Matrix. Cats can't say meow. It's impossible. So that is Meow, the cat god, the light god, Ra. Thank you for that question. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, where you can learn all type of things, information that you can ask about. The class is based on you all. It's not based on me. It is now 12:13. I'm going to look at some of the questions that were asked, and shout out to Shannon, who I think she said her cat passed. Where's that? Shout out to, yeah, they don't have connective lips, exactly. Shout out to Shannon, whose cat passed yesterday. Shout out to you, and I hope that cat has a great afterlife. Shout out to you, and peace, RIP to the cat. I know what it's like to have animals to pass. Okay, so that is the answer. I'm glad you enjoyed it if you got to hear that, to the brother who asked it. Let's move on. I'm going to go over a couple donations. I got a couple big ones. I'm not going to be able to get to them. Oh, especially this one. I want to make sure this brother's even here. Is Owen Hith. He said the last syllable is silent. Is Ascar 21 in the house? He gave a great donation to ask a question that he asked last week, and it wasn't worded right, so I had no idea what he was asking. But he went ahead and emailed me the question. Let me go ahead and put I'm going to put it up on the screen. I want to give this a nice answer. Let me see. Go ahead and screen share. So he asked, he's clarified two questions that he asked that I didn't understand the wording of them. One said Conference of Nisi, and he cleared that up. And one was about Anunnakis and reptilians, and he cleared that up. It was 2 weeks in a row. I had no idea what he was asking because of the way it was worded, but he clarified that, and I want to give that a good breakdown. I want to have him in the room. I know sometimes he can't make it, but I want to break. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen share. Shout out to the brother Owen Hythe, who said check the email. So when I got this, I still didn't know what the question was, and then I went and looked through the email and recognized his name, Damaso, and I'm going to go ahead and put that in the room just to show everybody that I do see what he asked. Let me go and stop this. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the room. Let me go and find him. He's Mazo, and I think this is it right here. Wish it would blow up more. Okay, so let me go ahead and put this in the room just to show that I address every question, even if I can't answer it at the time. I want to take accountability and let everybody know that I did receive it, and I will be addressing this to the best of my ability. I'm going to do a screen share. Boom, boom, and go to the Gmail. And here's the question right here. The brother asked, High Priest, this is Owen Hythe, Ascari21. The question I sent 2 weeks ago was Anunnaki versus reptilian. Yes, I didn't understand what that meant. He said, I know they battled in Orion. I wanted to know if you had any info on Earth encounters. Also, I asked about Nicaea conference when the Romans took over Christianity. That was last week. My last name is silent. Bless you. So I'm going to do two things for you, Ascari, if you are in the room. I'm not looking at the room right now. So first off, I'm going to address I don't have any record, I would say right off the bat, of Anunnaki and reptilian if you're talking about recent battles now. He said, I know, had battles in Orion. I wanted to know if they had any info on encounters, any info on Earth encounters. If that is in ancient times, I will get that for you. I will check that out. I have Natiru and reptilian battles, but Anunnaki and reptilian battles on Earth encounters. That's going to be interesting. I'm going to go into my old cuneiform bag, my old I have a lot of cuneiform tablet translations. I'm going to go into those stories. I haven't found that. So, but I'm going to go see if I can find that for you. I haven't found it so far. And as far as the Nicene Council, I want to know what you want to know about. It says about the Nicene Conference when the Romans took over Christianity. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen share. I have a jewel on the Nicene Council, on a Nicene Council member who worked with Constantine, who did much worse than anybody thinks could have happened with the Nicene Council. I don't know what your exact question is. If you just want any jewel I have on the Nicene Council, but I have a jewel on one particular person because everybody by now knows the Nicene Council 325 AD, Nicene Council 1, Nicene Council 2, 481 AD, when they got together and decided what exactly would Christianity mean in an orthodox fashion, what books would be accepted as a part of the, what beliefs would be accepted as a part of the Bible, what about Jesus would be accepted as a part of the Bible. But that is common information that I could actually get off, just read off Wikipedia. But there is something that one of them did that actually changed all the conscious people of today. There's something that somebody did, but I want to know if I can get that to you. It is 12:20 over here. I will get that to you. I'll start off next week's class with that, because when I saw this email, I still didn't understand what the question was, and I still really don't. I just want to know. Do you want to know just any jewel I have on the Nicene Council? Because anything at all, there is something that I can tell you that none of the conscious brothers will talk about this thing that a member of the Nicene Council did that affects the whole conscious community. I will probably break that down. It's so late right now, but I'm going to break that down. I'll start off next class with it if you'd like. I know this is the second time you asking it, but I didn't understand it the first time because it said Conference of Nice. I still don't know what the exact question is yet still, but I will give you a jewel on that next week. If you want to know about something specific about the Nicene Council or just a breakdown of who they were, I can give that also. But that is kind of basic Google information, but I will give you a little jewel that is not popular at all. I'll break that down. So let me go ahead and put this in. I don't see you in the room. I do see you up on the top. Okay, good. He said that would be great. Thank you, my brother. You are always understanding, respectful. You always give high donations. I appreciate that. And you understand the clarity issue. I like clear-cut questions because I want to give you clear-cut, precise answers. Thank you for working with me. And as long as you work with me, I will work with you and give you high-grade quality. So I'll go ahead and give that to you. And then in the meantime, I will see if there's any Anunnaki reptilian battles on the surface of the earth. That's an interesting question. Shout out to you. Oh, he said that would be great. Yes. Shout out to you, Askari. Appreciate it, my brother. Okay, let's. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Askari. With the $43. I think that's the highest of the day. I have to check. I think that's the highest of the day. I think. I'm gonna go check and see, but shout out to you, my brother. Anytime you give over 25 or so, you get the hand claps. Much respect. Appreciate the respect you have for the podcast. Thank you for supporting my talent, my ability, and keeping this going. Keeping this going because finances are needed and my time is definitely valuable, and I appreciate those who respect my time. Okay, so oh yeah, that was from last week. Yeah, I was just talking about from today. That was from yes, he did give that. That was a question that he asked and then re-asked, but yes, it was shown again today. So AJ, yes, gave the 72, even though that was given from before. As far as what was given today, I believe that's the highest. Shout out to both AJ and Askari. Let's go through these here. Okay, I'm tired, man. Let's see what we got here. Shout out to Vincent Black Lodge. I don't understand this question either, but I will put it up on the board, and I will definitely get to this one next week. Shout out to Vincent Black Lodge. Is that? There's two Vinny, right? Vinny Black Craft and Vinny Black Lodge. I don't know.
I don't know.
They're both Vinny Black something, right? Shout out to.
Vinny Black Lodge is the one I see.
Okay, shout out to. Let me see if it went. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the donation? Oh, here it is. Okay, shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. I'm going to put this on the screen. Vinny Black Lodge. Vinny Black Lodge. Are you the one that looks like Chris Angel? There's a Vinny Black Lodge that looks like Chris Angel, and there's a Vinny Black Lodge who's a black man, and Vinny Black. Shout out to you, Vinny, whichever Vinny you are. He said it's me, but yeah, it's me. One of them looks like Chris Angel, though. Shout out to you, Vinny. Let me see what he put here. Let me do a screen share. Screen share to the Vinny. There's two Vinnies that come to the podcast, and there's two Vinnies that are moderators at the Killer Priest, and I always get them confused. But shout out to both Vinnies, both of them support. Okay, Vinny Black Lodge says Darwin's Ark set up by man as act of God. I don't know what that question means. For 100, Darwin's Ark set up by man as act of God in quotations. I don't know what that means. Vinny, send me a message, an email or personal message. Rewrite this, and I will address this next week. I honestly don't know what that means, what that question means. Okay. Oh yeah, Dracula one here. I probably have a. Okay, shout out to you, Vinny. Clarify that for me. I don't know what that means. What's the email? Moderators, give him the email. Give him the email. And also, if you're the Vinny that contacts me in the Facebook, you can send me a personal message too. I'm gonna put this for next week because I don't know what this means. Oh, I touched on it already? Oh, okay. So then I answered the question with Jody's Guidestones. I don't. I'm not. I don't use Facebook. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna put this for. I'm gonna put a note for next week and get clarity. So maybe I already answered it. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but shout out to you, Vinny. I'm gonna put next week, and Vinny will clarify. Boom, gotcha. Thank you, Vinny. Shout out for the support. You are great again, always supporting. And shout outs. The moderators will put the email in there. Okay, let's go on. I got a few more. I got a shout out to Nito Campbell again. Nito Campbell with the $18. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I can't seem to put it on my I can't put it in my overlay. Let me try to put this in the overlay. Add overlay. Desktop. It's not letting me add this. There's something wrong with StreamYard. Okay. Okay. Who's this? Is this him? Nito Campbell, shout out to you. Let me go ahead and put this. I gotta do everyone's screen share now. Screen share, okay. Here we go. Shout out to you, Nito Campbell. And here he is right here who gave $18 and $18 for teaching truth. Thank you, my brother Nito Campbell. He always sends 18 or 27 every single week just as support. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. You are awesome, and you are always continuous. You are continuous with the support, nonstop. Then we're going to take it off that. Okay, shout out to you, and on to the next one. We're going to get through shouting out everybody, and then I got to go. Oh, wow. Who's this? Is Anthony Jackson Hikara? Or is that? There's so many people in here with the same name. Like 3 Anthonys. Anthony Jackson. Is that Kepara? Shout out to. I wish I could put this on the screen. Shout out to Anthony Jackson. Wow, where did this come from? Man, out of nowhere. He just says thanks. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Anthony Jackson says thanks. Anthony, are you in the room, my brother? Are you in the room? Are you Heka? Hey, everybody. When you can, if you do have the space, throw your name in there too. That's in the room, so I can. It is you. Okay, boom. Anthony Heka Kepara with the wonderful. He just went neck and neck with AJ Super Mogul. I think with the exact same amount. Oh, let me see here. Okay. Screen share. Boom, boom. Shout out to you, my brother. Where is it? Shout out to this. Look at this. Boom. Anthony Jackson with the 72-72. Thank you, my brother, for the appreciation. Heka Kepara, you are awesome and wonderful. Let me go ahead and throw you the hand claps. You've been here for every podcast. You support every single podcast. You got the questions. You got the support. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. That made my night. That continued the night. Appreciate that. I feel appreciated. Hold on, get some water. Okay, thank you, my brother. Thank you for that, man. I feel appreciated. I really spent a lot of time doing this, everybody, and I'm trying to bring something new to consciousness that's not been brought before. This live question and answer type with thorough breakdowns, and the support is. Hey, look, there's 72 people in the room. Let me screenshot this. 72 people in the 72 people in the chat aren't watching, while he gave 72. Shout out, my brother. Shout out. Rigo says, "Damn." Rigo says, "Damn." Rigo, you're the same. You do the same. Shout out to everybody, new people in the room that came in. Thank you. Let me blow this up because I can't see. Boom. Thank you to Tehuti. Don't make every live. I don't make every live, but watch all the shows regardless. Love, love, love. UK in the house. Blap. All right. All right. Shout out to you. And it's very beneficial for me. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. And I appreciate that you appreciate. And Vinny Black Lodge says, "Thanks again, Tehuti." He said my name like how Sanetter said it. Tehuti. With the A. Thank you, my brother Vinny. And let's Senetia Moon's telling you thank you. And appreciate everybody. Appreciate it. Okay, let me go on. I'm starting to break down. We're going to get through the last of these supports. And that was Anthony Jackson. And then we have Jermaine Arcad. Is Arcad the one that did 111, 222, 333? Was that him? 444, 555. So It was somebody did. I think it was Arcad. I think no, that was Cash Peden. Cash Peden did that. Cash Peden did 111. I think it was him. One of them did that. That was awesome. But this reminds me of because it's 777. This reminds me of that week, that time when somebody did 111222. All right, shout out to let me go ahead and do a share. Boom, 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 and let me move this to the side. And what's going on here? Okay, move to the side, and that was 777. There it is. Boom, 777. Shout out to Arcad. Peace and love, just for support. Thanks, Saba. Thank you, Arcad. You are awesome, wonderful. Thank you for the support and your consistency. Shout out to you, Arcad, if you're even in the room. If you're not, you'll watch it back on YouTube. And Nania Setmer says, so small I can't see. Okay. Tua Heka Kepara, thank you for all your support, donations, and questions. Yes. Thank you, Nani, for sending that out. Thank you, Nani. Thank you, Sineti. Thank you, Ahati. Cash did. Yeah, thank you, Ahati, for telling me Cash did. Thank you, everybody, for helping me keep this smooth. Let's move on. We got a couple more. Oh, here comes the big time. Who's this? I know. Sal Vega. Who's Sal Vega again? Oh, that's the one that said award-winning answers or Q X A. Let me see what this is. I don't know if this is a question or if he's thanking me for an answer I gave on. I did break down Anpu the moon. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Shout out to XA who says, where is XA? Where is he? Is this him? There he is. Shout out to XA who says, boom, screen, share, and where's XA? There he is. Shout out to XA for everything you know on Ampu and the moon. XA. So there was Scribe who gave me a large donation, and that was for what I broke down on the ETs and something else. I don't know if this is. I'm not sure if this is if he's giving this as a support for my breakdown on Anpu and the moon, which I've broken down the moon many times, or if he's asking me for every single thing I know on Ampu and every single thing I know on the moon. I'm not sure what this one is, but shout out to XA. I'm going to give we definitely get a round of applause. I'm not sure if this is just a respect for what I have broken down on Ampu and the moon, or if you want to know every single thing about Ampu and every single thing about the moon. I'm not sure, but shout out to you for this awesome support. I will check in the chat to see if you're in there, to see if this is just giving me support for what I have broken down on the moon and Ampu, or if you want to know a specific thing about Ampu and a specific thing about the moon, because I literally have thousands of bits of information on each of those words. So shout out to you though, my brother XA, or is this sister? I'm not sure, but shout out to XA for sending in that large donation for, and I quote, everything you know on Anpu and the moon. Shout out to you, my brother. If that's a question, send me an email with a picture of that Cash App with a more specific, is there something you want to know about, you want to know everything I know about the moon, that's the whole pod class. Do you want to know something specific about Ampu, or are you just giving me respect for what I have broken down in the past on Ampu and the moon? Shout out to you, though. Hope you hear this and you can clarify. I respect the support. I will look out for your contact. Jesus Marquez. This brother is so excited. He's always wanted to talk to me. This brother, the best Saba. Okay, shout out to Jesus Marquez. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see where that one goes. That one's gonna go right there. Perfect. Right there. I'm gonna click on it. Shout out to Jesus Marquez, who says, let me go ahead and do a screen share. Jesus Marquez, who asked me the question, interesting question. I never been asked about a guest before, but let me go ahead. And he says, the best Saba. The best Saba. He looks like somebody. Will you have Sophia Stewart as a guest? Great question. I highly doubt it because I don't have guests. I don't really have guests on here. I know that Sophia Stewart has been a guest on a show that I've been on, I think twice. The Killer Piece Pod Craft show, where I've been on, and Sophia Stewart was a guest there. And I was on at the same time, either once or twice. But on this channel, I don't have guests where I interview anybody. It's specifically set up for my students to learn and ask questions to me, or to come up on the screen and have a dialogue with me. You send a donation for the time that you want. It could be a question answered, support, or an interaction. If Sophia Stewart was to come on, it would be the whole pod class. It'd be like 2 hours, like he does, like they do on Killer Priest. 2 hour interview. I don't have time for that. So I highly doubt. The real question would be, will I ever have guests on here? I have not thought about that, having guests other than somebody who comes on to dialogue with me for a short period of time. I have so many students that this is their only outlet to let me take this off the screen. I have so many students that this is their only outlet to ask questions to me, that I can't see myself. I'd have to open up another show on another day for guest appearances, because I get so many emails, people trying to ask me questions, so many Facebook messages, that for me to have a guest on would be me to cut out my students. And I don't think the guest would have to be, I don't think so. I don't think I'll have a guest on here. If I open up another one where I have guest shows, then yes, but that's for if you want to see her, go to Killer Priest. He has her as a guest kind of frequently too, but not on here. Especially with the way that I am, because I'm not an interviewer, so I wouldn't be interviewing like how Killer Priest does unbiasedly. I wouldn't be doing that. I would be asking questions and scrutinizing, and she'd probably leave the show. All right, shout out for that question. He says thank you. Actually, the first time we came in contact, she said, "I know you, Tehuti," and she didn't seem too happy. It was kind of strange. That was kind of strange. But anyways, let's move on. Shout out to you, Jesus, and let's go on. Ooh, the 150 got updated to 10. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, let me go back. Okay, boom. Okay, Julius. Oh, Ammon. Okay, hold on. Ammon. I like how this one is blue. That's interesting. The Cash App is like bluish. Okay. Shout out to Ammon. Ammon Ma'at Ra. Hey. Shout out to Ammon Ma'at Ra. All right, my good brother. He is definitely on the support, giving the support. I think this is him right here. Let's see. Yes, let me go ahead and put a screen share. I don't know why I can't put it on the screen anymore. It's very strange. I'm going to try to fix that. I used to be able to, they won't let me put it on the screen. I have to constantly do a screen share now. So shout out to, that's Anthony Jackson. Shout out to Ammon Ma'at Ra with the sacred 13 number of the woman. Shout out to Ammon Ma'at Ra. Thank you for your support. You are awesome and you're always in the room. You're always popping up. I appreciate you, my brother. Keep it going. Keep it going. Okay, let's move on. It's after 12. It's almost 1 in the morning. This is the longest podcast ever. I got to get to sleep. What else we got? Raya. Is there? Oh, no, that's not a. Wait. No, I don't see Raya. Raya, did you send a Cash App? Raya, I don't know if you sent a Cash App and then send a question email. I'll wait to hear from you. I don't know if are you under another name, Raya? Okay, I'm gonna wait to hear from Raya, but I don't see a Cash App. I just see an email question. I don't know. I don't see a Cash App to match, but so we got Black Sun, who I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, nice. Is it on the screen? Oh, this is nice. Okay, I can just move it up to the browser. Oh, wait a minute. I'm learning something different. Okay. Okay, I can just move it up to the browser and then go screen share, and I can go to oh, this is interesting. Screen share, Chrome tab, and there it is. Boom. Okay, that's a nicer way to do it. Black Sun says, for deep answer aligns with why I chose the name. Thanks. Shout out to you, Black Sun. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are great. Oh, that's good. See, it's showing on the screen like that. That's nice. Nice. I like it. I'm gonna do it like that every time now. Shout out to you, Black Sun, for your appreciation. And I actually see Black Sun donated again. Black Sun loves me. Black Sun donated back to back for a deeper explanation. Let me see. If I go like this and I move it up here. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh, now I gotta find it. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everyone. I'm the one man show. I gotta find where Black Sun went. So what if I go like this and go like this? How did that happen? All right, I'm gonna have to do it manually. I don't know how that happened, but okay. Here we go. Boom. And like that. I'm gonna have to do this manually. Or maybe, hold on. Maybe can I drop it right in the screen? Let me see. I'm experimenting, everybody. I am Tehuti and AD right now. Hold on. Let me see if I can drop it in the screen. Will that work? No. I'm experimenting. I'm trying something out here. How about if I go like this? Nope. All right, no problem. I'll figure that out later. There's no time. Black Sun with the $10. Again, shout out to Black Sun for deeper comedic explanation. Thank you, my brother. That answer must have hit you strong. You gave 3 donations for the same question and answer. Thank you, my brother. You are appreciated because you appreciate me. Did that show up on the screen? The Black Sun one? Let me do that again. Hold on. Black Sun. Let me do this again. Black Sun, Black Sun, Black Sun. Okay, there we go. Black Sun. Shout out to Black Sun again. He sent 3 donations for the same question. 1 donation for the question. 1 donation for appreciation. 1 donation for appreciation again for the deeper understanding and helping him understand even why, even more, he chose his name. Shout out to you, Black Sun. Unki Ma'at is hanging in there. Is Sanetia Moon still hanging in there? I know Nanny's hanging in there. Okay, Sanetia Moon is still up, and that's amazing. Okay, let's go. We got a couple more to go. We got Raphael, Gary. What does he say? Shout out to Raphael, Gary. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Raphael, are you in the room, my brother? Raphael, are you in the room, my brother? Raphael, Gary, are you in the room? Raphael, Gary sends. Oh yeah. Here we go. Boom. And how did I do that? I'm doing it manually again. Extra camera. No. Window. Chrome tab. All right, I'll just do it manually. I got no time to play around with it right now. I'll play around with it after class. Raphael Gary with the $25. Raphael Gary, you in the room, my brother? It is for, is there archaeological evidence of slave ships? Raphael Gary. Oh my God, break it down. Raphael Gary. I don't even know if you're in the room. But shout out to you. I'll have to go over that next week, Raphael. I am I'm getting tired. And after I shut down the Podclass, I still have. Let me take it off. After I shut down the Podclass, I still have to set up the thumbnail and everything, and that takes another half an hour to actually. Sometimes YouTube wants me to edit. It's just okay. Here we go. I'm gonna put this for next week because I am getting tired right now. So we'll put next week. Raphael Gary, shout out to you. You always are. Oh, next week too. You always are supporting Raphael Gary. You are awesome. Thank you for your support, and you of course get a round of applause. Shout out to Raphael Gary, who is always supporting. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you for always being consistent. One Podclass, he sent in 3 in a row. It was three donations in one Podclass. I think he may hold no. Cash Feeding does. But you definitely hold one of the records for most donations per Podclass. You definitely hold one of those records. Cash Feeding holds them. You hold the record for most donations that added up to the most. That's you're awesome, my brother. I don't even know if you're still in the room. Probably fell asleep. But shout out to you, my brother. Let's get through them. I got a couple left, and then we're gonna close it down. I still have to show She still hasn't seen it yet. I gotta show her this weekend, and then I can play it regular. Vinny Black Lodge. Vinny Black Lodge says. He says. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Vinny Black Lodge. Oh man. Well, Vinny Black Lodge disappeared. The donation disappeared. Where did it go? Is that it on the screen? Oh, that's on the screen. Wait a minute. No, it's not. Let's see, how's Black Sun get there? Vinny Black Lodge. Okay, I gotta do it again. Vinny Black Lodge. Your donation disappeared. I gotta put it up again. Here we go. Vinny Black Lodge says. What does he say? Where does it go? Let's see. There it is. Vinny Black Lodge with the donation. Shout out to you, my good brother. He says. Vinny Black Lodge says, thanks again. I don't know if you meant that on purpose, but thanks again for the builds. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for the support. Thanks again. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge for the support and the appreciation. You are awesome as usual, always supporting the Podclass. Thank you, my brother. He says, just said thanks again. That's right. All right. I think we're down to the last person and we can close out. Let me refresh it. I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's it. I think that's everybody. Let me scroll down. Yeah, Lady Casanova is Jody. I did that one. Anthony Drain. Didn't I do Anthony Drain? He was the first one. I believe I did Anthony Drain. Hold on a second, everybody. It's refreshing my I believe I did Anthony Drain. If I didn't, I'm gonna do it again. Oh, that's interesting. He was like the first one to give a donation. I don't know why. Okay. Shout out to, if I didn't do this, if I did it already, no problem. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I can't move it. Okay. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Share. There you are. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Shout out to you, my brother, with the 1072. You are awesome again. You're always supporting. I appreciate you. Shout out to the good brother, Anthony Drain, who every single week gives 1072. You are awesome. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you and for the consistency of constantly supporting every single week. You definitely get a round of applause because every week, Anthony Drain, before the class starts, he sends a donation every single week before the class even begins. Shout out to you, Anthony Drain. You are awesome. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. Got Octavius, I believe. Yep, Octavius was the flower of life. Yeah, let me scroll up and see. Octavius was the first. Yep. Let me go ahead and just record his support. Yeah, shout out to Octavius. Okay, that's everybody. I believe it's everybody. Let me go into the room and see. Let me go into the Cash Apps, PayPal. Oh, I got one last one just popped in. Oh, you all are awesome. It's awesome. I'm just about to shut it down and somebody sent in one last one. What is this one last one? Let's see what it is. Where'd it go? One last donation sent in. I don't see the screen anymore. I'm going to get it. Here it is. Okay, boom. One last donation, and that is from Rigo. Of course. Rigo was typing fast. He's making sure he got that PayPal in before it ended. And I'm going to show it on the screen. Shout out to Rigo. Rigo's awesome. Shout out to everybody. Rigo, let's see where Rigo is. Cut that. Rigo, where are you? Rigo is right here. Should be only PayPal. Shout out to Rigo. And Rigo gives, it looks like $12. And let me share this. $12. And there it is right there. Boom. Shout out to Rigo. This man gave $50 one day after the Podclass was the day after the Podclass. Something to that effect. Right when the Podclass ended, he gave 10 and then gave 50. This is Rigo's awesome. He gave the 12. Thank you for these incredible answers to Tehuti. Screaming it. Thank you for these incredible answers to Tehuti. Thank you, Rigo, for your incredible support. You are awesome, always consistent. Boom. That, I believe, is everybody. I'm going to check one last time. I believe that's everybody. Let me refresh it. I think that's everybody. That is everyone. Thank you all. Hold on. Hey. Can you grab me Third Eye's box? Thank you everyone for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. You all have been great. I know some people have fallen asleep. Shout out to Sinetti says thank you, Anthony. I was trying to click on thank you, Sinetti, for that. For shouting him out. I was trying to get on Muchi. Peace at the host chat watchers. Thank you, Muchi. Shout out to everybody. Everybody who supports the Podclass. I want to give one last shout out to my awesome one-of-a-kind. Just set it down on the ground. My awesome one-of-a-kind moderators. My moderators are Ankia Ma'at, Nani Aset Mer, Sineti Amun, and Ahati Ma'at. Thank you, moderators, for all of the support and everything you do to help everything run smooth. You all are excelente, fabulous, and wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. For those who are just watching and you liked what I just taught on, you can Cash App TT Amun. You can send me questions in the week if you want. Most people send me questions while the class is going on. That's very challenging. You can send it to me through the week anytime. It's good for me. PayPal is at Rocky SV, and it shows up as Aquiel Anardo. Rocky SV, at Rocky SV, PayPal, TT Amun. Cash App is TT Amun. Please support with questions. So PayPal is at Rocky SV. PayPal is at Rocky SV. Cash App is $ TT Amun. Please support with questions. Thank you all if you're watching the show. We have 57 people watching. If you're watching and you enjoyed it, please support. This is what I do for a living. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I want to shout out some of the people that made it to the end of the class. This young brother here, Jesus Marquez, is excited. We have Desmond FPV, who says, thank you, Saba. We have Rigo that says, I'm going to take off my camera for a minute. We have Rigo that says, peace and love, moderators. Rigo, you are awesome. It says, peace and love, moderators. Peace and love, Moderators. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Who else we have here? Let me get my camera back on. Boom. And we have shout out to everybody who survived the sleep. I know some people are, it's like 3 in the morning. 3 in the morning. Shout out to Ed Ren. Shout out to Ava, who shows up a lot. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Jody, who's here all the way to the end. We have some sisters lasting to the end. Usually at this time of night, there's no women in the chat anymore. We got sisters lasting to the end. We got Jody lasting. We have Ava lasting. The moderators are lasting. I think everybody else is asleep. Shout out to Master K. Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody who lasted this fighting of sleep. Shout out to my moderators. We have Saneti Amun. We have Unki M. Ma'at. And we have, where's Nania Sent Mur in here? I got to click on her name. We have, where's Ahati? We have Nania Sent Mur, who says Cash App TT Moon or PayPal at Rocky SV. And of course, we have Ahati says, have a great week and carry this energy with you. Wonderful. Shout out to everybody in the room. We have here on the hat is Neith. She is my wonderful, excellent, awesome. There it is. Unicorn. See the horn on the hat? Boom. See the horn on her head? I mean, see if I can get a good angle of it. Wish I had 3 hands, but okay. So there is the unicorn there. It's okay. It's showing. It's okay. That's the best I can do, everybody. That is the boom. That's all. Everybody's seen her horn. That's the best I can do, everybody. But that is the unicorn spider with the horn. Thank you. Okay, now it's nice and clear. It's the angle and weirdness. Okay, boom. Oh, I see. The more I move this way. There's the horn. Everybody see that? Everybody see that horn on her head? That is the unicorn spider. It's weird how it has to work because I have to move my head this way. Boom. Okay, that is her. Everybody sees her. That is the unicorn all the way from Zimbabwe. Shout out to you, Neith. Helps me along the way with good energy. And of course, the one and only third eye with all the third eyes on his back. You all remember when we were a child, we used to have this as a toy. Some older people may remember. It was a wooden snake and you hold it by the tail and it had these same prints on the back. And as you move the tail, the head would move. It would like move in the air as you're holding it. This is the snake it was patterned after. You can actually see through his body because of the green screen. He's all the way from Mandarin. His name is Third Eye, named so because of all the third eyes on him. I think he's one of the top rarest snakes that I have. Shout out to you, Third Eye. Put some nice light on him so you can see him nice and clear. Third Eye is awesome, so beautiful, so wonderful. All of my animals keep me calm and focused because they never go astray. They never go astray. They just always do what animals do. Shout out to you, Third Eye. Shout out to everyone in the room. And peace and love. Everybody support. We're going to do the affirmation to close out. And of course, before I close out, I'm going to show everybody. You all know about the Cash App TT Moon. You all know about the PayPal. Also, I want to show you. Let's trade hands, Third Eye. Let's trade hands. Okay, good. Thank you. I want to show you how you can inquire about the books. The books you can inquire about. That is Melanin Dark Consciousness. It is a small PDF with small words, so a lot of action-packed writing inside, a lot of information. That is Stepping Out of the Matrix, Secret of the Ages. Pick those books up. You can email me If you want to know how to reach me, I'll put it in the room right there, mysticaltelevision@gmail, and the moderators will also put it in the room, and you can inquire about how to get the books. They come to you within a matter of seconds to minutes. We have a model we have here, and that is Ancestral Artifacts over Religious Opinions. We're going to end off with the affirmation, everybody, and then we're going to close out. I appreciate everybody. Peace and love to everybody. Master K, you're awesome. Wonderful. Ed Wren says, Tehuti, have a great weekend. I will. Ahati Ma'at is talking to Jesus Marquez. Says, Jesus Marquez, peace. And Unki M. Ma'at, Un MS, go live in right and true. Go live in right and... Sorry, let me read it clearly. At Jesus Marquez, Ahati Ma'at says, peace. And Unki M. Ma'at, Un MS, go live in right and truth. That's awesome. Thank you, Ahati Ma'at. Saneti put up my contact. Let's go ahead and do the affirmation and close out. Yes, Ahati's on a line called BitChute. BitChute. Who's here are the moderators? Saneti Amun says, thank you all. See you all next pod class. She says, Tua Master Teacher. I'm looking for some of the moderators. Is Anki Ma'at still with us? I think Anki Ma'at. I'm not sure. Shout out to Anki Ma'at. Shout out to Nania Sent Mur. I can't find. Nania Sent Mur says, Tua. Okay, good. Let us say the affirmation, and we are about to close out. The affirmation is Anki M Ma'at Un MS Nin Tet Aset M Mayat Min Hebapet M Mayat Her and Hukiui Per E Kut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. By being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. That is our affirmation. We are about to close out. You all have been awesome. This has been a wonderful ride. We're going to go ahead and shut this down. Okay. Nania Step Mer says, thank you, Master Tehuti, for the acknowledgement. You're very welcome. Nania Step Mer says, shut up the best chat. Ava says, peace. Diaz Marquez says, thank you so much. And let's move, put up the contact. Ahati put up his BitChute. Yes, go check out Ahati's BitChute. Ed Wren says, have a good weekend. I read that already. All right. Master K says, the longest class so far. You are absolutely right. We are about to close out. Love everyone. You all are awesome. Appreciate you. And we will see you next week at the Tehuti pod class. Peace and love, everyone. Shout out to everybody. Peace.